Chapter Historical Ruins. FAIR is a political organization dedicated to the protection of the human rights of magicians, with their headquarters being located in Vancouver, in the former Canadian territory of the USA. In early June of the year A.E., a silent disturbance was felt throughout the headquarters of FAIR. The reason being that the leader, Lena FAIR, had ordered that no commotion be caused. If it hadn't been for the strong, cohesive presence she commanded, the situation would have undoubtedly resulted in an uproar. "Louis, are you sure you're all right?" However, Lena herself was far from being calm. The look on her face as she questioned her injured subordinate showed regret for putting him in danger, her concern for his condition as well as signs of consternation. "I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you." In front of her sat a black man of medium build with his head down in an apologetic fashion. Judging by his posture and gestures, as well as his tone of voice, there didn't seem to be any cause for concern, as the person had said himself. But the bandages peeking out from the cuffs of his summer suit contradicted that impression. It was difficult to take the whole "I'm fine" at face value, especially when one knew that the suit hid the fact that there were dressings and bandages covering various parts of his body. "Milady, really, I'm fine. I don't have a single serious injury." "Lena, Louis isn't lying. I wouldn't say that there are only scratches, but it's nothing that would take more than 2 weeks to fully heal." With the helpful intervention of the other attendant, Charlotte Gagnon, Lena's expression finally softened a little. Being a former FBI agent and a qualified lawyer, Charlotte not only acted as a legal advisor, but also as Lena's emotional pillar, whilst at fear. Her words had a calming effect on Lena's anxiety. Seeing then that Lena's worries dissipated, if only slightly, the black man across from her also relaxed the tension in his shoulders. This man was Louis Roux, FAIR's sub-leader. He turned years old this year, and was a former French-African citizen who became a naturalized USA citizen when he was years old. He was one of Lena's oldest comrades, with whom she founded FAIR. Despite the fact that Louis and Lena were the same age, Lena looked like a teenager at best, which made Louis feel a sense of duty that he had to protect her. As if she were a much younger girl, Louis didn't want Lena to feel guilty because of his injuries, though Lena still wasn't completely forthcoming with her worries. "Even so, those injuries came from a confrontation with FAIR, right? It's because I ordered surveillance. It was an unavoidable encounter. The only reason they found me was because I screwed up. Besides, the surveillance was necessary." It was with the mention of these words that Lena's attention was finally diverted from Louis's injuries. What was FAIR doing? At the end of last month, Lena received information that FAIR had sent a survey team to Masta. And, under orders from Lena, Louis was assigned to monitor their movements out of fear that FAIR would do something against the law and risk damaging the reputation of magicians. In the event that illegal activity was discovered, it would have made it clear that FAIR was the organization solely guilty of the crime, thus denying the anti-magic movement material for them to use against magicians in general. So, were they breaking the law in some way? When asked by Lena, Louis vaguely shook his head. "I haven't been able to confirm any crime yet. At the moment they're just roaming around the hillsides of Shasta. However, they will probably start illegally digging in the near future." "Illegally digging? Have they found any historical ruins?" When Lena asked, Louis turned serious, and this time he nodded his head. "Yes, probably. Of a sort that, if made public, would undoubtedly fall under the protection of federal law." Lena frowned upon Louis's answer, and Charlotte, who had been listening on in silence, scowled. "I'm sure that even if a case wasn't to be filed, there would still be plenty of blame to be cast. This is pretty good material for the media and the anti-magic movement to exploit." Lena and Charlotte shared a collective sigh. What about informing the state government about the existence of the historical ruins and having them regulate it beforehand? Lena suggested a solution, but Louis' reaction wasn't favorable. "It would be difficult. There's no physical evidence of the historical ruins." "There's no physical evidence. Was it discovered via clairvoyance?" Louis nodded to Lena's question. The FAIR members mentioned that they had discovered an underground stone burial chamber through the witchcraft of Laura Simons. Laura Simons? The woman who is said to be the right hand of the head of FAIR, Rocky Dean, right? Yes. There are rumors that she also happens to be his mistress. It was Charlotte who answered Lena's murmur. The word Mistresses made Lena's eyes wander. Her outward appearance may not have necessarily matched her years, but she did appear to have a certain innocence about her that didn't quite match her age. By the way, what exactly is supposed to be resting in that stone chamber? Lena changed the subject. It might not be considered a change of topics per se. In this case, this topic was more important than that of discussing her being a mistress and so on. I'm sorry to say, but I don't know that much. However, Louis wasn't able to give her a clear answer. As Milady has suspected, their original intention was to obtain a relic. But Laura Simons seems to think that the stone chamber she found is of more value than any relic. A historic ruin with something more valuable than a relic. I suppose its value is more than just monetary and the like. I think it's a historical site that has magical value. Charlotte completed the other half of the sentence that Lena didn't utter. Nevertheless, Charlotte was no different from Lena and Louis in that she also didn't know for certain about the value attached to it. Lena, what should we do about this? I don't personally think we can afford to leave it alone. It would be problematic if we left it alone. That's for sure. Charlotte's question made Lena's hesitation apparent. The severity of Louis's injuries isn't small enough that they can be ignored. Just surveilling them was enough to lead to a confrontation with Fair. Don't you think there is a risk in doing something? Both Louis and Charlotte fell silent as Lena shared her concerns. They may have both already thought of this possibility before Lena pointed it out. That said, not doing anything about it is also dangerous as well, right? Lena's tone took a sudden turn to a more pleasant one. No doubt to remove the awkward atmosphere induced by the silence. That's right, I think so as well. Whether or not they were on the same page was unclear, though Louis having responded so quickly could be viewed as him being too hasty. But what specifically should we do? There is always the risk of our counterparts being able to notice clairvoyance. There was a member in Fair that had the clairvoyance ability. They weren't magicians, but psychics. This individual possessed an ESP ability that allowed for them to perceive targets regardless of distance or obstacles. But naturally, this ability comes with conditions and limitations. In this case, it was the limitations that posed a bottleneck. There was the fear that if the target of the surveillance happened to possess some kind of so-called extrasensory perception, a sensory-type superpower, not only would they be able to infer if someone was watching them, but they might also be able to reverse the process and take information from the other side. It was the rule of he who watches must be prepared to be watched. For that reason, if the target of the clairvoyance consisted of someone with an extrasensory perception, it would be advisable to avoid continuous surveillance for long periods of time, and for the observer to stay on the move in order to avoid one's own allied base from being discovered if traced back. This time, the one that they were dealing with was Laura Simons, who was known as a witch by friend and foe alike. If they were to choose to employ their user with the clairvoyance ability, Fair wouldn't be able to ignore the risk of not only being detected, but also to keep others from launching a magical attack when in one's line of sight. Even so, we can't turn a blind eye to them just yet. We must stop Fair from giving the anti-magic movement more pretext to persecute magicians because of their criminal activity. Lena said so firmly, her face full of concern. A sense of grim resolve permeated her voice. Shall I go again? If I approach with only my phantom, I don't think I'll slip up like I did last time. Louis was a user of the antiquated magic called Doppelganger. Doppelganger was a magic that creates a transformation body by copying one's own appearance, giving it the five senses and illusionary attacks. From the standpoint of modern magic, it had too many useless processes. But the idea of it was to provide continuous assistance in combat, which modern magic happens to lack. Even if the transformation body was attacked, one's real body wouldn't be directly injured. But since it possesses the five senses, including the sense of touch, the user would experience pain. In addition, in the case where the opponent was a user of mental interference-type magic, there was a fear that they could attack one's mind using the transformation body as a medium. It's inadvisable. Laura Simons's abilities are unknown, but the fact that she's called a witch suggests that she might be skilled in illusionary magic. Just because you can use Uchi Doppelganger doesn't necessarily guarantee that you'll be safe." Louis didn't argue with Lena when she stopped him. He understood that he wasn't the right kind of individual to deal with the person in question. A curtain of silence fell over the room. "How about hiring a private detective?" It was Charlotte who broke the silence. "There's a detective agency in Seattle that I'm familiar with." "Were you an acquaintance of theirs when you were with the FBI?" "They were more of a collaborator than an acquaintance." "They're certainly skilled." "I see." Lena pondered briefly. "A specialist that isn't a magician is probably the safer choice in this case, as they have methods of surveillance that don't rely on magic." "Charlie, could you put in a request to that detective agency for me?" "Certainly. I will begin the negotiations as soon as possible." "Yes, please do." Lena and Charlotte settled on an agreement. Louis also had no objections. Let's plan June 8th. At a certain place in Tokyo, in a conference room of which the name and location were undisclosed. The deputy director who oversees the dark side of the National Defense Army Intelligence Department, as well as the section chiefs of the various sections, had gathered. The National Defense Army Intelligence Department's secret leadership meeting. This wasn't a regular meeting nor an official one. It was an informal gathering of the Army Intelligence Department leadership, who had convened in response to a situation that they deemed necessary. The convening of this meeting indicated that the Intelligence Department recognized that there was an emerging situation occurring. However, at present, there were no indicators of any foreign armed incursions into the country, nor attempts at sabotage aimed at overthrowing the state in question. Compared to past years, they were gathered to address a trivial concern that hardly warranted the convening of a secret leadership meeting. I'm sure you're all aware, but let me reiterate the situation. It was the organizer of the meeting, the unpublicized deputy director of the Army Intelligence Department, Inukai, who opened the session. Until last year, he was the section chief of Counterintelligence Section. Wasn't the T8th section of the Counterintelligence Division, but rather a direct partner with the Toyama family of the assistant houses, who had a close working relationship with the Army Intelligence Department. Furthermore, the Toyama family was a successful example of the former 10th Institute, along with the Jumonji family of the 10 master clans. While the Jumonji family was developed for the purpose of intercepting missiles and mechanized units, the Toyama family's purpose was to defend important facilities and escort important individuals after breaking through the last line of defense. Due to their role, they had the strongest relationship within the center of the National Defense Forces among all of the houses. Yesterday, the eldest daughter of the Sayagusa family of the 10 master clans applied for a visa at the USNA embassy. The described purpose of the visit is to make contact with a political organization in the former Canadian territory of Vancouver. She'll be accompanied by Tukami Ryosuke, an employee of the Magian Company. This person's family are extras of the former 10th Institute. There were no questions raised. As Inukai said, this information had already been shared. As you know, there are no laws forbidding civilians from traveling abroad. However, there are a number of potential problems that come with magicians traveling abroad from the perspective of national defense, which is why we have asked for magicians' self-restraint in leaving the country. Voices of approval were raised from various parts of the tables, which were lined up in a square formation. But this time, as if to make a mockery of this convention that has been in place until now, the eldest daughter of the Sagusa family and Tukami Ryosuke are boldly attempting to travel to the USNA without even bothering to consult with the government or the military. The fact that one of them is a magician who is a direct descendant of the Sagusa family makes it all the more tricky to deal with. This remark was made by a former direct subordinate of Inukai, who became the section chief of Counterintelligence Section when Inukai was promoted to the position of background deputy director. That's precisely the problem. Inukai nodded broadly. The newly appointed section chief of section had echoed the thoughts of his former direct superior. Among the 10 master clans, the Sagusa family has always been particularly sympathetic to both the government and the National Defense Forces, to the extent that they sometimes even put the interests of the government before that of magicians. Now, the eldest daughter of the Sagusa family has joined forces with that Yotsuba family to oppose the government's policy, and if this continues, it could lead to a grave development. Is it only the Yotsuba family that is behind this matter? It was Section Chief Onda of the Army Intelligence Department's Saint Section who interrupted Inukai's dialogue with a question. Until last year, Inukai and Onda had both held the same rank of Section Chief. They were close in age, and it was fair to say that they were rivals. Following Inukai's promotion to deputy director, Onda was transferred from Special Operations Section to the Saint Section. Although Inukai technically beat Onda to the punch when it came to formality, but as the nickname Background Deputy Director implied, he didn't play an active role on the front stage, whereas the Intelligence Department's Saint Section representative was the closest thing to the front, with plenty of opportunities to be in contact with the Army General Staff and the Joint Military Command Staff headquarters within the Intelligence Department. Whether it was Inukai or Onda, it was difficult to say who was really ahead of the other. As a result of this, their interactions were somewhat strained. Although until last year they had a good relationship, more often working together than against each other. What are your thoughts on this then, Section Chief Onda? Inukai answered the question with another question. The board of directors of the Meiji Company, founded by Shiba Tatsuya, consists of Shiba Miyuki as representative director, Shiba Tatsuya as managing director, and Tudu Rina as a director. Tudu Rina is a former American whose name was Angelina Kudu Shields before she became a naturalized citizen. I'm sure you are aware of this, but she is the granddaughter of his younger brother, of the late former Major General and the former Ten Master Clan's patriarch, Elder Kudu Retsu. Of course I do know that. And I might also add that there is a high possibility that this Angelina Kudu Shields is Angie Sirius. Though it had long been an open secret to the members of this meeting, the mood within the room shifted. But the notion that a nationally recognized strategic class magician of the USNA had become, even if ostensibly, a naturalized Japanese citizen was a prospect that the Intelligence Department officials found very hard to swallow. To think that a USNA apostle has been hiding in the country. No, I guess it's not really hiding. Onda released a low, self-deprecating laugh since he knew about the existence of such a potential threat, and the fact that the current state of affairs was such that he was forced to concede and couldn't do anything about it. Furthermore, an apostle was the common name for a nationally recognized strategic class magician. Anyway, the fact that she's probably serious is certainly a risk we can't overlook. But that isn't the point I'm trying to make here. Onda stopped talking briefly to drink a glass of water. Well, Inukai urged him to continue impatiently. Apologies. Upon the time of her naturalization, this Angelina Shields was adopted by His Excellency Tudu Oba. The Deputy Director is aware of who His Excellency Tudu is, am I correct? Inukai frowned at Onda's inquiry. He is an influential member of the Yae Senate. His voice was filled with agitation, in the sense of, I must have missed it, that was too careless of me, mixed together out of sheer frustration over the fact that Onda had to point out this particular detail to him. There was a small commotion in the room. From the whispers being thrown around, it became evident that many present had never heard of the Senate. Although the people gathered here were section chiefs of the Army Intelligence Department and above, even among them many had never heard of it. This just showed how much of a background presence the Senate had. The Meiji Company, which has a former American who was adopted by His Excellency Tudu, is sending employees to the USNA. I cannot imagine that His Excellency Tudu is fully unaware of this. With that in mind, you can understand why the Yotsuba family and the Segusa family are making light of our established conventions. There was no acknowledgement or rebuttal from Inukai. Onda showed no sign of being intimidated by Inukai's bitter look. If anything, he continued in a lively tone, it seems to me that the key issue in this matter is not the behavior and attitudes of the Yotsuba family and the Segusa family, but the intentions of the Senate. We don't know if this is the consensus of the Senate to allow for magicians to travel to the USNA, or if it's the personal decision of His Excellency Tudu. I suppose we'll need to confirm it. Inukai spoke out reluctantly as Onda looked at him. Certainly. Onda gave a satisfied nod before continuing to speak. And in the event that it's the latter case, I believe that we should ask for the assistance of those in the Senate who hold a different opinion from that of His Excellency Tudu. I agree. I believe that Section Chief Onda has made a fair point. Inukai still had a bitter look on his face, but he didn't make the mistake of letting his personal feelings cloud his judgment. That said, at least at our level, we aren't qualified to ask for an audience with a member of the Senate. Why not request for the Minister of Defense to go in person? This remark wasn't made by Onda, but by another section chief. It's not possible for that minister. Inukai dismissed the suggestion outright. The current Minister of Defense owes his position to the internal conferral of honors from within the ruling party. Thus, this has made him unpopular with those who wear the uniform, and his only merit is said to be that he's popular with the voters. In that case, what about asking His Excellency Sayonji to go in person? Sayonji was a former army general who retired the year before, and when he was in active service, he was regarded as the no-one after Commander-in-Chief, General Soga. Although Sayonji was said to have more influence in the political and business circles, there were rumors at the time that he himself had assumed the noble position, handing over the Commander-in-Chief's position to Soga, who had a stronger following among the soldiers. I also think His Excellency Sayonji is the right man for the job. I'll make a request to him through the director. Does anyone have any other suggestions? Inukai looked around at the other members sitting at the meeting table. Deputy Director. Only a few moments later, a hand was raised by the Section Chief of Counterintelligence Section. Even if it's the intention of the Senate to allow for magicians to travel to the USNA, it doesn't have to be a member of the 10 master clans. Why don't we call the head of the Segusa family and have him stop his daughter from traveling to the USNA? Chief Honda, what do you think? I have no objection. Even if it were the consensus of the Senate to allow for them to travel to the USNA, I don't think they would be disturbed about a change in personnel. I suppose so. Inukai nodded grimly at Honda's reply. Let the Minister of Defense take up that task. All he's doing is sitting in the minister's chair. Even for someone just sitting in it, he should be useful to some extent. Inukai's blunt attitude and manner of speaking showed that he has yet to reach the level of his predecessor in terms of dignity. The Army Intelligence Department was quick to act. It was the afternoon of June Theoth, a day after the secret leadership meeting. Segusa Koichi, the head of the Segusa family, was called to the minister's office at the Ministry of Defense. The owner of the minister's office, Furusawa, was a young politician in his early years. The Manoviskuru. With his fresh looks and sharp tongue, he has gained a huge following among the electorate. The person in question was aware of this, and thinks highly of himself. Minister Furusawa welcomed Koichi, who was nearly 10 years older than himself, with a confident attitude. Even if you say so, my daughter hasn't committed any crime that would cause her to be restricted from traveling. However, Koichi's clear refusal of the request to have his daughter refrain from traveling left Furusawa with his composure dented. Or are you saying that my daughter is under some serious suspicion, to the extent that you would go to the point of restricting her freedom of movement, a right granted to all citizens of this country? Out of politeness for the man in his position, Koichi had removed his sunglasses. He aimed his prosthetic eye, which reflected no emotion, and his naked eye, which held even more coldness than his prosthetic eye, directly at Furusawa. And not at all. I had no intention of suggesting such a thing, sir. Furusawa's tone had unconsciously shifted to one of humble deference. However, it has long been the customary practice for magicians to refrain from traveling abroad. Your Excellency, Minister of Defense. Koichi's sharp tone interrupted Furusawa's remark. Are you saying that a citizen who is a rightful member of society has the privilege to do so, but a magician does not? No, I don't think so. Furusawa stood in a much more powerful position than Koichi. But in this case, his official stance was on Koichi's side. He didn't have any legal authority to use as a means to make Koichi obey him here and now. However, there are a number of potential problems associated with magicians traveling abroad, and there has been a long history of magicians willingly refraining from doing so. Your Excellency, Minister. Once again, Koichi interrupted Furusawa from speaking. Furusawa was still lacking in many ways as a politician when it came to trying to persuade Koichi with his political power rather than through any legal authority. What exactly are the potential problems? Do you think that my daughter will betray Japan and defect to the USNA? No, I wasn't suggesting that. Oh, are you perhaps concerned for the safety of my daughter? If that's the case, I'm sure she'll be fine since her destination is the former Canadian territory of the USNA, where the public order is excellent. Though it's within the same USNA, there aren't such risks as with the former Mexican territory. Almost like a whole new person, Koichi gave Furusawa an amiable smile. However, his naked eye now had the same inorganic light as his prosthetic eye. The inhuman glint in his eyes exerted a pressure on Furusawa that made him yield. A cabinet minister and a single civilian. The difference in their social status was evident. However, apart from their social positions, they also differed in their strengths and weaknesses as people. In this sense, it could be said that Furusawa perhaps had excellent survival skills since he didn't misjudge the situation, nor did he engage in a direct confrontation. Without a doubt, this was an important quality for a politician to have. The shameful sight that the Minister of Defense Furusawa showed against Sagusa Koichi greatly disappointed the Army Intelligence Department. In an effort to make a comeback, the Intelligence Department accelerated their plan of maneuvering behind the scenes. Meanwhile, the target of the Intelligence Department's efforts was also making his own moves to counter them. On the evening of the same day he was called by the Minister of Defense, Koichi paid a visit to a ryote in the center of the city. This was the same restaurant where Tatsuya, Masaki, and also Mayumi had a private meeting with each other a few days ago. Mayumi had been called here just the week before. Now that he has been invited here by the same individual, Koichi felt a strange sense of connection to these events. "I've been waiting for you." As soon as Koichi opened the fusuma of the tatami room he was guided to, he was met by Tatsuya, who had been standing waiting for him. Tatsuya bowed politely, and Koichi returned the bow, and then he sat down at the head of the table he'd been guided to. "Thank you for your invitation, Yotsuba Dono." Koichi then spoke to Tatsuya, who was seated across from him. "By no means, I should be thanking you for taking time out of your busy schedule." Tatsuya shrugged off the Yotsuba Dono address without so much as raising an eyebrow. In his mind, Koichi felt like he had misjudged the situation, but he didn't express it in his expression, or in any other way. The two faced each other in a similarly composed manner. "First of all, I'd like to apologize." Tatsuya formally started the conversation. "I asked for your daughter's cooperation on a work matter, and it seems that it has caused you some trouble. It's my duty as a parent to look after my daughter, and it wasn't too big a hassle, so you shouldn't worry about it. Thank you for your generous words." Tatsuya held out a tokuri, and Koichi extended a sake cup to him. After Tatsuya finished pouring Koichi a drink, the conversation continued. "To be honest, I was surprised." Koichi didn't inquire what. Tatsuya's remark that I opposed the Minister of Defense. Not only Tatsuya, but Koichi also understood exactly what this conversation would be about. "Yes, I thought that Sagusa Dono would place greater importance on cooperation with the government, so I thought it unlikely that you'd agree to my request." In fact, Tatsuya had previously made a request of Koichi through Mayumi to not give in to any government or military pressure seeking to prevent her from traveling to the USNA. "You're not entirely wrong about that." Koichi laughed. It was more of a forced laugh than a wry smirk. "I have no intention of blindly following them. It all depends on the time, place, and person in question." "I see. The time, place, and person in question, then." Nodding, Tatsuya's expression showed no trace of whimsiness. "I just felt it was a good opportunity." And, as if on cue, Koichi added, "And by that you mean?" Tatsuya asked Chaochihi half-heartedly. "I've been thinking about it for a while now. It's about time for us magicians to stop being so tolerant." "Tolerant?" "Yes, tolerant." Koichi still had his usual poker face, but there was a tinge of bitterness in his tone. "What about you, Shiba-san?" This time Koichi addressed Tatsuya as Shiba-san rather than Yotsuba Dono. "You've mentioned that Meijins don't have the economic base to be self-sufficient, and that it's essential for them to coexist with the majority, is that right?" His remark, at least on this occasion, could be his way of distinguishing Tatsuya as Shiba Tatsuya, and not as a member of the Yotsuba family. "It's as you said. I think the idea itself has merit. However, we shouldn't overlook the fact that the various forms of self-restraint imposed on Meijians have deprived them of their ability to be independent." Tatsuya repeated the words, "It's as you said. Since modern times, society has become more prosperous through the division of labor. That's one of the concepts of classical economics." Adam Smith. "Right. The classics shouldn't be underestimated." Koichi let out a wry smile. There was no sarcasm present. "We offer our magical skills and we receive money and goods in return. This is undeniably a division of labor, and this division of labor expands as the scope of the exchanges increases. I'm not well versed in economics, but I can understand it." This wasn't him being modest. It was nothing short of a fact that Tatsuya wasn't very familiar with economics, and everything that Koichi just said was perfectly within reason and could be understood with a little thought, even without any technical knowledge. "I don't think geographical expansion is necessarily a guarantee of economic scale. but it's definitely a major factor. And even if you haven't studied economics in depth, you can still draw this line of reasoning from watching how the world is run. Koichi nodded at Tatsuya's remark and deliberately lowered the tone of his voice. I don't believe that the reasons for wanting to confine magicians within the country are simply based on fear of the outflow of genetic data. You think it's about making us more dependent on the government? I don't think it's an unjustified suspicion. Koichi said so confidently. Perhaps he has access to undisclosed information by some means. So you believe that by expanding into overseas markets, it will lead to the breakthrough we need for our economic independence? Yes, I do believe so. There are markets outside the country, not just magic-related ones, that we haven't been able to access before. That's why I think it's a good opportunity when you assigned my daughter to travel to the USNA, Shiba-san. It certainly is an unexpected alignment of interests. Indeed, we can work together if it's for our mutual benefit. Don't you agree? You have a point. Tatsuya nodded without hesitation to Koichi's question. Just so there's no misunderstanding, I don't have any feelings against Segu Sadano. For example, Tatsuya was well aware of the time when Koichi lent a hand to Zhao Gongjin. Nevertheless, it's true that he didn't have any kind of ill feelings because of it. Neither do I. I don't have anything against you, Shiba-san. Koichi, for his part, was able to separate his emotional baggage with Maya and his evaluation of Tatsuya. The evening of June 3rd, Inukai, the deputy director of the Army Intelligence Department, was visiting a hotel just outside the city center accompanied by retired Army General Sayonji. Since the last century, this was the last year of the century, this top-class hotel has been recognized as having received the highest of evaluations among prestigious first-class hotels worldwide. After being taken to the private room that had been reserved for them at the restaurant, Inukai breathed a sigh of relief to find that the room was still empty. Inukai, Sayonji as well. The both of them refused the waiter's attempt to pull out a chair for them, and they chose to instead stand alongside the wall. Just over 10 minutes after Inukai and Sayonji's arrival, the guest of honor appeared in the private room. Even though it was past the scheduled time, it was still earlier than they had expected. Sayonji and Inukai greeted the old man with the most respectful bow, who was being led by a young woman who they surmised to be his secretary, doubling as his escort. Sayonji apologized to the old man, to one of the 4 great elders of the Senate, Kashiwa Kazutaka, for having him travel all this way to meet them, and expressed his gratitude with the utmost reverence, to which Kashiwa replied in a friendly tone, and the 4 of them, including the woman who acted as his secretary and escort, took their places at the table. Kashiwa Kazutaka, one of the most powerful people behind the scenes in the country, was an elderly gentleman who's more than senior and tall. He had pure white hair and good posture, be it standing or sitting. Neither his waist nor his back hunched over. He walked with a steady gait. He should be more than years old, but his skin was free of old age spots, and there were no pronounced wrinkles. He carried the air of a gentle, serene scholar. It was only the day before yesterday that Inukai asked to be introduced by Sayonji. It may have been a coincidence that his schedule was open, but nevertheless Kashiwa seemed to be a rather expeditious person in spite of his power. The fact that he preferred to dine at a restaurant instead of inviting them to his mansion showed that he was a man who didn't take things lightly. Sayonji-kun, what is it that you want to consult me about? Kashiwa's tone of voice didn't betray the image evoked by his outward appearance. However, even after Sayonji had respectfully bowed down to greet him, he hadn't relaxed a bit. Yes, with all due respect. With that as a preamble, Sayonji asked Kashiwa about the Senate's stance on Mayumi's trip to the USNA. The Senate will neither allow nor forbid a magician from traveling abroad. There was a slight disappointment from not getting the answer he wanted, but then again, it wasn't the worst-case scenario, so Inukai made eye contact with Sayonji, who asked a more direct question. If you don't mind me asking, sir, what are your own thoughts on the matter? Under Inukai's gaze, Sayonji posed the question with trepidation. Personally, I feel that Tudu-kun is a little too supportive of those youths. This answer greatly encouraged Inukai. I am fully aware of the importance of that young man, but we cannot maintain order if he's allowed to do as he pleases. May we borrow some of Sensei's profound wisdom on this? Inukai addressed Kashiwa directly. The woman raised her eyebrows and expressed her displeasure, but Kashiwa showed no sign of being bothered. Let me see. Harming that person who has now become the trump card in defense of the country and his fiancée is out of the question. But his fiancée isn't the only thing of importance to that person in the world. And even if he holds the power of a fierce god, as long as he's a human being, the number of things he can do is limited. Sensei that, as someone familiar with how things worked behind the scenes, Inukai understood exactly what Kashiwa was suggesting. At the same time, he was once again reminded that the man before him not only doesn't have a gentle personality, but is one of the most powerful people who controls the country behind the scenes. Besides, there is no such thing as an all-powerful being in the world. All technology has its strengths and weaknesses depending on the user. Even magic is no exception to this. However, even though he could understand what was being suggested, he couldn't see how exactly he was going to accomplish it. Under the guise of deciphering the meaning of Kashiwa's words, Inukai frantically searched for a meaning in his thoughts. Perhaps Kashiwa took pity on him. I happen to know of some competent people who might be suitable to lend a hand with this matter. Let me write you a letter of introduction. Kashiwa readily added, I am very grateful and fortunate for your help. Sayonji and Inukai both bowed their heads and said in unison, Now, since we're here, why don't we enjoy a meal? At Kashiwa's words, Inukai stood up in a hurry. He rushed out of the private room to call out to the waiters who had been waiting outside. It was around the same time as when the deputy director of the Army Intelligence Department was desperately attempting to enter the most powerful people from behind the scenes. Tetsuya had invited Lina to the living room of his home for an update on her preparations for her trip to the USNA. Although it was mentioned as an invitation, Tetsuya and Miyuki's home, as well as Lina's home, were on the same floor of the same apartment building. And Lina comes to this apartment every night. The superficial reason for this was that Lina was now Miyuki's bodyguard, but in reality, she comes here for the food that Miyuki cooks. Nowadays, with the development of home automation, it wasn't uncommon to see people like Lina who couldn't cook. She insisted, I'm great at survival cooking, although every time she made this excuse, it was as if she was admitting that she didn't have the skills to cook on a daily basis. In addition, as if forgetting to hold back, Miyuki cooked dinner for more than one person, so she didn't mind Lina coming over every night. For Miyuki, Lina was the kind of friend that was hard to come by, with whom she could have a relationship on equal footing. It was the same for Lina. Their equal footing hardly stood on the grounds that they were both daughters of prestigious bloodlines, whereas they didn't feel uncomfortable when people accepted them as descendants of high-born families thanks to their graceful and exceptionally beautiful features. They also didn't feel all that satisfied with being marked with only that label. It wasn't about their social position, social class, or even their physical appearance. Miyuki and Lina were both individuals who possessed magical power unmatched by others. Honoka and Shizuku, who had been their friends since high school, and even Ayako and Yuka, who had strongly inherited the bloodline of the Yotsuba family. Tsukuba Yuka was the eldest daughter and the next head of the Tsukuba family. They were all clearly outmatched by those two. Even Yotsuba Maya, the head of the Yotsuba family and currently regarded as one of the strongest magicians in the world, may not be a match for Miyuki and Lina, apart from her special magic that only she could use. They were friends who recognized that they were equal in power to one another. And despite that, they didn't fall under the cliché of love rivals, as was usually the case in fiction. This was one of the reasons why their relationship was at the point where they were comfortable with one another. That was why Lina spent most of her time chatting with Miyuki after dinner, but today's topic was work-related. Lina was scheduled to return to the USNA temporarily at Tatsuya's request. There was a possibility that the anti-magic movement or some other organization that was hostile to FAIR may be planning to interfere by the time Mayumi and her colleague arrived in Vancouver to make contact with FAIR. In addition, there was also the possibility that some of the USNA's federal and local government agencies may attempt to interfere. As a means of countering this, Lina, who maintained strong ties with the upper echelons of the USNA federal military, was being secretly dispatched. Lina had come to give an update on her preparations for this trip. She was a naturalized citizen of Japan, so it wasn't as if she was legally returning to her home country. But on an emotional level, she was returning home. Have you talked to the commander of Zama Base? With the escalation of World War III, also known as the years of repeated wars across the world, the United States Armed Forces, USA military, withdrew to Hawaii. Thus, the United States military bases in Japan disappeared. However, Japan's geopolitical importance to the United States, USNA, and the Western Pacific remained unchanged, and thus the Japan-US alliance continued to exist with a different meaning. Japan, on the other hand, continued to face military threats from two major powers: the new Soviet Union to the north and the Great Asian Union to the west. In fact, the situation has deteriorated even more now than before the war. In the interest of both Japan and the USNA, many of the former United States military bases in Japan were designated as U.S. Japan Joint Use Bases. In order to maintain formal equality, there were also joint use bases in USNA territory, but there were currently no Japanese military units permanently stationed in the USNA. But the system was effectively designed for the USNA armed forces to use. Bases in Japan. Zama Base was one of those joint use bases where the USNA had permanently stationed supply units. Yeah. I was reluctant at first, but Ben got me through to Senator Curtis. It didn't take long after that. By Ben, she was referring to Benjamin Canopus, who was currently the STAR's commander-in-chief and was Lena's right-hand man when she was the STAR's head captain. Even now, with Lena having retired from the USNA military, though the USNA military considered her retirement a mere formality, she and Canopus remained close friends. Not only that, but Canopus had secretly received orders from the Secretary of Defense of the USNA federal government to provide Lena with support from behind the scenes. I don't believe this matter required the assistance of His Excellency Curtis's. Senator Curtis was a major figure in USNA politics, also known as the Shadow CIA Director, who helped restore the honor of Lena and Canopus when they were framed as traitors by members of STARS who had become parasites, and was also Canopus's great-uncle, his grandmother's younger brother. I said the same thing to Ben, but he said, "You don't owe me anything for this." I see. Well, let's just accept it and be thankful for the time they saved us. So, are you leaving the country on a USNA military transport plane? Yeah. STARS will be providing an ID card and passport. So, I'll be picking those up at the base. Lena had been naturalized as a Japanese citizen, and naturally no longer held USNA citizenship. However, in order for the USNA federal military to save face for Lena, the Japanese naturalization of Yongi Sirius, a nationally recognized strategic-class magician, had been handled internally as a means of deception in order to monitor Shiba Tatsuya, a super-strategic-class magician. With that, a new identity as a USNA citizen was created separately from her original identity as a USNA federal soldier. The ID that Lena would use on her trip to the USNA was forged by the USNA military. Since it was created by the USNA authorities, in a sense, it could be said to be genuine. Well, since I'll be using a military transport plane to leave and come back, if all goes as planned, I won't even need a passport. In the unlikely event that something goes wrong on my way back over here, I may have to come to Japan as a regular American. If worst comes to worst, I'll have Minoru pick you up, and you can just come back using the Takachiho. The Takachiho was a gigantic artificial satellite, orbiting at an altitude of about km's. Tatsuya prepared this for Minoru and Mainami to live in after they became parasites, since they no longer had any place to return to on Earth. It was a satellite orbital residence facility, where it was confirmed the month before that it could be used as a relay station between Japan and the USNA. Alright, I don't think that I'll really need it though. Lena said this with a look of complete confidence. Tatsuya also doubted that such a situation would occur, so he chuckled and gave her a pie. I guess so. Have you finished your conversation? It was Miyuki who spoke to them as she walked over while holding a tray with coffee cups on it. She was probably timing it so that she wouldn't interrupt their conversation about work. Wearing a simple knee-length dress paired with an apron, the sight of Miyuki, with her hair tied up with a scrunchie, radiated the impression of a newlywed wife. The aura emanating from her came as a little too noxious to the single Lena. Whether in an unconscious or deliberate act, Lena lifted her head from her seated position on the sofa and narrowed her eyes as if dazzled. Miyuki let out a chuckle at the sight. She was amused by how Lena would always react to something that she should be long used to, before placing a cup before Tatsuya and Lena. Then, after placing her own cup next to Tatsuya's, Miyuki proceeded to sit in her usual spot. Needless to say, her usual spot was right beside Tatsuya. "When will you be leaving, Lena?" Miyuki asked Lena as she reached for her cup. "Mayumi and company are leaving on the T8th. Right. So I was thinking of leaving on the that's next Sunday. Today, was Thursday. The Theath was the following Sunday. Well, that leaves you with some leeway. I'd rather just get this over with. Lena responded to Miyuki's smiling expression with a light shrug. It must be a lot of people you haven't seen in a while, right? Won't you even buy souvenirs to bring back with you? I'm taking a military plane. I can't bring too much with me. It's a transport plane, isn't it? I figured it would have more room than a commercial plane. Yeah, I suppose so. If you're going to buy some souvenirs, I'll go with you. Lena had a troubled face as she thought about it. Deciding that it was time to change topics, Miyuki turned to look at Tatsuya beside her. By the way, Tatsuya-sama, it seems that there has been some interference by part of the government. Are you talking about Sayusa Dono being called by the Minister of Defense yesterday? Yes. Miyuki nodded, looking to be slightly concerned. Rather than coming from the government, I'm guessing it came from the National Defense Force. The source is probably the Army Intelligence Department. Did they make a request to stop Senpai's trip to the USNA? Needless to say, by Senpai she was referring to Mayumi. On the job, Miyuki called Mayumi Segusa-san, but in private, she tended to stick with the old way of calling her. That's right. You understood it pretty well. Tatsuya praised Miyuki's insightfulness. Yet, this was probably out of favoritism. A high-level civilian magician was about to leave the country without their permission. There were a limited number of options open to the government officials in this regard. Is there any chance that Segusa Dono will change his mind? While Miyuki's cheeks softened in a smile from Tatsuya's praise, she didn't indulge in the euphoria and pressed on with her concerns. It was a development that probably would have never happened until she became a university student. Judging from what Segusa Dono talked with me about yesterday, I think it'll be fine. Is that really it? So, Segusa Dono also doesn't intend to be at the mercy of the government then? Yeah. He, being who he is, seems to be looking for business opportunities outside of the country. Miyuki was convinced by Tatsuya's explanation. The fact that he chose to do this after calculating his own interests on the matter was consistent with the image Miyuki had of Segusa Koichi in her head. However, now that the intelligence department is involved, I don't think the military is going to back down from this. Yes, it seems so. From the look on Tatsuya's face, Miyuki was sure that this much was within his expectations, and that from now on, everything would be in Tatsuya's hands. Tatsuya-sama... What are you going to do next? Even though she felt it might be presumptuous of her, Miyuki still asked with expectations in mind. The whole sight of Tatsuya overwhelming any hostile forces with his absolute power was quite a sight to behold, and Miyuki was sure that there was a desire in her heart to see him do so every once in a while. Next. You have a plan on what you're going to do, don't you? Not only Miyuki but Lena had also stopped pondering and looked at Tatsuya. Tatsuya gave a wry smile. If only in his mind, seeing those two beautiful women with their eyes shining with anxious anticipation. Simply because Miyuki's point wasn't wrong, and there was no need to lie here. I'm thinking of doing a demonstration using material burst. Material burst. Tatsuya, are you serious? Miyuki and Lena's eyes widened as their anticipation turned to shock. Tatsuya's answer went beyond their expectations. No. Rather, it was something they wouldn't even consider in the first place. For Tatsuya, their reactions were exactly what he had expected. Still, he wasn't really trying to startle Miyuki and Lena. That was why he quickly followed up with an explanation. Of course, I'm not going to target anywhere on Earth. Tatsuya particularly emphasized anywhere on Earth rather than any country. That gave Miyuki a clue as to what he was planning to do. Are you aiming somewhere in space? I'll display the original intended purpose of material burst. If I do this, then maybe people will understand that magicians shouldn't have their freedoms restricted. Lena had a clear, reflected on her face. That expression made Miyuki think, I'll have to eventually explain it to her. Friday, June 3rd. Tatsuya spent the morning occupied with desk work in the Magian Company's office instead of being at the Magic University. Still, that wasn't his sole goal for the day. Aside from that, Tatsuya's schedule also included preparations for his demonstration. At 1:00 in the afternoon, he called up Fujibayashi as part of said preparations. I see. Tatsuya gave a nod in response to Fujibayashi's report. He had Fujibayashi sit in the chair on the other side of the desk instead of making her stand there, and he listened to her report the details which looked a lot like a newscaster. We found just the right target. I can say we got lucky. As for the targeting, I'll have to ask you to provide me with the tracking data on an ongoing basis. How about the data line? Since we're talking about you, Fujibayashi-san, I'm sure that you'll be able to take care of it. It has already been arranged. We can start at any time. Fujibayashi was an amazingly skilled hacker who was nicknamed the Electron Sorceress in the National Defense Force. Even now that she had retired from the military, her skills hadn't waned in the slightest. Impressive, as always. Thank you for all the effort. I'm flattered. Fujibayashi bowed while seated. She had already made the shift from the ways of doing things as a soldier to a civilian. By the way, Tatsuya waited for Fujibayashi to raise her head before continuing. It was probably because there wasn't any change in his tone of voice from before. Fujibayashi was completely unsuspecting of what would come next. I heard that you and Hyogo-san went out together the other day. Hence, this line struck Fujibayashi with an intense shock. Together. No. Sure, it was just the two of us, but that was it. Oh, please don't take this the wrong way. I have no intention of getting in the way of the relationship between you two. If anything, I'm quite happy about it. I think it's the managing director who's taking this the wrong way. Tatsuya silently watched a red-faced Fujibayashi exclaiming at him. Don't bother trying to hide it, was written on his face. I'm not in a relationship or anything with Hanabishi-san. We just went to an exhibition the other day to see if there were any tools that might be useful for our work. The occasion on which Fujibayashi and Hyogo went out together was to an expo where a number of companies presented their cutting-edge nanorobot technology for consumer use. Rarely did civilian technology surpass military technology. It sounded plausible that they would go there to check out tools that could be used at work. While that may be true, it didn't necessarily require the two of them to go together. It wouldn't be all that far-fetched to suspect a relationship going on there. Hanabishi-san asked for my advice on the technical aspects of the electronics. I was also interested in the nanorobot technology. That's why. As Fujibayashi desperately tried to explain herself, Tatsuya still regarded her with a skeptical gaze. Chapter warning. Late in the evening on Friday the 3rd, Tatsuya paid a visit to Kokonoi Temple, responding to a summons by phone call from Yakumo. 3 years ago, in July, they had fought a serious battle as a result of their opposing intentions regarding Minoru, who had become a parasite. But there was no resentment left between them. They still practiced with each other from time to time, though not as frequently as in the past. However, for Yakumo to be the one calling Tatsuya for a meeting was quite unusual. Tatsuya couldn't help but become rather tense, wondering what exactly he called him for. A disciple awaited him at the temple gate. That person led him up to the main hall. It was there that Yakumo was waiting in the inner room. Master, excuse me. My bad for calling you at this hour. It's just that there's some bad news that I had to tell you right away. Tatsuya was sure that something urgent had come up when he was told, I need you to come here as soon as possible and I can't talk over the phone. Is that bad news for me? Or is it a big problem for you, Master? Although he asked, Tatsuya didn't think that Yakumo had fallen into any sort of difficult situation. Well, for both of us, I guess. That was why this answer came as a considerable surprise to Tatsuya. As Tatsuya-kun knows, while I am a shinobi, I am also a heretic monk of Hiezan. Heretic. The heretic kind that's reeking of blood. When Tatsuya deliberately remained silent, Yakumo gave him a nihilistic smile. As an organization grows, it will eventually need people to take on responsibilities that cannot be made public. It's the same in the monastic world. I don't think it depends on the size of the organization. But I understand. Tatsuya's expression suggested he was on the verge of letting out a sigh, but his tone was nonchalant as he ministered an offhand remark. Well, it's a kind of necessary evil. Though, I can't say it's all that necessary. Yakumo let out a sigh, though probably not for the same reason as Tatsuya's. And this time, the troublesome thing is that a younger disciple of a heretic monk got an absurd request. The Hanzen is having a hard time wrapping its head around it. It was quite uncharacteristic to find Yakumo showing genuine signs of being at his wit's end. Even though it's an absurd request, it's something that can't be rescinded, even with the power of Hiaizen. Exactly. Yakumo nodded profoundly at Tatsuya's guess. Is the client that big of a deal? I'd say he's kind of a big shot, but the real problem is the referrer rather than the client themselves. I feel like it would have been better if I hadn't asked, but I suppose in this case that isn't an option. Unfortunately for you, I'm afraid it isn't. This time Tatsuya really let out a sigh. Please tell me who it was. The head of this temple. The head temple. Hanzen. The head of the head temple. After gathering his resolve, Tatsuya asked. It's the one of the 4 great elders from the Senate. Kashiwa, Kazutaka Dono. He's referred to as Sensei, Yakumo replied straight away, without any pretense. One of the 4 great elders, like His Excellency Tudu. There was no shock or panic crossing Tatsuya's mind, but rather the question, why? Since he had been called here to hear of this, he guessed that he himself must be the objective of the request. But why would one of the 4 great elders like Tudu target him? Well, it wasn't like he didn't have any idea of what the reason could be. The other day he had Fumiya capture the leader of the New Humanity Front, a magic supremacy extremist organization, who was being harbored by Izayoi Shirabe, who he now knows was acting under the orders of Kashiwa Kazutaka of the Senate. However, he wondered if such an influential person on the same level as Tudu would even conspire to retaliate for something as minor as that. He couldn't believe it was for such a minor reason. So, Tatsuya thought, with his head tilted in contemplation, I have no idea what the reason is either. Reading the subtle change in Tatsuya's expression, Yakumo anticipated the unsaid question. But no matter what his intentions may be, not even the Honzen can cancel a request that came by letter of introduction from the Senate after accepting it. No matter how absurd the request may be, apparently it seems like this was something that couldn't be ignored. With that in mind, Tatsuya steeled himself. Please, tell me about the nature of the request. I want you to listen calmly to this, Yakumo stated up front with a serious expression. The head main temple. Hanzan, of course. I'm not going to lose my temper. Well, I don't think you're the only one who would in this case. First of all, the client is the National Defense Army's Intelligence Department. The Intelligence Department. Tatsuya didn't find this surprising at all. He had a dispute with the Army Intelligence Department 3 years ago. The details involve placing a curse on your friends. What is the intended purpose of the curse? Tatsuya's manner of speaking remained composed. Still, the tone of his voice had clearly dropped. It's not a curse meant to kill per se, but the sort of curse that drains people of their vital energy and leaves them physically weakened. Naturally, it's not a technique that directly affects the person. It does, however, weaken the body, making it more susceptible to disease and accidents from lack of attention. If it lasts long enough, eventually the person might not be able to get up, and even if they don't die, there could be severe after effects. When you say my friends, who exactly is to be targeted? The younger disciple isn't stupid enough to mess with Miyuki-kun or Lina-kun. Kitayama Shizuku-kun and Mitsui Onoka-kun are also unlikely to be targets since the Hanzan wouldn't want to offend Kitayama-shi. So, other than them, you're saying that anyone else could be targeted. It seems so. Even under Tatsuya's sharp gaze, Yakumo remained unfazed. The only difference from usual was a faintly puzzled smile on his face. The Intelligence Department probably wants to put pressure on you. After all, putting the curse on them is practically the same as taking hostages. He's referring to when Mikihiko was very unhappy that Mizuki was targeted. She is used in formal writing, and sometimes in very formal speech, for referring to a person who is unfamiliar to the speaker. Typically a person known through publications whom the speaker has never actually met. They didn't want to kill them nor seriously injure them, but rather to torture him slowly. On top of that, if he wanted to lift the curse, he'd have to follow what they said. Indeed, putting a curse on them was practically the same as taking a hostage. He would dare to say that the Intelligence Department wasn't concerned about magists traveling abroad, but rather about the fact that there were magists outside of the government's control. To them, a magist was an asset of the military. The idea of taking the family or friends of a soldier hostage because of doubts about their loyalty in order to prevent them from deserting was something that an old-fashioned authority figure would think of. So, Tatsuya thought, even though he could understand the intentions of the other party, there was no logical reason why Tatsuya would have to give in to it. Mr. I assume that dealing with the practitioner that is this younger disciple who accepted the request is a bad idea. Right. With the blatant way he said it, it was no wonder that even Yakumo couldn't maintain his calm outlook. I really wish you won't try that. His lips and the corners of his eyes traced the shape of a smile, but there was a slight twitch around his temples. Old organizations have a lot of built-up pride, you know. This could lead to war with the Ogamiyas. I see. I understand, but if I don't erase the practitioner, then it will make things difficult to deal with. The case also being that curses don't leave any trace behind. Ha 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 ha. Well, I guess you can erase the corpse, the evidence, and everything else without a trace. Yakumo let out a dry laugh. If that were the case, you wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to quickly bring me here. A person who performs services in exchange for money using teachings of one or more religious practices, but are not officialized members. Seems like Yakumo's goal in this was to prevent a civil war between Tatsuya and the esoteric Buddhist sect of ancient magicians. Perhaps he had been asked to do this by the leaders of the Hyazan, or perhaps by the so-called dark side of the Hyazan sect, all to prevent a major catastrophe from being caused by a rash member of the same organization, one way or another. I think it would do you some good to consult with the boy of the Yoshida family to deal with this. He's also probably going to be involved too. I think it would be a very stupid idea to try to target Mikihiko, though. Mikihiko, who was an ancient magician, was without a doubt familiar with the fundamentals of curses. He surely would also know very well how to break them. I'm sure he also has someone he cares about as well. Indeed. Tatsuya nodded in agreement to Yakumo's suggestion. Certainly if Mizuki ended up becoming a target, Mikihiko would get involved himself. Consulting with him about this in advance would be as much of a plus for Mikihiko as it would be for Tatsuya. I understand. I'll talk to him as soon as possible. Tatsuya bowed to Yakumo and left without even taking a sip of the tea he was served. On the next day, Tatsuya cancelled all his plans for the morning and came to the Magic University in the morning. Unlike his usual days at school, he finished up his assignments with minimal effort, parted ways with Miyuki and company, and headed for the Magical Geometry Research Building located outside of his major. Luckily, he soon found Mikihiko, the person he was looking for. Mikihiko had his back to him, but even without seeing his face, he recognized him by his build and his presence. He didn't need to use elemental sight to pick up that much. He appeared to have stopped and was talking to someone, whom Tatsuya couldn't see because Mikihiko was just blocking his view of them. From the glimpse of their hands and feet, Tatsuya could tell that they seemed to be a female student. If he turned his eyes on them, he would be able to get a detailed read on who they were, but he had no interest in prying into his affairs. So, Tatsuya deliberately avoided reading the female student's presence. Tatsuya wondered for a moment if it would be a bad idea to interrupt him. Mikihiko. Nevertheless, he was in a time-sensitive situation. Tatsuya called Mikihiko's name, prepared for the backlash of butting into his relationships. Hey, Tatsuya-kun, you came to the university today. The response to Tatsuya's call didn't come from Mikihiko. Peeking out from behind Mikihiko's frame, there was his old friend and comrade in arms from their high school days, Erika. Hesitation began to set in Tatsuya's mind. If the intelligence department's goal was to get concessions from Tatsuya, Erika could very well be one of the targets for the curse. Erika was more than equal to a professional combat magician when it came to close combat, but she still lacked the ability to resist attacks against the spirit. Her training in swordsmanship had given her a higher level of resistance than the average person, but she couldn't deal with attacks that were beyond the level she could manage with sheer willpower. Maybe he should take this opportunity to give her a warning in advance. Good morning, you two. Once he had put his worries aside, Tatsuya greeted them as he would normally do. The first period had just ended, so it was a little late in the morning, but it was still morning nonetheless. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, Tatsuya. You wanted me for something. Yes. I have something urgent and very important to talk with you about. Do you have a lecture in the second period? Yeah. But it's fine if I skip it. It's a lecture that's archived online. I'll hear you out. Spirit, mind, many students at the Magic University helped their families with their work. Not necessarily housekeeping, but rather work as a magician. As a result, it was far from uncommon for a student to have circumstances that required them to miss lectures. As a measure to assist such students, the Magic University had a number of lectures that were archived and available online for a limited period of time. Although it wasn't an open lecture, it was available to students who had registered for the course, and were available on wired terminals in the university. Sorry about that. Now, come with me. All right. Is this topic a secret to me? Erika interjected from beside the nodding Mikiko. Let me see. Tatsuya thought for a moment and immediately came to a conclusion. Actually, I think this might have something to do with you too, Erika. Can you come with me too? Erika nodded, with a light-hearted doke. With her and Mikiko in tow? Tatsuya departed. Tatsuya took the two of them to the circle room of the Unidentified Magic Research Society. This was an inactive circle that Tatsuya had taken over to make it his base of activities at the Magic University. Currently, the members of the circle consist solely of people related to the Yotsuba family who are loyal to Tatsuya, and the circle room has been remodeled with an emphasis on security, without the permission of the university. In the room of the Unidentified Magic Research Society, which has become a kind of extraterritorial zone, Tatsuya told Mikihiko and Erika about the matter of the curse he had heard from Yakumo the night before. Even though he didn't mention the Senate by name, he did explain that the Army Intelligence Department, with a powerful person behind the scenes on their side, was the main culprit behind the situation, and what their intentions were. So, we're dealing with a Miyako Ochi sorcerer, huh? That's tricky, Mikihiko muttered to himself after listening to Tatsuya's explanation. Miyako Ochi, what's with that? The word itself wasn't uncommon, but feeling that the meaning wasn't quite fitting for use in this context, Erika immediately asked Mihiko. Right. He isn't as many different names. I know, like the Tendai-san, or the Hakurai. Yes, one of those aliases is Miyako Fuji. That's where the name Fallen of Miyako comes from. That's why some ancient magicians call Hiaizan practitioners who have fallen to heretic ways Miyako Ochi. Just some of them. Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't say it's a common name. Mikihiko nodded with a bitter smile on his face. But I like it. I'll call it that from now on too. Then I'll be using it as well. Not only Erika, but Tatsuya also jumped on the bandwagon and decided that the enemy's code name would be Miyako Ochi. Returning to the topic at hand, if you're going to use sorcery as a stand-in for keeping hostages, I think it's more likely that they will target women. Tatsuya, are you saying that Shibata-san might be a target of the hex? Mikihiko asked back in a low voice. Any trace of emotion had vanished from his face. And Erika, I guess. The word literally means capital runaway, where capital specifically refers to the former capital of Kyoto. Erika frowned at Tatsuya's answer. Even though she was a complete collateral being dragged into this situation, she limited herself to frowning instead of trying to blame Tatsuya. Do you think we should be worried about Mitsui-san and the others? Mikihiko asked, his face remaining impassive. We can't say that there's no possibility of them becoming targets. Yakumo had said that Shizuku and Hanoka wouldn't be targeted to avoid offending the powerful and influential Kitayama Oshio, whose business circles had a strong influence on the world of politics. Yet Tatsuya had a different opinion. He didn't think that the logic of someone who had gone astray of their path, taking in the advantages and disadvantages into account before acting, could be relied upon. But it's probably less likely to happen than with Mizuki and Erika. But Tatsuya thought that the principle of attacking the parts that are easy to attack to accomplish the goal also holds true for sorcery. From a technical standpoint, someone with special eyes like Mizuki might be more difficult to inflict a curse upon than someone like Hanoka or Shizuku, but considering the influence of the organization associated with them holds, Tatsuya agrees with Yakumo that things like political and financial power can't be ignored. Nevertheless, the only difference was that he saw the possibility being low, but not zero. All right. Mikihiko's expression had changed from a poker face to one filled with murderous intent. I'll deal with Shibata-san and Erika on my end. Erika, can you stop by my place today on your way home? Yeah, I can, I guess. The quiet anger was intense enough to put pressure on Erika. As for the sorcerer, I'll figure it out, so Tatsuya, I'll leave the rest to you to take care of. All right. Mikihiko silently stood up and walked out of the circle room. Tatsuya didn't make any effort to stop him. Hey Miki, wait up. As Mikihiko exited the circle room of the Unidentified Magic Research Society, he was immediately called out to stop by Erika, who was chasing after him. I told you to wait. And, by the second time, Mikihiko finally came to a stop. What do you want? And my name is Mikiko. Turning around, Mikihiko responded bluntly. Erika frowned, but didn't pick a fight. It's not Tatsuya-kun's fault, you know. I know, I got that much. Mikihiko's voice carried more frustration than anger. Then, what has gotten into you? Erika asked, taking care not to sound provocative. It's because the ancient magician is a cowardly bastard who is choosing to curse an innocent woman even though she hasn't done anything wrong. If he wants to get a concession out of Tatsuya, he should try cursing the man himself, instead of targeting Shibata-san. Mikihiko's true feelings slipped out at the targeting Shibata-san part, but Erika didn't try so much as to point it out and get on his nerves. I think that would be impossible, you know. I don't think there's anyone that would be able to mess with Tatsuya-kun. I guess you're right. The harsh look was gone from Mikihiko's expression as he thought about what he would have done and came to terms with Erika's argument. Certainly, any attempt of a direct attack against Tatsuya was unthinkable in many ways. In fact, he didn't want to think about it. If anything, since he gave us a warning beforehand, you should be able to protect Mizuki Miki. You have a point on that too. Oh, right, and don't forget about me. I'm counting on you, Mikihiko-kun. Instead of calling him Miki, Erika instead called him Mikihiko-kun in a sweet voice. Her voice carried a certain charm fitting for her age, which stirred Mikihiko's mind even though he was well aware that she was just joking. You're all talk at a time like this. The one who said this while looking away was Mikihiko, who was putting forth his best effort to appear tough. It was after Mikihiko and Erika left the circle room of the Unidentified Magic Research Society. Tatsuya didn't remain alone for long. Soon enough, a pair of students, a man and a woman, arrived in the room. You wanted to see us. Tatsuya-san, is there anything I can help you with? At first glance, they appeared to be a pair of female students, but it was Fumiya and Ayako. Sorry to call you on such short notice. Tatsuya had called them via text after Mikihiko and Erika had left. Not at all. The lecture was one I could skip. Once Fumiya eloquently said that, and I'm sure you were already aware of that before you called us here, weren't you? Ayako added in a lightly chiding tone. Even without looking at the mischievous grin on her face, it was clear that she deliberately made it sound like an accusation. But while the tone was half-hearted, the substance of the sentence was spot on. Tatsuya had memorized not only both of their course schedules, but also those of Miyuki and Lena. That doesn't change the fact that I was pushing it when I asked. I'm grateful that you willingly agreed. Naturally, we did. I don't even need to think about which is more important, Tatsuya-san's call or a university lecture. Fumiya, you're sounding a bit too clingy, you know. As Fumiya answered full of pride, from beside him, Ayako let a slightly malicious smile escape her lips. I bet you wish you were a girl, don't you? Ayako teased him with an undertone that clearly marked it as a joke. If her brother were to actually bring up the idea of a sex change, she'd undoubtedly be in a complete state of panic. Isn't it quite the other way around? I think I'm able to do it because I am a man. Don't you think that men find clingy women to be too much trouble? In the past, Fumiya would have only been able to turn red and yell back a rebuttal. That wouldn't really amount to a rebuttal. However, the Fumiya of now was able to calmly counter his sister's teasing. Oh, so you admit you're clingy then? It's better if the man is clingy than if they are too loose. You wouldn't put your faith in a man who's quite loose with his loyalties, would you? Anyway, that aside, Tatsuya-san, could you tell us what business you have with us? Perhaps seeing the odds were stacked against her, Ayako decided to change the subject by asking Tatsuya the question. Late last night, I received information from Master Kokonoi Yakumo. It seems that the Army Intelligence Department is planning to set up a hex on my friends with the support of one of the Senate's 4 great elders, Kashiwa Kazutaka. Tatsuya didn't panic or feel confused when he was suddenly asked to explain. In a calm tone of voice, he relayed what he needed to say. On the other hand, both of the people on the receiving end had trouble keeping their composure. A hex. Kashiwa-sama of the Senate, you say? Ayako exclaimed, almost in a shriek. I still don't have any proof to confirm, but I'll bet it's probably true. Also, Master also has no reason or need to tell a nasty lie of this nature. That's certainly true. Fumiya back-channeled with some agitation lingering in his voice. But even if that's the case, why would Kashiwa-sama? Did he feel offended with the whole matter of Kurenai Anzu's capture? Kurenai Anzu was the leader of the New Humanity Front, a magic supremacy extremist organization. Only 2 weeks had passed since she was captured and smuggled out of the mansion where she was being sheltered by Izayoi Shirabe, who was working under Kashiwa Kazutaka. What intentions Kashiwa Kazutaka had in harboring Kurenai Anzu were unknown, but there was no doubt that by capturing her, it had smeared Kashiwa's reputation. However, considering what Fumiya and Ayako had learned from Tatsuya about people like Tatsuya himself, and Tudu's beneficiaries that were directly associated with people such as Kashiwa, Tudu Owaba, and the other 4 great elders of the Senate, it was hard to imagine such a powerful man, who ruled Japan behind the scenes, would be so concerned about the well-being of a single criminal. However, neither Tatsuya, Fumiya, nor Ayako possessed any real idea of Kashiwa's character. Having a lot of amassed power and authority didn't always translate into having a lot of tolerance. There was no denying the possibility that Kashiwa's character held an enormous importance on honor. That's what I'm wondering too. Tatsuya nodded towards Ayako. Then he regarded them both at the same time. So, I'd like to entrust the Kuroba family with a job. Not to us, but to the Kuroba family. Puzzled, Fumiya asked for a confirmation, to which Tatsuya nodded and answered, "That's right. That's because it's a job of continuous surveillance. I can't just keep asking you two to skip university lectures. What exactly would this work entail?" Fumiya gave him, "I don't mind" kind of expression, but before he could say anything, Ayako inquired about the details. "Surveillance on Izayoi Shirabe. I wish I could do it myself, but I have my hands full with another matter right now." By his another matter, Tatsuya was referring to the demonstration of material burst to both the government and the military. He had yet to share this with the two of them, but neither Fumiya nor Ayako asked him what the other matter was. What should we be keeping a watch on Izayoi Shirabe for? Instead, Fumiya asked a productive question related to the job in question, whether he will take part in the cursing or not. "I think that will help us determine how committed Kashiwa Kazutaka is to this." After answering that, Tatsuya shared with them the details of the information Yakumo had mentioned to him. "So the intelligence department asked for a sorcerer monk from Haizan, right?" Fumiya took on a measured tone for the confirmation. "It seems that he's not formally a Haizan monk. He's a so-called fallen of Miyako. Master called him a heretic monk, and Mikihiko called him a Miyako Ochi." Tatsuya affirmed in an indirect way. "Regardless of what we'll be calling them, are you trying to say that the sorcerer monk that accepted the intelligence department's request doesn't have anyone under Kashiwa-sama's command?" Fumiya seemed to have guessed Tatsuya's thoughts. "I want to make sure of that. In our previous task, we discovered that the Izayoi family is quite proficient in sorcery. So you think, Tatsuya-san, that if Kashiwa-sama is serious about retaliating against you, there's no way that they wouldn't use the pawns at his disposal, namely the Izayoi family, considered to be the strongest among the 100 families, right?" Ayako put her guess into words and asked Tatsuya for a score. "That's what I believe. In that case, I'll put together a team of people well-versed in ancient magic and have them in charge of the surveillance." Ayako looked pleased with the gold star Tatsuya gave her. "We'll accept Tatsuya-san's request. We'll arrange a surveillance team as soon as possible." Fumiya followed Ayako, almost as if competing with his sister, and conveyed to Tatsuya their acceptance of the request. Internal division. The proceedings of Mayumi and Ryosuke's trip to the USNA weren't universally met with negativity by everyone in the National Defense Forces. Even within the same army, they were split in their stance. Tuesday, June 3rd tossed. Approximately at the same time that the Intelligence Department learned of Mayumi's preparations to go to the USNA and held a confidential board meeting to deliberate on a sabotage plan. At the Independent Magic-Equipped Regiment in Arashino Base, movements that contrast with those discussed by the Intelligence Department were unfolding. Previously, under the command of the Saint Brigade, the Independent Magic-Equipped Battalion was reorganized and separated from the brigade to form an independent regiment, the Independent Magic-Equipped Regiment. At the time of its reorganization, the St. Airborne Brigade lent out a portion of Narashino Base. But this year, it was finally given its own headquarters within the same base. A newly appointed sergeant major was summoned to the commander's office of the Independent Magic-Equipped Regiment. The sergeant major's name was Watanabe Mari. After graduating from the National Defense Academy this year, she applied to join the same Cent Division Assault Infantry Unit, reorganized because it exceeded the scope of a platoon, also known as the Batutai, as her boyfriend Chiba Naotsugu. But unfortunately, she had been assigned to the Independent Magic-Equipped Regiment contrary to her wishes. Regardless, it was an all too common occurrence, not just in the military, to be assigned to a different department than the desired one. Moreover, for Mari, who had just been appointed, she had been through enough physical and mental strain for the past 2.5 months that she had no strength left to complain. Now, out of nowhere, she was suddenly summoned by none other than the regimental commander. Mari stood nervously, with her entire body tense in front of the desk, waiting for the commanding officer, Colonel Kazama, to speak. "Sergeant Major Watanabe, I hope you have familiarized yourself with everything here. I think our regiment differs in many respects from the National Defense Academy and other units." "Yes, there's no problem, sir." "I see. Then I should apologize for asking you this after you've just become familiarized with everything here. But I'd like you to leave the unit to go on a mission for a while. An independent mission, sir. That's right. Although it's highly unusual to assign newly assigned personnel to this sort of mission, I judged that the Sergeant Major would be a fitting choice. I am honored, sir. I shall do everything in my power to carry out whatever mission is assigned to me. That's a good answer, Mari replied with vigor in her shoulders, whereas she had stood nervously with tension before. As Kazama gave her a gentle smile, just don't exert yourself too much. Considering your capabilities, Sergeant Major, this mission shouldn't prove too difficult. Please tell me the specific details, sir. Mari's facial muscles didn't move, not in a poker face fashion, but instead her face grew slightly flushed. However, the reason behind this wasn't that she was happy with the commendations, but out of embarrassment at being reminded of her overeagerness. You'll be escorting a civilian during their trip to the USNA. A doubtful expression flashed across Mari's face. If such an important person would have a soldier escorting them instead of a SP, special policeman, she wondered why a rookie like herself was selected. In the first place, why was it that an escort mission had fallen upon the independent magic-equipped regiment's shoulders? If the military was tasked with the escorting of this key figure, shouldn't someone from the Saint Division be tasked with the mission? Those questions arose in Mari's mind. Kazama noticed the momentary expression on Mari's face that reflected those emotions, but didn't make any attempt to address them or ask her any questions about it. The person you will be escorting is someone you know very well. It's Segusa Mayumi-ju. Duh. Kazama knew that her questions would be answered once she understood who it was she'd be escorting. Ayumi. Yes, no. I beg your pardon. Sure enough. Mari's face showed a look of understanding as she apologized with a stiff posture and expression. Commander, may I be allowed to ask a question? But soon enough, another question seemed to come up. You have permission to ask. Yes, thank you, sir. The mission of this minor officer is to escort this civilian during their trip to the USNA. But is a high-level magician like her allowed to leave the country? Kazama peered into Mari's eyes. Under the unexpected strong gaze, Mari almost unconsciously looked away, but she fought down the urge to do so. Sergeant Major Watanabe, there is no law in our country which restricts a magician from traveling outside of the country. Yes. A dumbfounded voice escaped her mouth at the unexpected remark, but Mari hastily glossed over her lapse of composure. Although it couldn't be said to be a skillful concealment, Kazama, at least on the surface, wasn't bothered. As long as there are no laws and regulations governing it, there's nothing to allow or deny. There's simply a particular risk involved in a high-level magician traveling abroad that requires special attention. Sergeant Major, do you know what it is? The risk of abduction by an illegal organization, sir. Exactly. Kazama nodded with a contented look on his face, and Mari mentally let out a sigh of relief. Actually, there was an incident at the end of the last World War, in which the current head of the Segusa family was also an involved party. The reason why high-level magicians are asked to refrain from leaving the country is to prevent another similar tragedy from occurring again. Mari nodded silently at Kazama's words. The incident he was referring to was the one that involved the abduction of Maya, the current head of the Yotsuba family, by illegal Dahan agents in Taiwan, and that Koichi, the current head of the Segusa family, lost one of his eyes when he tried to prevent it. This incident was a kind of taboo that wasn't spoken of by students in either the magic high schools or the magic university. Nevertheless, at the National Defense Academy, it was taught as an important case to be taken note of by all future magician officers. However, the military has no place to interfere with a magician's departure from Japan under the guise of imposing self-restraint as a matter of course. The duty of the military, is to protect the Japanese people. Given the vital importance of high-level magicians to our national defense, we must take the necessary steps to ensure their safety. Yes. Understood, sir. Sergeant Major Watanabe, I believe that this mission will be a test case for the safeguarding of Japanese magicians outside of the country. I expect you to approach this with that in mind. I will do my very best. Mari saluted with her back straightened, displaying an enthusiasm that was anything but formal. Mayumi hadn't been informed that her trip to the USNA had become the spark for a plot. She had been preparing with great anticipation for her first real trip abroad, albeit for work. She had been excused from work since the day after she received the assignment to go on the business trip, so that she could concentrate on her preparations. At present, Mayumi was back at her parents' house in Tokyo, coming from the company housing in Aizu. Not surprisingly, her plane ticket had already been arranged. She was scheduled to leave on Saturday, the 8th. On the evening of the 8th, a week before the day she was set to leave for the USNA, Mayumi received an email from a close friend whom she hadn't seen in a while. While she thought of how long it had been, much to her surprise, in the email it was written that her friend would like to meet her at her home tomorrow afternoon. It came out of the blue, but Mayumi thought it was a good opportunity. The business trip was planned to last a week, including the time it would take to travel to and from, but the destination would still be on the other side of the Pacific. The possibility of not being able to come back to Japan had never crossed Mayumi's mind, but it was still nice timing to catch up after a long time. With that in mind, Mayumi sent a reply with her assent, without really thinking about what Mari's business with her was. Then, on Sunday, the 8th, Mari arrived at the Segusa residence at noon after having accepted Mayumi's invitation of, "Since you're here, why don't we have a meal together? Welcome. It's been a while, hasn't it?" She must have been glad to see her best friend. Mayumi greeted her at the front door in high spirits. "That's right. We haven't seen each other since New Year's. So, it's been about half a year now," Mari responded with a smile as she handed Mayumi a souvenir. But right after that, her expression suddenly dimmed. I'm really sorry about the graduation party. Mayumi graduated from the Magic University and Mari from the National Defense Academy in March of last year. A party and celebration was scheduled to be held at the end of March, but it was cancelled because Mari wasn't able to make it due to her circumstances. Are you still hung up on that? It was because of your job, there wasn't much you could do about it. Unlike the graduates of other departments of the National Defense Academy, the graduates of the Special Warfare Studies course, which trains magician officers, don't enter the officer candidate school. The reason for this was that there was a shortage in the overall number of magician officers, and they were expected to be immediately effective in the field. However, the fact that they were magician officers didn't mean that they weren't required to learn what was taught at officer candidate school. In order to bridge the gap between the institution and reality, magician officers were effectively compelled to undergo an induction program at their assigned posting, which begins before they're even officially commissioned. Even so, usually after the graduation ceremony, one would have 3 days to a week or so of free time. But Mari had been assigned to the independent magic-equipped regiment, and her preliminary training was scheduled to start the day after her graduation from the National Defense Academy. That was the reason why Mari was unable to attend Mayumi's graduation party. "Now, come on in. The table is already set." With Mayumi beckoning her in, Mari took off her shoes at the entrance. On that note, she was led to the dining room for guests. Although Mayumi said that everything was set, there was only cutlery on the table. Perhaps she prepared a multi-course menu, even though it was lunch. Rather than saying that she was half convinced of this, she was more than doubtful. But still, Mari's guess was correct. As soon as they sat down at the table, a servant brought out the hors d'oeuvres. "You know, it's still daytime." "That's fine. It has been so long since we've seen each other at all. Let's take our time and enjoy the meal." Mari didn't feel disheartened at the situation, but she felt bad for the cook and the servants of the Segusa residence who would have to especially spend so much of the day working. She thought, in this case it would have been better if we'd just chosen to meet up outside and book a restaurant. However, the business that brought her here today was something that shouldn't be overheard. The ordinary restaurant where they would have been able to have such a conversation wasn't one that Mari could afford. At least I get to be treated to a delicious meal. Mari thought so and decided to leave the work talk for after the meal. After a full-blown lunch that even included dessert, Mayumi and Mari had a cup of hot black tea laid out in front of them. It was still June, but it had been raining since this morning and the temperature still hadn't risen much. Thus, a hot cup of black tea wasn't particularly hard to handle. "Mayumi, I have something serious to discuss with you." "What's wrong?" All of a sudden, Mayumi stared in wonder as Mari returned her teacup to the table and straightened her posture. Mari took the reaction as her consent and stood up. "Segusa-san, on the occasion of your trip to the USNA, I have been given orders to escort you. It may seem unnecessary, but I would greatly appreciate it if you would allow me to accompany you." An escort. Mayumi darted her eyes around in bewilderment. Mari stood upright at attention, awaiting her answer. "Well, I have a few things I'd like to ask you, so could you sit down first?" "Yes, ma'am." Mari sat down facing Mayumi, with her countenance having changed from that of a friend to a soldier. "And if you could, I'd like you to talk to me like normal." But for Mayumi, it felt too abnormal to see Mari acting so formally. "All right." They had known each other for so long. Realizing that Mayumi would get upset if she didn't do as she asked, Mari changed her tone and attitude back to normal. "I can't tell you everything, but I'll try to answer as much as I can." "Of course. I'm fine with what you can answer. I'm not going to be so unreasonable as to ask you to spill any confidential stuff." With that, Mayumi took a drink of her black tea to calm her nerves. "Well, first of all, why would I be getting an escort at all? I'm just a civilian with no particular social status or anything." Mayumi started off by asking the fundamental question. "It's because you're a high-level magician, Mayumi." Mari's answer was simple and clear. "Even if, for all intents and purposes, you didn't have any political or financial standing, the mere fact that you're a high-level magician makes you enough of a target for criminal syndicates or espionage organizations. I'm not the only high-level magician around. If you were to provide every single one an escort, wouldn't you soon run out of manpower? The domestic and foreign environments differ in their own ways. Except for some exceptions like the mass exchange program 4 years ago, there hasn't been a case of a civilian magician leaving the country in the last few decades. In other words, you're saying that because I'm breaking convention and going abroad, I now have to have an escort. Aside from the wording, well, that's pretty much it." Mayumi's expression dimmed as Mari nodded. Even though she had expected some sort of obstruction from the military or the government with her trip to the USNA, she never expected that this would cause trouble for someone from the military, causing them to go out of their way, beyond their way, normal duties. "As for the National Defense Forces," Mayumi muttered in a muffled voice. Coming out slurred. Mari couldn't quite make out the words being said. When asked back, Mayumi restated the line she stopped in mid-sentence. "As for the military, wouldn't it have been easier for you to try to stop my trip to the USNA?" "That wouldn't happen." Mari denied it in a firm tone. "There are no laws that restrict magicians from traveling out of the country. Imposing self-restraint is against the principles of constitutionalism. Deviation from the rule of law is the biggest taboo that the military of a democratic country must not infringe upon." Mari then stated even more firmly. That display of hers was met with a look of admiration and praise from Mayumi. "That's amazing. Well done, Mari. You've only been officially enlisted for 2 months, and you already have the mindset of an exemplary soldier." Mayumi openly praised Mari without reservations. She probably couldn't bear the sparkling eyes being directed at her anymore. "Not really, I was just parroting what my superior said to me." Disconcerted, Mari confessed. "Is that so? That was still pretty admirable though. What a nice place you found to work at." Even with the truth revealed, Mayumi's positive impression remained unchanged. "Mari. I'll leave my escorting to you. Please take care of me." If that was the kind of judgment your superior made, I think I can trust him. Thus, even the matter of the escort turned to a positive light. "I see. It really helps me if you're willing to accept it." Seeing Mayumi's change of heart, Mari's expression filled with relief. Significance of the existence of Magic Evening of June at the Tokyo headquarters of the Yosuba family in Shofu. On the top floor of the building was Tatsuya and Miyuki's home, and at the basement lies Tatsuya's private laboratory. Naturally, this building wasn't exclusively for Tatsuya and Miyuki's use. Lena also lived on the top floor, and other people related to the Yotsuba family occupied the floors below. Offices and meeting rooms occupied the first 3 floors, while the basement contained training rooms and other research facilities besides Tatsuya's laboratory. It was already past dinner time and Tatsuya wasn't at home, but in the upstairs parlor. However, he hadn't received a guest. Given that the room was soundproofed, he used it to receive reports from his personal subordinates posing as guests. "Let me hear it, Damon." Seated on the sofa, Tatsuya prompted the man across from him on. He wasn't on a sofa, but instead was on one knee down on the floor with his head down as he gave his report. "Yes, sir." The name of the man who replied while keeping his face turned down was Fujibayashi Hiroto. He was the half-brother of Fujibayashi Kyoko's father, Fujibayashi Nagamasa. He was a ninjutsu user working as Tatsuya's personal intelligence operative. Although he was essentially Kyoko's uncle, Hiroto was only 2 years older than her. 3 years ago, the former head of the Fujibayashi family, Nagamasa, launched a surprise attack on Tatsuya, in an attempt to aid Minoru's escape. Hiroto was chosen by the Fujibayashi family to make amends for the deception to Tatsuya, not to the Yotsuba family. He swore an oath of vassalage. Since then, he has served as Tatsuya's personal subordinate. Tatsuya called Hiroto Daimon to distinguish him from Fujibayashi Kyoko. Despite being just a different reading of his name, it was a codename of sorts, as Daimon, Daemon. However, it wasn't demon, which means devil, but daemon. In reference to the background process, daemon of the Unix-based OS2. Today I observed Sergeant Major Watanabe Mare of the Independent Magic-Equipped Regiment paying a visit to Sagusa Mayumeiju at the Sagusa residence. Hiroto raised his face, but his knee remained on the floor as he answered Tatsuya's inquiry. Sergeant Major Watanabe. Yes. It seems that Sergeant Major Watanabe has been ordered to escort Sagusa Ju during her visit to the USNA. The purpose of her visit was to obtain permission from Sagusa Ju herself. Hiroto was a direct descendant of the Fujibayashi family, a famous family of ancient magician and jutsu users, and he had the skills to match. While he was inferior to his older brother as a magician, he was highly regarded within the Fujibayashi family as having surpassed his older brother in the art of intelligence and espionage. Because of this, eavesdropping on conversations even within the highly guarded residence of the Sagusa family wasn't completely out of the realm of possibilities. Moreover, since he was Tatsuya's personal subordinate, he could be used for missions that would lead to trouble between the 10 master clans in the unlikely event that the operation were to be exposed. This was the reason why he chose Hiroto to investigate instead of Fumiya or Ayako. Is Colonel Kazama, in support of Sagusa-san, going to the USNA? Shall I look into it, sir? No, I'd rather you not. Colonel Kazama is a master of Tengu Jutsu of ancient magic. It's not that I don't trust your skills, but you never know. Hiroto was older than Tatsuya. In spite of that fact, Tatsuya's arrogant tone was meant to emphasize the difference in their standings. Even if Tatsuya may have trusted Hiroto's abilities, as for the person himself, he didn't trust him as much as his niece, Kyoko. He didn't come to be his subordinate out of empathy or even as a favor, but as a member of the Fujibayashi family working to atone for the betrayal of the previous head of the family. And to keep him from forgetting that fact, Tatsuya felt it necessary to constantly remind him that he was the master. Whatever Colonel Kazama's true intentions are, I'm still grateful that he's willing to send an escort for Sagusa-san, and since the escort is Sergeant Major Watanabe, I doubt it's in her nature to collude with the intelligence department and try to frame Sagusa-san on false charges. Hiroto deeply bowed his head in a sign of acknowledgement. Tatsuya looked down at this scene as he stood up. You've done your work. You can leave now. Should I keep watch over Sagusa Ju's surroundings? You may continue. As you wish, sir. After bowing his head once more, Hiroto stood up and walked out of the parlor. Just as Hiroto was departing, and before Tatsuya could get up from the sofa, there was a knock at the door of the parlor. Come in. Excuse me. As if exchanging places with Hiroto, the figure of his niece, Fujibayashi Kyoko, emerged in the parlor. No. Judging by the timing, she must have been waiting outside for her turn. As for why they didn't present themselves at the same time, it wasn't because they didn't get along. It was just their way of distinguishing between work and private life. Fujibayashi-san, please have a seat. Tatsuya stood up to greet Fujibayashi. Then he offered her the couch to sit on and sat down at the same time, making a clear distinction with his treatment of Hiroto. We've received the latest data from Space Guard on the comet we discussed before. Space Guard was an international organization dedicated to the discovery, observation, and study of near-Earth objects that threaten to collide with the Earth. Established at the end of the 3rd century, the local Japanese organization, Japan Space Guard, was established at the same time. It was a non-profit corporation and wasn't part of any governmental organization. The source of Fujibayashi's information was the local Japan Space Guard, rather than the International Space Guard. It wasn't obtained through illegal means, but as a favor from a researcher whom she befriended after helping him with a little hacking, for which he kindly shared some confidential data with her. Its current position is at degree ecliptic latitude and degree ecliptic longitude in heliocentric ecliptic coordinates, at an estimated distance of 1,000,000 kilometers from Earth. At what time will it make its closest approach? About 2 months from now. Its plane of revolution will intersect the Earth's orbit at an almost perpendicular angle, at which time the estimated distance will be around 1.5 million kilometers. Whether or not she knew them in advance, Fujibayashi readily answered Tatsuya's questions. That's about 4 times the lunar distance. So, if we were using it as argumentative material, a near impact doesn't seem quite enough, right? Tatsuya looked slightly disappointed at that answer. No, I'd say it's dangerously close. However, Fujibayashi's opinion was different. At the end of the 10th century, the comet Hyakutake passed at 40 times the lunar distance, and Lexell's comet of the 8th century passed at 6 times the lunar distance. Besides, its size is quite large for a comet, and if it were to break up and change its orbit midway, we could find ourselves in a catastrophic situation where at the very least the debris would rain down on the Earth. But for all that, it doesn't seem to be getting much attention. Upon hearing the detailed explanation, Tatsuya tilted his head slightly to the side. From what my collaborator at SpaceGuard told me, the surface of the comet's core is completely coated with a tar-like non-volatile material, which accounts for the lack of a tail, and that makes it difficult to observe. Ecliptic coordinate system. Wikipedia Ecliptic coordinate system. Wikipedia Ecliptic coordinate system. Wikipedia tar Wikipedia. So, since there is no fear of a collision, the information is being withheld to avoid causing a panic. No, I think there's more to it than that. I have just finished a calculation on the orbital data I just mentioned earlier. From it, I assume they are debating whether to make a public announcement or not, and if they do, which media to use and how much of the facts to reveal. I see. That's about as good as it is going to get for us, Tatsuya muttered in response to Fujibayashi's speculation. After listening to Fujibayashi's report, Tatsuya flew the aircar to Miyakijima, despite it being late at night. Riding along in the car were Miyuki and Lina. Tatsuya had intended to go alone, but after a stubborn insistence by Miyuki, he was coerced into letting her come along. As for Lina, she got pulled along by Miyuki. Tatsuya's aim was the target comet, as Tatsuya called the aforementioned comet. His objective was to see it with his own eyes. The issue when it came to magic was that physical distance wasn't an issue. Informational distance was. That being said, the informational distance was affected by the physical distance in terms of the difficulties in the perception. In order to ensure the success of the demonstration, it was necessary to have a predefined recognition of the target before the actual operation. So, why Miyakijima then? To tell the truth, Miyakijima wasn't tonight's destination. This was the reason why he finally allowed Miyuki and incidentally Lina to accompany him. June, Saint, midnight. Tatsuya stood atop a virtual satellite elevator located in the southwestern part of Miyakijima, fully clad in the airtight, fully flight-capable armored freed suit. There was a large space station that orbits at an altitude of kms above the Earth. The virtual satellite elevator connected the satellite orbital residence facility, Takachiho, to the ground by way of a massive engraved mock teleportation magic circle. Engraved magic circles work by means of applying science to an engraved magic circuit that contains the information corresponding to a magic sequence. Or at least, that was the conventional understanding. However, with his breakthrough on the true nature of the event interference force, Tatsuya found out that this interpretation was incomplete. When activating engravement magic, not only science, but also push-in waves actualized the event interference force that were emitted along with the scions. The scions that flowed through the engraved circuits formed the magic sequence, and the push-in waves were what activated the magic sequence. It was precisely due to this understanding that the engraved magic circle had been improved to the degree where it was possible to achieve mock teleportation as far as kms away. By unraveling the true nature of the event interference force, Tatsuya succeeded in raising the power of the magic activated in his artificial magic calculation area that his mother had built in him with her magic, up to the same level as ordinary magic. However, his event interference force, which was the true nature of the push-in wave, was originally optimized for his specific magic, and conversely, it wasn't optimized for other magic. With the exception of the magic sequences of his innate magic, decomposition and regrowth, even if he managed to pour the event interference force into the magic sequences, a decrease in efficiency was inevitable. At present, this was Tatsuya's limitation. As such, he was unable to make the most out of the virtual satellite elevator. Alone, he wouldn't be able to reach tonight's destination, the Takachiho, which was at an altitude of kms above the Earth. In order to do so, it was necessary for him to borrow Miyuki and Lena's power. It was under this pretext that he had no choice but to give in to Miyuki's demand of, "I want to go with you." Nevertheless, it wasn't as if the virtual satellite elevator couldn't be operated without Miyuki and Lena. There were personnel stationed on Miyakijima who could operate the engraved magic circle, and if he were to ask them, he'd be able to reach the Takachiho without any problems. Likewise, Miyuki wasn't exactly the most adept at using the virtual satellite elevator. As far as mock teleportation travel was concerned, Ayako was more adept at it than Miyuki. By having Miyuki accompany him, including taking into account her voluntary leave of absence from the university the next day, Tatsuya was in effect just indulging her. "We're ready, whenever you are." Minoru's voice reached them from space, relayed through the communications facility on the ground. Although it was only an hour ago that he had informed the residents of the Takachiho, Minoru and Minami, about his unscheduled visit for tonight, they had both welcomed Tatsuya's visit despite the short notice. No matter how much they loved each other, they would still long for the company of others if they were always on their own. Then, "Please." Standing at the center of the engraved magic circle, Tatsuya spoke via his communicator to Miyuki, who was standing at the outer edge of the meter-long magic circle. "Have a safe trip." In response to Tatsuya's voice, Miyuki said so while courteously bowing, and soon after, his figure disappeared from the surface of the Earth. About 10 seconds later, Tatsuya was floating in the void in front of what was originally a gigantic submarine. It was the Takachiho. This satellite orbital residence facility was once a large-sized new Soviet Union submarine that Tatsuya had sunk, which had been salvaged and repurposed for space use. "First of all, please come inside." As soon as he heard Minoru's voice from the communicator built into his helmet, the airlock opened. It was located where the missile vertical launch system used to be when it was a submarine. Activating his flight magic, Tatsuya moved to the airlock and threw it into the Takachiho. "Welcome, Tatsuya-sama." Minami was waiting for him behind the inner door of the airlock. Minami's choice of attire hadn't changed since the time she had lived with Tatsuya and the others. It was a black one-piece dress and a white apron. Considering that the Takachiho's habitation blocks were under artificial gravity, a skirt wouldn't be a problem. But still, she wasn't a maid anymore, so there should be no point in sticking to this outfit. Was this a matter of Minoru's personal preference? Tatsuya secretly wondered on his own, but chose the obvious route of not mentioning it. With her guidance, Tatsuya entered the information center that had been converted from the submarine's command center, and there was Minoru at the console, standing up and waiting to meet Tatsuya. "Welcome, Tatsuya-san," thought she. "We finished identifying the target comet from the data you gave us." Being originally a submarine, the Takachiho was able to repel space dust and space debris to some extent. However, the same couldn't be said for meteorites and large-sized debris, which the ship couldn't withstand unscathed. In order to avoid such threats, this information center collects observation data from all directions of space. Not limited to data obtained from their own observation equipment, but also data provided by Miyakijima, and data obtained by intercepting radio waves traveling through space that were processed by the electronic brain here. "I'm fairly certain, but please confirm it yourself." The main monitor had the image of the telescope, while the sub-monitors displayed a wide array of data. The fact that the target comet barely reflects any light was already established. In order to observe it, a highly focused infrared laser was aimed at the comet, but the object itself lay million kilometers away. Even light would take more than 30 minutes to travel there and back. Even so, with the result of precise tracing, the telescope captured the reflected infrared light of the irradiated beam. The main monitor showed only a faint dot, but there was no mistaking a visual confirmation. The vacuum of space made optical observation a possibility. Undoubtedly, he wouldn't have been able to directly observe the reflected light on the ground, whether or not he used infrared. It was precisely because he was aware of this that Tatsuya had come all this way. "No doubt. Can you send the data from the sub-monitor over to me?" While saying this, Tatsuya put the helmet he had taken off back on. "Sure, I don't mind, but..." Minoru gave Tatsuya a quizzical look. "I'll go outside and take a first-hand look." Answering the unspoken question, Tatsuya backtracked into the airlock. The jet-black expanse of outer space, yet by no means void. To the left, it was the dead of night on the Earth. The light of the sun had yet to arrive, but it wasn't entirely covered in darkness either. The city lights twinkled like a cluster of stars. To the right was the glow of real stars. Unlike the stars seen from the ground, these didn't twinkle waveringly. Even though the light was distant and small, it asserted a certain existence. Or, perhaps, that they indeed existed in the past. Once again in the vacuum of space, Tetsuya turned his face to the point where the target comet should be according to the observation data. He manipulated the settings on the visor of his helmet and applied a filter that adjusted to the frequency of the reflected light of the infrared laser being emitted from the Takachiho. That's it. A tiny dot of light, like a grain of sand, was displayed on the visor. Although it was optically processed, the light reflected by the comet was reaching Tetsuya directly. An informational path was established between the comet and Tetsuya. Using this path as a trail, Tetsuya made visual contact with the target comet with his elemental sight. Got it. With that, Tetsuya was now able to observe the information body of the target comet at any time. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Tetsuya returned to the ground via mock teleportation that was activated by Minoru. And there at the virtual satellite elevator on Miyakijima, Miyuki and Lina were waiting for him. Don't tell me you've been waiting here all this time, Tetsuya asked Miyuki without trying to hide his predictable surprise. To tell the truth, I would have, but Lina stopped me, Miyuki replied regretfully. Beside her, Lina muttered, of course. Instead, I asked Minami-chan to let me know in advance when Tetsuya-sama would be back. So that's why. Once Tetsuya had returned to the interior of Takachiho, after placing an informational marker on the target comet, Minami earnestly suggested that he should relax for a moment. Tetsuya really wanted to go back immediately, but he felt it would be rude of him to refuse the tea. Herbal tea, that was made for him, so he just entertained her with a cup. That was probably just a way to buy time for Miyuki. I really wanted to welcome you, Tetsuya-sama. Should I not have? Well, I wouldn't say that you shouldn't have. Removing his helmet, Tetsuya gave Miyuki a gentle look. So, Tetsuya, how did it go up there on the other end? At this point, Lina somewhat forcefully interrupted, perhaps unconsciously out of dislike for how the situation was developing into a mellow atmosphere. I've got the target in sight. I can shoot at any time. Turning his attention to Lina, Tetsuya had the face of a warrior. Monday, June Saint. Tetsuya had been staying on Miyakijima since last night. Not to mention, Miyuki and Lina, in spite of it being a weekday. As expected, both of them took a voluntary leave of absence from the university today. The three of them stayed in one of the several buildings in the northwestern part of the island that were privately owned by the Yatsuba family. This building housed the offices of the leadership of the Yatsuba family during their stay on Miyakijima, which was located adjacent to and integrated with the building that housed the information processing and communication facilities known as the Command Control Room, which was used for the administration of the island, monitoring of the island proper, the surrounding waters, and self-defense. The adjacent building also housed a magic research facility in the basement, which was currently used as Tetsuya's personal laboratory. Presently, the three of them, including Tetsuya, were in the command control room, not in the living room, nor the laboratory. The three of them weren't the only ones there. Sitting in front of the communications equipment, where a full-time operator usually worked, was Fujibayashi Kyoko at the console. Managing Director, the line has been secured. We can transmit at any time. As such, Fujibayashi addressed Tatsuya.go. All right, now seems to be a good time, so please send it. While seated in a chair at the conference table, Tatsuya gave his response. It's currently in the morning. It was about the time when even the departments that worked until midnight would have started their work. There might be some who were at a meeting or out of the office, but those people could still just listen in at the most convenient time. Roger. I will send the message. At Tatsuya's instruction, Fujibayashi sent the voice message with the time limit for playback set to a.m. The Ministry of Defense was scrambling around trying to deal with a message that arrived out of nowhere, which had cleanly slipped through their firewall, as if one didn't exist at all. In today's intelligence scene, there were practical applications of audio and video that could be used to cause psychological damage or implant suggestions by merely watching or listening to them. Being ordinary audio or video files in itself, it couldn't be detected as a virus. For this reason, from the Ministry of Defense down to the other central government agencies, there were systems in place to quarantine and inspect audio and video files as well as to block real-time communications once they had been recognized as harmful. And that system had easily been breached. Moreover, the sender was far from being an ordinary person. The sender of the audio file was labeled as that Shiba Tatsuya. Tatsuya's message, which wasn't censored at all, was heard not only by the administrative vice minister and the chief of the Joint Military Command, the equivalent of the chief of staff, Joint Staff. It even reached the Minister of Defense. The resulting disarray within the ministry came from a lack of consensus on how to address the message. Despite the advocacy for severe legal action to be taken against Tatsuya, that idea was quickly shot down. There was no evidence to determine that said message involved unauthorized access. As far as the network logs were concerned, it was nothing other than a legitimate email. What could be concluded from the remaining logs was that the firewall had coincidentally crashed at the moment the message was received. A coincidence too convenient for Tatsuya, but there was no evidence to contradict this data. As for the contents of the message itself, there was nothing criminal about it. It just made no sense. In summary, the message read, "Tomorrow at a.m. please observe the night sky at the heliocentric ecliptic coordinates of degree, ecliptic latitude, and degree ecliptic longitude. However, direct observation with a telescope may result in blindness." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Inukai and Onda were summoned to the director's private room in the Army Intelligence Department. Deputy Director Inukai, what are the results of your investigation into the unsolicited message from Shiba Tatsuya? Yes, sir. No, first of all, we didn't find anything suspicious in the message itself. There's no evidence of any malware embedded, and there are no indications of any processing in the voice. I guess we don't need to worry about a ridiculous situation where a cabinet minister ends up in the hospital after accidentally playing it. The director muttered this as if spitting the words out. Inukai didn't lose his serious expression while Onda had a faint wry smile on his face. As for the point of origin of the message, it was sent from a private house in Fuchu City. It's a single-family house that Shiba Tatsuya lived in until the spring of 3 years ago. The owner is Shiba Tatsuru. He's the father of Shiba Tatsuya's fiancée. Inukai continued his report, making no mention of the director's soliloquy. On the surface, there is nothing questionable about it. That is, unless the IP address has been falsified, in which case we could use that as an excuse to investigate. Although we suspect that the point of origin is different, as you pointed out, we couldn't find any illegality. Inukai's back-channeling caused the director to furrow his brow. Anything else? That's all. Inukai was unwilling to end up leaving his supervisor in a sour mood, but he had no choice since he had no more information to report. It had only been about 3 hours since the message in question arrived to begin with. There was just not enough time to investigate. With his disappointment evident, the director moved his gaze from Inukai to Onda. The spot in space specified by Shiba Tetsuya matches a recently discovered comet. Onda began his report with the wordless request. A comet. It is an astronomical object that is presumed to be a comet, for which the precise orbital calculations have not yet been concluded. According to the present calculations, it's expected to cross paths with the Earth at a distance of 1.5 million kilometers in approximately 1 month. 1.5 million kilometers. Isn't that 4 times the distance to the moon? Having done some rough mental arithmetic, a frown crossed the director's face. Isn't that pretty close? Yes, the expert said it was exceptionally close for a comet. And that's a month away. Why didn't the information about this thing come to our attention? Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, the director raised his voice. Don't worry, sir. They also said there's almost no danger of a collision. But it wouldn't be zero. Was your source of information the Japan Space Guard? Yes. Were the researchers over there withholding this information? No, it doesn't seem so. They explained that the announcement of the discovery was delayed because the object reflected almost no light. I don't suppose the media knows about this. I immediately made sure they didn't share it, and they seem to be fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and are keeping a tight control on the information regarding this comet. Upon hearing Onda's answer, the evident urgency on the face of the director of the intelligence department eased, if only slightly. Potentially hazardous object. Wikipedia. If the general public gets wind of this, it may cause widespread panic. I want you to keep an eye on the media, as well as the Space Guard. Leave it to me, sir, Onda asserted confidently as he took on the director's instructions. Please wait a moment, sir. Inukai raised an inquisitive voice. though he probably didn't mean to sound petty about it. The fact that the coordinates specified by Shiba Tatsuya in his message correspond to that comet means that at least Shiba Tatsuya's party is privy to that information, doesn't it? After Inukai pointed this out, the expressions on the director's and Onda's face grew tense. Inukai as well as Onda remained silent as they watched the complexion on their superior's face. Is that man planning to do something? After the short silence, the director let out a grunt. Of course, if they knew the answer, then they would have said it. But unfortunately they didn't. On this day, Miyuki and Lena ultimately stayed on Miyakijima instead of returning to Tokyo. Tatsuya was planning to use the facility for a demonstration tomorrow before dawn, so it was natural that Miyuki didn't want to return home. And as for Lena, even though the date of her trip to the USNA, returning home, was approaching, after all was said and done, she was Miyuki's buddy, companion, friend, best friend. Together, the three of them were having an early dinner at the villa on Miyakijima. Tatsuya, don't you think it's time you told us? It was here that Lena asked Tatsuya about that matter. Apparently, Miyuki had forgotten about giving Lena the lecture. What exactly are we going to do tomorrow? And what is the original purpose of Material Burst? When Lena raised those questions, Tatsuya stopped his chopsticks with a slightly amused look plastered on his face. I think you already have an idea, don't you? Tatsuya asked back, as if to tease her and to test her. I want to hear it straight from your mouth. In a surprising twist, Lena wasn't provoked. Lena, what do you think is the original purpose of magic? But Tatsuya didn't have such a good character that he'd answer so easily. For example, what do you consider your heavy metal burst magic to be for? When you're asking what for, are you asking about the raison d'etre of magic? That's right. Faced with the unexpected question, Lena pondered over it with a bewildered expression. I don't know. Is there supposed to be a reason for magic to exist? And even if there is, who decides? Lena raised the white flag. Exactly. Tatsuya responded to her answer with a satisfied nod. Huh. Oh, what do you mean? Who decides the original purpose of magic? The reason for magic's existence. And if there is one, we have absolutely no way of knowing. If so, who else should decide the meaning of your magic but yourself? Don't you think so? Yeah, I guess. Though Lena nodded right away, she was clearly oblivious to where the conversation was headed. Let's get back to the topic. Seeing Lena like that, Tatsuya felt it would be a bad idea to confuse her any further. The amused note in his voice disappeared. I believe that material burst is overkill, no matter what battlefield it's being applied to. I have to agree. With the sudden change to the topic of war, Lena's confused face turned serious. But even so, this is still my magic. Instead of sealing it away out of fear of its power, I thought I should find a positive use for it. I thought that I needed to decide for myself what its original use was. So, that's what you meant by the raison d'etre of magic from a moment ago. Lena brought up the question with a pensive expression. Beside her, Miyuki attentively listened to Tatsuya's words with a similar expression. Dinner had come to a complete halt, yet no one paid it any notice in the least. It can't be used on the battlefield, and it's also not necessarily useful for productive purposes like, say, as an energy source. That magic is just too destructive. More energy wasn't always better. Too much heat was generated in an instant, which made it virtually impossible to convert the heat into a usable output. Material burst generates 7 to 8 times the thermal output of a commercial nuclear reactor of about a century ago. In an instant, from a mass as small as 100 grams, capturing that much heat was nearly impossible. In order to make effective use of that magic, I need a target to which I can direct all that destructive power as a power of destruction. Destruction for destruction's sake, for a purpose other than destruction itself. But there is no such target on Earth. Lena opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out of her mouth. However, beyond Earth, in space, there are ways to effectively use its destructive power. Tatsuya briefly stopped his words, thinking that not only Lena but also Miyuki might want to say something. But when he turned to look at her, Miyuki gave him a look that urged him to continue. The prevention of disasters caused by astronomical collisions. Although disasters caused by the collision of other celestial bodies with the Earth are low in probability, if they were to actually occur, they could cause tremendous damage, like the asteroid that caused the mass extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period. Lena asked, it doesn't even need to be on such a large scale. There are examples like the Tunguska event, Miyuki added. Tatsuya nodded at them both. Blowing up large meteorites, asteroids, as well as comets that would cause catastrophic disasters here on Earth and space to avoid impacts with the Earth. I thought that this would be the most beneficial use of material burst. So, I decided that this was the primary purpose of material burst. So that's what you're trying to demonstrate this time, right, Tatsuya? Lena said with an understanding look on her face. Astronomical collisions are a long-term risk that can never be ignored, no matter how low the probability. You're trying to show the majority the value of Magians by offering a solution, aren't you? Miyuki asked in a lively voice. There is that side of it, but the main purpose of this event is different. Tatsuya, however, didn't quite follow Miyuki's words with a nod. In order to avoid a catastrophe, Magians and the majority need to cooperate on a global scale in order to avoid catastrophes. That's what I intend to show this time. Seems like I'm still far from having an understanding of Tatsuya-sama's far sight and deep design. Miyuki realized that her misunderstanding of Tatsuya's intentions had been a misunderstanding of her own. However, she wasn't ashamed of it, but was rather proud. Chapter A. Show of Power of the Yotsuba family's buildings on Miyakijima that housed its central functions. There was an 8-story building that was remodeled from the prison administration facilities at the time when the island was used as a maximum security facility for magicians charged with a serious crime. Combined with the adjoining 8-story building formerly used as the administrator's residence, those twin buildings were often referred to as the Miyakijima branch within the Yotsuba family. The former was formerly known as the Miyakijima Administration Building, and the latter as the Miyakijima no Dodo Oda building. However, there didn't exist a no, or even a no building. On Tuesday, June end, at a.m., Tatsuya was standing on the top floor of the administration building. The walls and ceiling of this floor composed a dome-shaped display similar to a planetarium, but without the seats, which projected vivid and realistic images of both the surface of the Earth and space. Its original purpose was as a recreational facility to enjoy virtual sightseeing trips, but for Tatsuya, it became a targeting monitor. It served the same purpose as the main monitor in the command control room located in the same building, but this one was easier for him to use. In his hands was a rifle-shaped CAD. This wasn't the third eye that was created by the former independent magic-equipped battalion. Instead, it was a personal CAD, optimized for material burst, built independently by the Yotsuba family. It was called the Third Eye 2 within the Yotsuba family, and its name lacked any originality or flair to it, although some people were concerned about how could it be called the second when it had third in its name. But as far as Tatsuya, the user, was concerned, he didn't care about it at all. Right now, the universe was being projected on the dome-shaped display. It was a starry sky where the floor had been angled to match the orbital plane instead of the universe as seen from the Earth. Raising the CAD high overhead, he peered into the sighting attachment that resembled an optical scope. There he saw a magnified image of a star linked to the projected starry sky, a crosshair reticle, and the heliocentric ecliptic coordinates of latitude and longitude. After making adjustments to the CAD angle, Tatsuya aligned it with the coordinates of degree ecliptic latitude and degree ecliptic longitude. At the same time, he used elemental sight to get a visual of the target comet. The target comet was displayed as a small dot on the sighting attachment screen, only slightly off from the intersection point of the crosshairs. He made fine adjustments to the angle of the CAD to align the sight, then lowered the CAD for a moment. What time is it now? It's a.m. Sir. Tatsuya's question was answered by his personal butler Hanabishi Hyogo, who was standing by the wall behind him. Tatsuya-sama, why don't you take a short break? And this was from Miyuki, arranging the freshly brewed coffee on the round table that had been brought in. I guess that's a good idea. I'll have a drink. He had less than 20 minutes until the time of the operation. Since the operational test had ended well, there was some time to spare. Tatsuya decided to let himself relax for a moment. On his way to the table, Tatsuya walked up to Hyogo and left the Third Eye 2 with him. When he took a seat, Miyuki took the seat to his left. As Tatsuya lifted his cup, Miyuki stared at him with a smile as she placed her hands on her knees in an elegant posture. It hasn't started yet, has it? Just then, Lena came rushing in saying this. It's all right. You arrived before the scheduled time, Miyuki replied with her face still locked on Tatsuya. If you're sleepy, you don't have to push yourself, you know. Tatsuya pulled the cup away from his mouth and turned to address Lena. No, I don't want to. How could I miss such a big event? As she said that, Lena sat down across from Miyuki and asked, Is there any coffee left? Here you go, Rina Oju-sama. Hyogo placed a cup on a saucer in front of Lena and poured coffee brewed in a separate pot from Miyuki's. The name Rina was actually Lena's current official name. Would you like some milk? I'll add it myself. At Lena's reply, Hyogo left a white porcelain milk pitcher in front of her. Huh, is that a cad? Driving away the sleepiness with a swig of coffee and a generous amount of milk, Lena asked, staring at the third eye tube propped up on the rifle stand. Yes. It's a dedicated CAD for material burst, for Tatsuya-sama's personal use. You haven't used that magic since the time of Scorched Halloween. Right. The activation test of CADs is... well, being you, I guess there's no chance of error. The last time wasn't 5 years ago, actually. I've already done a trial run. Lena widened her eyes in horror at Tatsuya's words. Wait, when? It's not as if I'd be able to take a shot at a celestial body that is how many millions of kilometers away without any practice. Yeah, I guess so. Though Tatsuya didn't give a clear answer, it was enough to satisfy Lena. Speaking of new developments, Anaka's been acting a little strange lately. It doesn't seem like she was affected by any hex. Come to think of it, that is rather odd. It's like she's been acting superficial lately. While Tatsuya listened to Miyuki and Lena talking about how things were going on at the university while passing the time, the mention of an unexpected topic brought a frown to his face. I can't say much about her acting superficial, but I've been getting a similar vibe like what you're saying, Lena. How should I put it? There seems to be no real feeling in what she says or what she does. Perhaps this could be something more than just a passing worry. Although this was what Tatsuya thought. Tatsuya-sama, I believe it's about time. He didn't have any time left to think about it right now. He gave a nod to Hyogo, who informed him of the advent of the appointed time. And then Tatsuya briskly stood up. Tatsuya-sama, I'm terribly sorry. I shouldn't have brought these troublesome topics to your attention just before an important moment. Miyuki apologized to Tatsuya in a fluster. Not at all. I'd like it if you could tell me about it again later. But Tatsuya's mind was already completely focused. He had completely disconnected himself from Anaka's topic and was now fully and utterly focused on the demonstration he was about to carry out. This might be heartless, but for better or worse, this was who Shiba Tatsuya was. After receiving the dedicated CAD Third Eye 2 for material burst from Hyogo, Tatsuya stopped in the middle of the room and adopted the appropriate stance. The time was a.m. Now that the physical distance to the target comet was of the order of million kilometers, or light seconds in about minutes and seconds, any alterations brought on the comet would be observable on Earth. Therefore, the time of the operation was set to be at a.m. so the observation would be possible at a.m. So Tatsuya-sama, ... Shall we proceed with a countdown? Hyogo asked, as Tatsuya held the CAD high in the air. At the 10-second mark, please. Once he replied, Tatsuya peered into the sighting attachment that resembled an optical scope. The muzzle of the CAD moved with a resounding rustle before coming to a complete stop. It remained in that position for a couple of seconds. Tatsuya stood motionless as if he were a statue. 10, 9, 8, 7, and the countdown started. Tatsuya didn't move a muscle. 3, 2, 1. At 1, Tatsuya pulled the trigger. The trigger of the CAD in the shape of a gun was a switch that outputs an activation sequence. It wasn't as if by pulling the trigger, magic would shoot out. A magic of mass energy conversion that yielded a super destructive power at a target million kilometers away. Deliberately taking a second to construct the magic sequence for material burst, Tatsuya unleashed it upon the surface of the target comet. Unrestricted by physical distance, the magic activated instantaneously. In the strictest parlance of magical theory, magic works outside of the confines of time. The material burst Tatsuya unleashed was faster than light. Nay, it transcended the concept of velocity and converted percent of the surface area of the tar at a depth of meters on the distorted spherical-shaped comet with an approximate diameter of kms into pure energy. There was no emission of light. In the case of an antimatter reaction, regular matter and antimatter were converted into photons and neutrinos. The energy generated in antimatter reactions came in the form of high-energy photons, namely gamma rays. By contrast, Tatsuya's material burst converts matter into nothing but energy. The energy created by the conversion of mass was imparted to the adjacent matter, breaking the intermolecular bonds of the adjacent matter and splitting the molecules into atoms, the atoms into electrons and nuclei, resulting in a plasma of massive kinetic energy. That in turn partially caused the decomposition of the nucleus to the point of inducing neutron decay. The destructive force brought by material burst was mainly derived from the kinetic energy of the adjacent matter being converted into plasma. The surrounding matter came to contact with this plasma, which was then heated up, causing further destruction, thus causing an enormous explosion to emerge. And what happens if this phenomenon occurs on the surface of a celestial body? As a direct reaction to the explosion, the celestial body was subjected to a large acceleration in the opposite direction to that of the surface of impact, which would in turn change its orbit significantly. If the celestial body couldn't endure the explosion, the shattered fragments would be scattered in the opposite direction of the surface of impact. Upon the influence of material burst, the celestial body was blown away, ejected from its former orbit. At the Ministry of Defense, despite it still being before sunrise, the administrative vice minister, the chief of the Joint Military Command, and other senior officials, both uniformed officers and bureaucrats of less importance, had gathered in a conference room equipped with large monitors. Furusawa, the Minister of Defense, had yet to arrive. The monitor was linked to the largest astronomical observatory in Japan, displaying the starry sky at degree ecliptic latitude and degree ecliptic longitude in real time at maximum magnification. Every member in attendance stared at the large monitor in complete silence. As the time on the corner digital display neared a.m., the air in the room grew increasingly strained. What on earth is going to happen? Perhaps, unable to endure the suffocating atmosphere, the administrative vice minister, the top bureaucrat, let out a mutter. Not long now, Vice Minister. The chief of the Joint Military Command, the top uniformed officer, responded to that soliloquy, perhaps because he too wanted to relieve some of the tension. There were no further exchanges beyond that. Once again, a heavy silence and tense atmosphere filled the conference room. And then, it was what's going on? Prior to even trying to figure out who said those words, everyone present shared the same feeling. After activating material burst, the four of them, Tatsuya, Miyuki, Lina, and Hyogo, moved to the command control room. There, they waited to observe the results. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. It was there that an operator exclaimed excitedly, "Confirmed high-energy reaction on the surface of the target comet. Please hold for a moment until the confirmation of the change in orbit." And minutes later, confirmed disintegration of the target comet as well as change in the orbit of the debris. All of the comet's debris has drifted out of the solar system. The probable cause of the disintegration is due to the evaporation of most of the ice that constituted the comet. The operator's tempered report was met with a good work from Tatsuya. Then, turning around to face Miyuki and the others, "It's as you heard. It went almost exactly as we calculated." As he said this, his mouth relaxed. What happened? It wasn't until 30 minutes later that an answer came for that question raised by the chief of the Joint Military Command. "Excuse me, sir. We have completed the verification of the data kindly provided by the Japan Space Guard." Continue. Receiving the prompt from the administrative vice minister, with a written report in hand, Section Chief Onda proceeded to read it aloud. "A kilometer-diameter celestial body, presumed to be a comet with an undetermined orbit, which was on an approaching course to the Earth, has disintegrated due to the evaporation of most of its mass caused by the intense heat generated on its mass surface. As for the debris, it appears to have scattered towards the outer edges of the solar system. Intense heat. From where, exactly? No speculation has been given as to its nature, nor the cause thereof. At present, it has been labeled as unknown. That's all I have to report." Section Chief Onda. Seeing that neither the administrative vice minister nor the chief of the Joint Military Command seemed inclined to speak for the time being, Akiyama, the chief of the staff headquarters, addressed Onda. "In conclusion, is it correct to say that, with the destruction of the comet-like object that had the potential to cause severe damage to the Earth, The risks of a catastrophic event of an impact have been eliminated. Yes, Director General, that seems to me to be the most reasonable conclusion. And the aforementioned Shiba Tatsuya is implicated in this matter. No. Let's stop trying to be roundabout and say it directly. Does this mean that Shiba Tatsuya used his strategic class magic to blow a celestial body out of the solar system? Based on the information I have gathered so far, I think that is the most likely explanation. Onda's answer became slurred all of a sudden. His tone showed that he, too, found it difficult to believe, nay, to even accept, what he had just said. Breaking up a celestial body kilometers in diameter, million kilometers away, just blew it up. The voice that rang out was that of the director of the Policy Bureau, one of the top bureaucrats present. This was almost like the work of a god or a devil. Was this magician really a human being? We're inclined to believe that Director General Akiyama is also the chief of the staff headquarters. There was no answer. The conference room fell completely silent. After blowing up the comet, Tatsuya took a nap. Waking up before the alarm went off, he reached for the clock on his bedside table. The time was a.m. He planned to take a nap, but it seems he slept for 3 hours. Well, he took care not to oversleep, but the alarm he set the time for hadn't gone off since he had already woken up. So there was no issue. Perhaps he was tired. Maybe he was relaxed. Either way, Tatsuya let out a faint chuckle at his own human nature. The reason he didn't get up straight away was because he couldn't quite free his left arm. Tilting his head, he looked to his left. There he found Miyuki cradling his left arm in her chest with both hands, sound asleep, seemingly blissful. It wasn't unusual to see them sleeping in the same bed together like this. The reason as to why they had yet to sleep together was probably due to the fact that they had spent so much time together as brother and sister. I guess I could let her sleep until the alarm goes off. After looking at the faint smile on Miyuki's delighted sleeping face, Tatsuya decided, However, even if she was sleeping, there was no way that Miyuki wouldn't notice Tatsuya's gaze on her. As soon as he thought about letting her sleep, Miyuki's long eyelashes quivered, and her eyelids opened in a smooth motion. Good morning, Tatsuya-sama. With Tatsuya's arm still being hugged, Miyuki produced a joyous smile, and with lingering regret of having to part, she let go of Tatsuya's left arm and got up before him. Would you like breakfast? They didn't spend the rest of the night awake after the comet was blown up before dawn. They went to bed the night before at p.m. and woke up at a.m. It was from then on that they went forward with the mission. As soon as they woke up, they had a light evening meal as opposed to breakfast. But, being late at night, it was modest in quantity. A light one, please. Very well. Lowering her feet to the floor, Miyuki made a polite curtsy to Tatsuya as he rose from the bed. It was o'clock when Tatsuya made his next move. This was the time he decided on, as he figured that the person he had kept up until dawn would have started work by now. Please connect me. Have sexual intercourse. Sex, he ordered Fujibayashi, and a call was made to the direct line of the Chief of the General Staff, National Defense Force Joint Military Command Staff Headquarters, Director General's office. The occupant of the room, Director General Akiyama, frowned doubtfully at the call sign that appeared on the direct line of his telephone. He hadn't gotten a single moment of shut-eye since before dawn. He had been holed up in his office, trying to gather his thoughts on how to evaluate and possibly how to respond to that unsettling comet explosion. Not wanting to be disturbed, he had instructed his second-in-command, who was acting as his adjutant, to turn away any and all visitors and to stay off the telephone. While still filled with suspicion, Akiyama pressed the pickup button on the phone. He didn't speak, just curiously listened to the speaker. Naturally, there was a full security measure against hypnotic suggestion sounds in place. As soon as a sign of its composition was detected, the connection was automatically cut off. Excuse me, Your Excellency Akiyama. My name is Shiba Tatsuya. But when he heard that voice, Akiyama nearly jumped out of his chair, struck by a completely different sense of urgency. May I please have a moment of your time? Are you right? I don't mind. Akiyama forcefully suppressed his agitation and answered the voice on the phone. He was tempted to inquire how on earth he had connected to this direct line, but he decided to leave that matter alone for now. After all, the person who had been creating so many headaches for him was making contact from their end. There were other things he wanted to ask. Thank you very much. Did you have a chance to observe the experiment this morning? Yes, I saw. Akiyama was aware that his voice sounded hoarse. Before he continued, he cleared his throat. What on earth are you trying to do? What is it that I'm trying to do? Yeah, What are your intentions? Roy. I suppose the main purpose was to demonstrate the prevention of disasters caused by celestial collisions. As you could have witnessed, catastrophic disasters brought about by the collision of near-Earth objects can be avoided by means of magic. So, you're saying it was a demonstration of the beneficial uses of magic? Not exactly. It's a bit of a lengthy subject, if you don't mind. I don't mind. Feel free to elaborate. While saying this, Akiyama checked the light of the recording lamp with his eyes to make sure it was still working properly up until now. In conclusion, it was about the cooperation between magic technology and scientific technology. This experiment was designed to show the validity of that. Scientific technology port. I believe it would be more accurate to say natural scientific technology. In this case, astronomy. I believe that Your Excellency is familiar with the field of magic technology, so I will spare you the theoretical details regarding the magic activation process. Yeah. That wasn't a flattering remark on Tatsuya's part. Although Akiyama himself lacked magical skills, he was known for being the most senior soldier of the pro-magician faction among the top brass of the National Defense Force. The point I'm trying to convey here is that any magic will be of no use if you cannot recognize the target's existence. Akiyama stopped short of saying, "Isn't that obvious? Like, if we can't detect a potentially dangerous celestial body, we have no means of dealing with it." Precisely. This particular comet would have been very difficult to detect if it were not for the equipment and facilities offered by a very competent observatory. Once it got close enough to be spotted by commercial telescopes, it may have been impossible to avoid any of its debris. So, if, hypothetically, the dangerous object was one that approached from the southern sky, from a point unobservable from Japan, as like now, I wouldn't have been able to deal with it. Why not? If you have the astronomical coordinates and image data, can't you target it? If it's on Earth, no. Even as far as lunar orbit goes, it's possible to strike anywhere with just the coordinates and a visual. Akiyama felt a shiver run down his spine. With data alone, he was able to strike anywhere on the planet. Akiyama was aware of this information. Still, hearing it from the man himself, he was unable to shake off the shudder that crawled through his body. If it's millions or tens of millions of kilometers away, then it would be necessary for me to personally go to the observatory and observe it myself in order to be completely sure. There was a degree of exaggeration in Tatsuya's statement. It was in fact possible to establish an informational path using data alone, but it wasn't a lie to say that direct observation was more reliable. Since magic depends on the perception of the Magister, I would say that this represents not only a limit for me, but also a constraint for magic in the future. The word Magister was unfamiliar to Akiyama, but just before he inquired about it, he managed to recall from his memories that it was a new term being used by Tatsuya to refer to a magician. So, to put it simply, you're trying to say that if we want to avoid catastrophic collisions with celestial bodies in the foreseeable future, magicians must have free access to observatories around the world. It's not just about avoiding celestial collisions. Magic is a craft in which each magister has their own distinct area of expertise. If we want to be able to mitigate the potential risks and impact of a wide range of disasters with magic, then magisters must be able to move freely to the places where they are most needed. Akiyama felt that he needed to pose a counter-argument, but he couldn't find the right words in his head to accomplish this. Otherwise, many lives that should have been saved from a catastrophe that could have been prevented will be lost. It is imperative that magic and science work together freely on a global scale, so that magic becomes more than just an instrument of destruction and slaughter, but be used for the prosperity and survival of human society. Tatsuya stopped here for a moment and said, "And of course, I wish to see a future in which magic contributes to the prosperity and survival of our society." Is that a demand that magicians be allowed freedom of movement? After a pause, Akiyama added, "Your Excellency, Director General, the citizens, be they magister or not, are entitled to the freedom of movement. Why should we demand the freedom that we already have? I'm talking about the future of human society here. I hope to not see a situation where the information about a meteorite falling on Japan isn't passed on to a magister, and have the opportunity to intercept it be missed. Is that so?" "Yes." "Well, Your Excellency, Thank you very much for your time. If you'll excuse me. Akiyama stared impassively at the now silent speaker for a while. Until yesterday he was oblivious and uncaring about the risk of a meteorite falling on his head, an inevitable death that would surely come, in normal circumstances, if the world continues as it has been. But with Shiba Tatsuya's magic, it's a catastrophe that can be avoided. By neglecting the rights of magicians, they would very well be choosing to sit by and watch as a meteorite falls on Tokyo. This was Akiyama's impression of what Tatsuya had told him. On the afternoon of the ND, an emergency leadership meeting was held at the Ministry of Defense, with Furusawa, the Minister of Defense, in attendance. Thereupon the Chief of Staff, Akiyama, disclosed the contents of his telephone conversation with Tatsuya, and fervently stated that cooperation with magicians had now become more essential than ever. As to the restrictions on the departure of magicians from the country, Furusawa stated that there were no such laws in effect against it, and this young minister, who took nothing but the superficial legality of the matter as his point of contention, made it clear that the sabotage against Mayumi and Ryosuke's trip to the USNA by the Army Intelligence Department not only should be called off, but that it should have never happened in the first place. Behind Furusawa's statement was a sense of urgency that had been instilled in him from his meeting with Sagusa Koichi. As it turned out, Inukai's attempt to have Furusawa persuade Koichi had backfired. Chapter AAA Distinction. By the time Tatsuya and company returned to their apartment in Shofu, it was p.m. On the ND, Miyuki was the next head of the Yotsuba family, and Tatsuya was the president of the Stellar Reactor Plant Management Company. Besides the demonstration for the Ministry of Defense, there was a lot of work to be done on Miyakijima. As a result, by the time they reached a stopping point, it was almost sunset. Tatsuya not so much, but Miyuki wanted to stay on Miyakijima for one more day for emotional reasons. But they had already skipped university 2 days in a row, and they couldn't very well use work as a justification. Tatsuya could argue that he was there for Meiji and Company business, but Miyuki was there to accompany Tatsuya and Lina as Miyuki's friend. It wasn't that he couldn't tolerate any more absences from her studies. Tatsuya just wouldn't let her. At the Yotsuba family's Tokyo headquarters building in Shofu, as soon as they arrived at their apartment on the top floor of the building, it was 5 minutes later, to be specific. It was then that Tatsuya received a call from Fumiya and Ayako asking for permission to pay them a visit. Tatsuya decided to meet them at the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Tatsuya made reservations for 5 people out of consideration for Miyuki, as he felt it would be too demanding of her to prepare the meals for them at that moment in time. As a result of renovations made to the restaurant, 6 private rooms had been created where they could have secret conversations over a meal. These were for the exclusive use of customers affiliated with the Yotsuba family. Within the most luxurious, or in other words most secured, of the private rooms, Tatsuya, Miyuki, Lina, Fumiya, and Ayako sat around a single table. As for the seating layout, Miyuki was seated next to Tatsuya, Fumiya across from her, Lina beside Miyuki, and Ayako across from her. Tatsuya-san, congratulations on your success. With his rouge-tinged nails dyed in black nail polish, Fumiya, whose manicure was typically unisex and not uncommon for even men to get, mentioned the first words in a congratulatory tone to Tatsuya. Thank you. It seems that both Fumiya and Ayako have also been working hard. Tatsuya had requested for Fumiya and his team to monitor a member of the Izeoi family, a prestigious family of ancient magicians, and arguably the most powerful of the 100 families, namely, the younger brother of the family head, Izeoi Shirabe. Considering the task was to determine whether or not he was practicing sorcery, our monitoring regime was probably more taxing than merely monitoring his outings. Of course, it was unlikely that they were alone in this task, but it was likely that the Kuroba family's subordinates were the ones who did the bulk of the work. However, this job wasn't an order from the head of the Yotsuba family to the head of the Kuroba family, but rather a direct request from Tatsuya to the 2 of them. No doubt, the responsibility of commanding and managing the subordinates was left to Fumiya and Ayako, as they were the ones who accepted the request. The mental burden would have been far greater if they were on their own for the entire mission. That's part of the job. But Tatsuya-san trusted us with the job after all. Ayako, fully armed in makeup and a dress, replied while giving Tatsuya a lustrous smile. No matter how much of a beautiful woman Fumiya may look like, he didn't have the same appealing allure as Ayako. to which he just couldn't quite evoke. To bring this upon a married man might lead to the collapse of a family. Even for those still unmarried, unless the man was single, she might very well introduce a crack in his relationship with his girlfriend or fiancé. But since the recipient was Tatsuya, Ayako felt she could get away with it. Just don't take it too far. Tatsuya casually brushed off Ayako's impassioned glance. Fumiya's face tightened up for a moment, likely trying to suppress a laugh. He must have thought that if he laughed here, it would spoil his sister's mood. So far, there has been no sign of Izayoi Shirabe making any particular move of that nature. Fumiya put on a particularly serious expression and brought the subject up to Tatsuya, preventing further digression. I see. According to Master, in this case, the Hyazan, or rather a Tendai esoteric Buddhist monk, was contracted to perform the hex. It's unlikely that Izayoi Shirabe would be involved. Now that I've settled my affairs, if there are no indications that he received any requests until today, then I have no problem in lifting the surveillance. Izayoi Shirabe's surveillance was originally given to Fumiya and his team, as Tatsuya had his hands full until now with the demonstration to the government and military. Now that the comet has been successfully blown up, all that was left to do was wait and see what the National Defense Force would do, which means Tatsuya was now able to keep an eye on Izayoi Shirabe himself. There is no need. It's only been 3 days. We'll continue for a bit longer. Fumiya, however, insisted on continuing. I would like to take this opportunity to investigate Izayoi Shirabe in more detail. Fumiya seemed to regard him as a person to watch out for. Judging from the memory of how Izayoi Shirabe's magic gave him a hard time the other day when he was chasing down the leader of the New Humanity Front. That being the case, Tatsuya saw no need to withdraw the request. In that case, I'll continue to leave things in your hands. Afterwards, they moved on to a more friendly dinner with alcohol, discussing their daily lives at the Magic University as a table topic. The despicable plan of the Army Intelligence Department that consisted of placing a hex on the women in Tatsuya's circle in order to apply psychological pressure on him was called off with a voice of authority by the Minister of Defense. However, this mission was backed by a powerful person behind the scenes, by the 4 great elders of the Senate. Well, it would be better to mention that the original idea came from Kashiwa Kazutaka, one of the 4 great elders. He wasn't fully aware of the circumstances, or even about the existence of the Senate itself, for that matter. The young minister could easily order the suspension of the operation, but for those already embroiled in this matter since the start, they couldn't simply say, "Yes, we will stop," and everything would be settled. One of the deputy directors of the Army Intelligence Department, there was more than one deputy director, Inukai to be precise, requested for a meeting with Kashiwa Kazutaka to explain the situation and apologize. Sensei's words were that there was no need to make a visit to apologize. Inukai went directly to the lawyer's office, which acted as Kashiwa's representative on the very same day the operation was called off, and hand-delivered a letter pleading for a meeting. On the following day, he was contacted by the lawyer's office, and these were the first words of the call. "But if I don't, this would be insulting not only to me, but also to Sayonji. Please, could you kindly ask His Excellency to reconsider?" Inukai insisted, bringing up the name of the former army general, Sayonji. Knowing the power of the Senate, rejection from the 4 great elders was akin to a death sentence for Inukai. "Insulting, is it?" Sensei said that, "You don't need to worry about it. Can't you understand?" But the representative's stance was more blunt than one might expect. "Sensei is understanding of the position you are in. No matter what the details may be, it is always a wise move to obey the decisions of the minister who is at the head of your organization." Inukai didn't take these words at face value. Inukai understood Kashiwa's question by reading between the lines of, "Will you follow the minister's words over your own?" After the call with the lawyer, Inukai cancelled all his work and went to meet the former esoteric Buddhist monk whom he had requested to do the hex using Kashiwa's letter of introduction. Originally, the sorcerer had long since been excommunicated. Any respectable religious organization might allow its members to learn sorcery as a craft or for the sake of countering it, but it would never tolerate the practice of sorcery for the sake of harming others, let alone when it was for profit. The same was true for the temples and shrines, which throughout their long history have traditionally maintained an under-the-table presence. Excommunication was a natural step to be taken, but on the other hand, there was also the fact that there was a need for hexes. It's not a historical fact, it's a reality. And, in order to meet this need, a sorcerer had to remain concealed. that is, hidden from view and remained secluded, concealed by magic that twisted perception and cognition. This was why real, truly powerful sorcerers were difficult to reach, even with the investigative capabilities of the Army Intelligence Department. This was why Kashiwa's letter of introduction was necessary. And, having used a letter of introduction to make the request, he had to be careful in how he proceeded with things so as not to compromise the referrer's reputation. Now that he had to cancel the job, he couldn't just make a call and say, "I'm canceling the job." If he were to poorly handle this situation, he would risk incurring the displeasure of the person who wrote the letter of introduction. There was always a cost and a risk involved in working with a powerful person. Inukai was unsure. If he followed the decision of his organization, he would have to cancel the request. However, if he canceled the request, would he not be putting himself in the crosshairs of an influential person from the Senate? His representative said that there was no problem with the cancellation, and Kashiwa said that he didn't mind. Inukai couldn't believe those words. "I'm being tested." This thought didn't leave his mind. Between those two, he wondered, who did he fear more, the mere Minister of Defense or the four great elders of the Senate? He couldn't help but feel that he was being asked that question. It was only right after he knocked on the door of the hermitage where the sorcerer was hiding that Inukai finally made up his mind. Inukai didn't know the sorcerer's name. The letter of introduction only specified the location of the hermitage, and the person in question only referred to himself as just a Hoshi. Although he was no longer a monk because he was excommunicated, the word Hoshi, Wikipedia Hoshi, also meant a layman dressed as a monk. Thinking about it, it was an appropriate self-designation, so Inukai addressed him as Hoshi Dono, as he called himself. "What business brings you here today, Inukai-san?" the sorcerer asked Inukai as they sat opposite each other in the tatami room. Both of them were sitting directly on the tatami. There were no cushions or low tables. No tea had been served. "Hoshi Dono, it's about the request I made. Could you tell me your current progress? Did you come to urge me? I believe I told you it would take some time to prepare. And for that reason, I'm asking about the progress. When all you have to go off is a photograph and a name for a medium, how do you think?" Sorcery required an intermediary between the practitioner and the recipient. The closer the link to the subject, the more effective the medium. This was especially relevant if the aim of the sorcery was to interfere with the physical body of the subject, in which case, the medium should preferably be a part of the subject's body. Among the most popular were hair and nails, as well as fresh blood, which was extremely effective, where even dried blood could fulfill the purpose of a medium. Although a photograph and a name might suffice as a medium for sorcery, the aim being to disrupt the target's body, hair, or nails would be much more preferable for the practitioner. But don't worry, I'm finally done with the preparations. I can start tonight. Is that so? Inukai's tone showed that he was far from enthusiastic with the progress. Then, I assume it's fine if I proceed as planned. Keenly perceiving the subtle lack of clarity from him, the sorcerer reminded Inukai, "Absolutely. Please start as soon as possible." There was a pathetic feeling that flashed across Inukai's face, that of a person whose path of retreat had been cut off. It was A.M. on the morning of the 30th when Mikihiko sensed that something was wrong. When even the trees and plants are asleep. Very traditional, just as promised. Naturally, Mikihiko, who at this hour was sitting in full attire in front of a gomadan cast on fire, probably could hardly blame others, because it was at this hour that he anticipated the sorcery attack would take place. Mikihiko's family, the Yoshida family, was often seen as adept in Shintoism from the perspective of magicians from outside. From their point of view, the image of Mikihiko sitting in front of a gomadan may seem a little far-fetched. Despite the Japanese tradition of Shinto Buddhism syncretism, the gomaik was still a strictly Buddhist practice. The gomadan Mikihiko was sitting in front of clearly followed esoteric Buddhist principles. However, any discomfort derivative of such was mainly due to a mistaken notion of the Yoshida family's magic. The Yoshida family, with a complete disregard for which religion, what sect, or, well, even if what religious basis, had voraciously integrated a wide variety of magic into a single consolidated magic system. Shintoism was nothing more than the one with the most relative density among them. The same went for this gomaik being used as the countermeasure against hex. It wasn't something borrowed, it was part of the Yoshida family magic. And sure enough, the targets are Shibata-san and Erika. Mizuki and Erika had been staying at Mikihiko's house for the past few days. Ever since Tatsuya's warning, they had been staying in the female dormitory reserved for pupils for protection. This was why he was able to detect the hex so readily. I will not stand for this. I'll never forgive you for even trying to target Shibata-san. Nama Samanta Buddhan. Agnias Vi. The words chanted by Mikihiko were the mantra of Agni of the celestial fire. On Shrimali Mamali Mali Shushri Svifiho. Next, he chanted the mantra of Ukuzma, one of the 5 wisdom kings in Tendai esoteric Buddhism, which purged the impurity by means of purifying fire. He had chosen this anti-hex magic upon learning that the sorcerer was an ancient magician that followed the principles of the Tendai sect of esoteric Buddhism. Fire altar in Homa. Ritual. Wikipedia mantra. Wikipedia Agni. Wikipedia, no doubt a formally qualified esoteric Buddhist monk would either scowl or scoff at the patchwork of an art that it was. But Mikihiko and the Yoshida family didn't care about that. They only cared about how effective it was, and respected the style. The fire on the Gomadan flared with particular ferocity. Without a moment's delay, Mikihiko threw a small copper mirror with a charm inscribed on the back, not a blue one, into the flames. Kakemakumo kashikoki, izanaginu hokame, tsukushino himuka no tachibana vodo hagiharane, miso no gihara hetamahishitokini. And now, he was reciting the Norito. The temperature of the Gomadan was nowhere near the copper's melting point of degrees Celsius. Nevertheless, the charm inscribed on the copper mirror, which was engulfed in the flames, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, a sorcerer, tucked away in a shabby cottage on the outskirts of the greater Tokyo area, collapsed in a heap of cries of pain. However, this person didn't really die. He just fainted. June 30th. At the National Magic University campus. Miyuki, Lena, ... A voice called out from behind Miyuki and Lena as they walked to the student cafeteria after the end of their morning lecture. Oh, Erika. As the two turned around, they saw Erika running up to them, giving them a brief wave. Are you having lunch now? Mind if I join you? Yes, sure. Norito Wikipedia, although they hadn't had many chances to catch up recently, they had been friends since their first year of high school. Miyuki had no reason to refuse. I also don't mind at all. Lena nodded, and the 3 of them headed to the cafeteria together. The 3 of them sat around a table and exchanged some harmless chit-chat as they moved their chopsticks around. By the way, Erika, is there something you wanted to talk about? And near the end of lunch, Lena asked Erika, Oh, you found out, huh? Erika gave a smile as if to say, You got me there. I've set up a sound barrier, Miyuki said, encouraging Erika to talk. Erika wasn't one to shy away from this much of a stage set up for her. Okay, I'll tell you. I need you to pass this on to Tatsuya-kun. Mizuki and I almost got cursed last night. Miyuki and Lena gasped at the same time. But, rather than being a reaction out of shock at the sudden bad news, the expressions on the faces of the 2 of them seemed to convey more of a finally, or it finally happened aspect. Luckily though, Miki noticed right away and nothing really happened anyway. Erika then added, slightly easing the 2's tension. I see. So they ignored Tetsuya's warning. Those idiots, Lena muttered in a pitying tone. So you both knew about it? Erika asked with a I knew it look on her face. I'll be sure to pass it on to Tatsuya-sama. Instead of responding to Erika's question, Miyuki gave her word that she'd make sure to pass it on. I'm sorry for this. We put a stop to it right away. And then added, with a far too serene expression. Over dinner, Tatsuya learned from Miyuki the news that Erika and Mizuki were targeted in a sorcery attack. Upon hearing this, Tatsuya made a phone call after dinner and ordered Hyogo to meet him in the conference room on the 2nd floor. After the call, Tatsuya immediately left the apartment and got on the elevator. But as he got off at the lift hall on the 2nd floor, there stood Hyogo waiting for him. Hyogo bowed with reverence and made a motion for Tatsuya to follow him. Tatsuya followed behind him. Once inside the conference room, Tatsuya took the chair closest to the entrance. Without bothering if it was the top or bottom of the table, he prioritized efficiency. Then, after locking the conference room, Hyogo stood in front of Tatsuya and addressed him, knowing that he wouldn't sit down even if it was offered to him anyway. They wasted no time in starting the conversation. It seems that a hex against Chiba Erika and Shibata Mizuki was performed last night. Is that right? Hyogo narrowed his eyes. His expression remained calm, Only his gaze became a cold glint. Have you found out who the key figures in the intelligence department are? Unlike Fujibayashi Hiroto, Tatsuya's approach to Hyogo was polite. This was partially out of habit, but more so because Hyogo was formerly a butler in service of the Yotsuba family. Yes, it is Deputy Director Inukai of the Army Intelligence Department. Hyogo was able to answer immediately because even before he had received the information from Yakumo, Tatsuya had anticipated interference with Mayumi and the others' trip to the USNA and had him investigate. And since he had a history with the Army Intelligence Department in particular, he instructed an investigation to focus on them. Deputy Director Inukai. I'm not sure there is a deputy director with that name on the Army's register of names. He is an inactive administrative officer according to the register. He is an undisclosed deputy director who oversees extra-legal operations. I understand. Given the position, it makes sense that he would turn to sorcery. The expression on Tatsuya's face turned cold as he nodded in acknowledgement. Tatsuya-sama, how should we address this person? I don't think he's worth erasing. In response to Hyogo's question, Tatsuya thought about it for a moment before answering, but we also can't just do nothing. Yes, that's true. I will personally give him a strong warning. Tatsuya recognized Hyogo's counter-argument as a valid one. He then decided on a way of responding. Then who shall we send? Well, I think I will send Damon. That person, sir. Even though he was a personal staff member of Tatsuya's, Hyogo displayed his reservations of Fujibayashi Hiroto since he was an outsider to the Yotsuba family. Is that acceptable for you, sir? Then, if you are so inclined. But he soon changed his attitude. This wasn't out of sensitivity towards Tatsuya, but rather he thought that it would be easier to discard him at a critical moment since he wasn't related to the Yotsuba family. Thank you, Hyogo-san, for your hard work. Again, Hiroto was a personal staff member of Tatsuya's, and as such, Hyogo was in no position to give him orders. Tatsuya himself was the one who summoned him. I'm very sorry, sir. Then, I'll leave you to it. With a polite bow of the head, Hyogo left before Tatsuya. Inukai, deputy director of the Army Intelligence Department, didn't live in a government housing complex, but in an ordinary condominium. He lived alone, divorced, with no children. Inukai's circumstances weren't all that uncommon. For an officer of the Intelligence Department to live in an ordinary private condominium may appear to be a serious threat to national security. Both the Intelligence Department and Inukai himself were fully aware of this. His flat had only the bare essentials. The information terminal installed in his room didn't even have the encryption key to connect to his workplace. His mobile phone didn't have a work-related contact list. It actually didn't even have a call history function, so all he did was receive calls. He didn't even carry his government ID on his person. Access to the workplace was via a national ID card and bio-authentication. Although he had chosen a condominium with good security, he didn't install any special equipment that would have led to the inference of his identity. If he were to be involved in a crime, he'd be expected to take the fall for it as an ordinary citizen. As such, breaking into Inukai's flat was hardly a task for someone like Hiroto, who had mastered the techniques of the Fujibayashi family. June 10th, well past 0 hour in the morning. At a time in the big city when not many people were still awake, Fujibayashi Hiroto arrived on the balcony of Inukai's apartment. As soon as he trespassed on the balcony, Hiroto could sense that something was amiss. There was no sign of any living person in the room. He confirmed that Inukai hadn't left the building since he had returned home. And, from what he investigated, he didn't have any friends in the same building with whom he would visit at this hour. Something was going on. If this was purely an investigatory operation, he would have left at this point. But tonight he had been sent with the task to deliver a message from his master. Then, he must find and meet that person, even if it meant meeting a dead body. Hiroto carefully unlocked the glass door and entered the room without making a sound. Midnight in military time. Hours, or 0 hours. There was no light on, but it was bright enough for him. As before, there was no sign of life. But Hiroto's instincts told him that there was someone in the next room. Wearing the highest level of concealment he could muster, Hiroto crossed the room. Beyond the door was a short corridor, and then in the very next room, he cautiously reached for the knob of the door. But before he could touch it, the door in front of his eyes swung open into the corridor. In the distance, there was a figure with absolutely zero presence. Hiroto reflexively shifted to a fighting stance. The other side also took a stance ready to attack, but we avoided a conflict at the critical moment. You did well to avoid a fight. Early on the morning of the Tatsuya faced Hiroto, who was kneeling on the floor of the training facility in the condominium. He was in the middle of an early morning workout when Hiroto stormed in and said, "I have a pressing concern that I need to report to you," causing him to interrupt his training to listen to the report. I don't take any pride in it, but I suspect it was just because we were both skilled enough to recognize each other through the dim light. So Major Yanaji also knew who you were. Last night, or more accurately, just after midnight of this day, Hiroto had run into Major Yanaji of the Independent Magic-Equipped Regiment at Inukai's flat. Tatsuya was well aware that he was an expert in hand-to-hand combat. I can only say I was lucky. If we had proceeded to fight, I'm not confident that I would have survived. Hiroto had no arguments against Tatsuya's assessment. With Yanaji as his opponent, Hiroto knew he had no chance in a fight against him while indoors, where the scaffolding was flat and escape was limited. So, did you get to meet Inukai? Tatsuya didn't decide to change the subject because he was concerned about Hiroto's worries. It was simply because he didn't want to waste any more time. I've identified the body. With Hiroto's reply, for an instant Tatsuya's eyebrows arched, and then fell back. It was the only emotional response Tatsuya could muster. It was Major Yanaji, Tatsuya asked in a calm voice, according to his own words. With such an expression, Hiroto replied with an affirmative. Tatsuya-sama, I have a message for you from Major Yanaji. And then he added, Tell me. Tell me. Tatsuya urged him to continue. Yes, sir. The National Defense Force's reckless actions have been put to an end by the National Defense Force. We hope this will convince you, is what he said. That's an uncharacteristic overreaction from Colonel Kazama. Tatsuya muttered bitterly to himself after hearing this. In his mind, he wondered, is Kazama that cautious of me? With all due respect, sir, I think it's a fair assessment to say this is them taking clear responsibility for the hex. Although he may not have read his mind, Hiroto offered his own rejoinder to Tatsuya's thoughts. His words were laced with negative feelings regarding hex. Even though ancient magicians like Kazama and Hiroto recognized the value of sorcery, their disgust toward the act of cursing someone probably posed a stronger impact on their evaluation. I'll take that into consideration. Damon, good work. At the words of appreciation, Hiroto bowed his head deeply. He stood up, keeping his head down, and left before Tatsuya. On the same day, Hyogo reported the Minister of Defense's decision that interference with the travel of magicians to the USNA wouldn't be tolerated, which Tatsuya and the others could understand to mean that the hex against Mizuki and the others was an outright violation of this order. Tatsuya himself didn't have any desire to further aggravate the situation. These series of events went beyond simply removing the obstacles to Mayumi and Ryosuke's trip to the USNA. It also opened the door to a number of de facto limitations on the ability of magicians to leave the country. However, it would be a long time before this became widely known. Saturday, June 8th. Being personally exempted for now, Mayumi and Ryosuke boarded a flight from Tokyo Bay Maritime International Airport for the Vancouver International Airport in the USNA, and, on the following day, a transport plane with Lina on board took off from Zama Base. Case Ichumasaki, Camouflaged Love. Monday, June. Miyuki and Tatsuya went to the Magic University together, and this time around there was no sign of Lina next to Miyuki. This was a rather unusual occurrence. Ever since she entered the university, Lina has always been standing by Miyuki's side, as if filling in for Tatsuya's almost constant absence on campus. So much so that there have been rumors of a special relationship between them. Rumors and falsehoods aside, there was certainly a special relationship between Miyuki and Lina. Miyuki, as the next head of the Yotsuba family, used the power of the Yotsuba family to give Lina a place where she could belong. Lina acted as a bodyguard for Miyuki in place of Tatsuya when he was unable to accompany her. This relationship hasn't changed, even now that Lina has become a naturalized Japanese citizen. On the family register alone, Lina's father was Tudu Aoba, but in a sense, Tudu was only lending his name, all with the pretext of keeping the strategic class magician Angie Sirius's in Japan. With Tudu being her father-in-law, there was no fear that someone under the thumb of the USNA might try to subvert this. However, All Tudu had done for Lena was to grant her a family register upon her naturalization. He didn't provide her with any financial support whatsoever. Lena was capable of becoming financially independent at any time if she so chose to do so, as her official status wasn't that of the strategic class magician Angie Sirius, but as a student of the Magic University as Angelina Kudu Shields. Now, Tudu Rena, she couldn't pursue a career as a magician. However, there were plenty of ways for her to make a living without having to be a magician, be it as a model, a celebrity, as a TV personality, or as a material. Incidentally, as a brief mention, material refers to becoming a base model for CG idols. From a standpoint of protecting the privacy of minors, almost all of the so-called shoujo idols and almost, if not all of the shonen idols had been replaced with CG models that were almost indistinguishable from real people. Nevertheless, Lena still prioritized her sense of duty from the circumstances that led her to defect during the Stars Rebellion, and also, although she herself may not have liked to admit it, her friendship with Miyuki. She chose to act as Miyuki's bodyguard in place of Tatsuya, who could no longer always be by her side. In a sense, Lena had her livelihood guaranteed as compensation. The fact that the Yotsuba family was taking care of her financially wasn't a unilateral benefit, but a remuneration for her service. At least, that was how many in the Yotsuba family saw it, and that was how Tatsuya intended it to be. As for Miyuki and Lena themselves, they had their own feelings about it. It was under such circumstances that Miyuki had always had Lena next to her since she entered university, and with Lena there, Tatsuya was able to focus on his work without any worries. And now that Lena was away, it was hardly surprising that Tatsuya would move back to Miyuki's side. However, to the students who had grown used to Tatsuya's absence and Lena's presence for the past 2 years or so, the sight of Miyuki happily walking arm in arm with Tatsuya by themselves was a great shock. At noon on this day, Tatsuya headed for the main gate of the university with Miyuki in tow. Rather than going home, they had decided to have lunch off campus. In front of the main gate of the Magic University was a T-junction, where the road that ran along the wall on both sides met the paths leading directly to the campus. And, at this gate, Tatsuya and company came across the duo of Ichiju Masaki and Kichijuji Shinkuru, with 5 or 6 female students in tow. At the sight of Tatsuya and the others, Masaki had a look of astonishment on his face, but this was soon replaced with a happy smile. "Shiba-san, I see you're with Shiba today." Masaki calls Miyuki Shiba-san and Tatsuya Shiba. Since both Tatsuya and Miyuki were aware of this, they were not confused. "Good afternoon, Ishizu-san. Are you having lunch now?" As they were walking, Miyuki asked Masaki, who was approaching from the other side of Tatsuya. "Yeah. Shiba-san, are you going out today as well?" "Yes. We thought we'd splurge a bit today." "We had the same idea. Would you like to join us?" Up to this point, Masaki had been keeping Tatsuya out of the conversation. However, Masaki's eyes were glancing at Tatsuya, gauging his reaction. "Do you mean us?" Miyuki asked as she sought Tatsuya's opinion with her eyes. "Ichiju, you already have your companions over there." "Indeed. I believe they wouldn't feel comfortable if we were to join them, so I think it's best if we pass for today." After Tatsuya directed his words at Masaki, Miyuki returned to him with a refusal. "I see. Then, maybe next time." They were already well past the main gate. Masaki said it with surprising ease as he led Kichijuji and a group of female students away from Miyuki. Tatsuya took Miyuki and walked in the opposite direction from Masaki's group. "Masaki, what was that all about?" As soon as Tatsuya's duo left, Kichijuji asked Masaki in a reproachful tone. What? As for Masaki's tone, though it wasn't quite candid, it was clear to Kichijuji that he was feigning ignorance. That back there was just rude in so many ways. To those two and to everyone else here for that matter. "I guess so. You guess. Masaki, you become a bit strange when she's around. You have already been this way since before, but now it's getting even worse. I can't even say that it's just a bit anymore." "Maybe so." Masaki turned away from Kichijuji as Kichijoji raised his voice at him and looked back to the group of female students behind them. "Kiri Dadoi," he called out to a junior who was a year younger than him, whose name was Suruga Kiri, a junior in a double sense, since she was also from third high. Being a relative from his mother's side, She was also the leader of the gang of women who hung around Masaki. Yes, although not necessarily because she was his junior, she had a fairly obedient attitude towards Masaki, or rather, an impression of obedience towards him. I'm sorry I made you feel uncomfortable. With Kichijuji expressing surprise at the ease with which Masaki apologized. For the person receiving the apology herself, Kiri simply replied, "No, not at all," in a reserved manner. To everyone else, too. My bad. I'll treat you guys to something nice as an apology. Kiri aside, the rest of the female students raised cheers of delight with a heart. Don't say that. We'll be late for the afternoon lecture again. Kichijuji grumbled, not so much in a frank advice capacity as in resignation. Kiri, who didn't raise a cheer, said in a quiet voice, "Thank you very much," with a smile. By the beginning of July, the surrounding students had become used to having Tatsuya attend school every day in Lena's absence. Concurrently, Tatsuya was frequently asked by Lena's fans, and Miyuki by Lena's friends alike, about when she would be returning to the university. Around next week or so, instead of directly asking Tatsuya or Miyuki about Lena's schedule, Masaki overheard about it through a friend. "So, I heard she's apparently returning home to America." "Ooh, so, she managed to travel to the USNA. Did she get some special permission because it's her homeland?" His friends continued chatting about Lena. Masaki listened absent-mindedly. Kichijuji was currently doing something on his own. Nobody noticed that Masaki's mind was somewhere else. But then wouldn't she not be able to return from there? Isn't the USNA the same in respect to the fact that they practically forbid magicians from leaving the country? No, I don't think so. Shield-san is already a naturalized Japanese citizen. Her official name is Tudu Rina-san, I think. So, now that she holds citizenship here, I don't think the USNA can try to prevent her from returning to Japan. I don't know about that. There shouldn't be many magicians in the USNA who are as high level as her. Do you think they could try to force her to stay? What do you think, Ichidu? That'd be a problem. With the question being suddenly raised at him, Masaki replied in a stronger tone than he intended. Isha. Because of his fierceness, his friends looked at him with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Oh no. It's just that Shield-san has been a Japanese magician ever since she was naturalized. If they were to try to prevent a Japanese citizen from returning, it would be a serious threat to the reputation of our country. I see now. The 10 master clans, as representatives of the Japanese magic community, wouldn't tolerate that. The argument Masaki came up with, in the spur of the moment, was enough to convince his friends. On the other hand, Masaki himself was feeling a sense of urgency of, I have to check. After the end of the last lecture of the day, Masaki walked around the campus looking for someone he knew who should know the details about the situation. He thought he might find this person in his seminar room, or in the club room. But there was also the possibility that they had already gone home. His impatience made his pace become more and more hurried. On the way, he happened to see Kiri walking among a group of her classmates, and Masaki's pace involuntarily slowed. Unlike when she was around his group of female admirers, Kiri had a relaxed smile on her face. Masaki felt a sudden pang of sadness well up inside him. Even so, he wasn't at the age where he'd be moved to tears. But perhaps 5 years earlier, this would have been enough to bring some tears to his eyes. He always knew that Kiri was pushing herself whenever she was around him, especially right after she enrolled at the university. Being a relative and a junior at that, Masaki had known Kiri since before she started high school. They had known each other fairly well for a long time. This was why he immediately noticed a change in her around the time she enrolled at the Magic University. The Kiri that Masaki used to know, that followed him closely around, was no more. She no longer got self-conscious when around him, nor did she show any signs of constantly watching whatever expression he had on his face. In the past, she used to always smile like that. She wasn't so much of a striking beauty, but she made him feel at ease when in her company whenever she used her old expression that had a certain air of homeliness to it. She was considerate, but she wasn't a person who would look out for every little thing about others. Masaki had some idea of the reason behind her change. He also knew that it had nothing to do with him. Masaki retraced his steps and turned off to the side. Though it was a long detour, he didn't want to speak to Kiri at the moment. The two people Masaki was looking for, Tatsuya and Miyuki, were in their seminar laboratory. Apparently, having a break right now, the seminar students gathered around one table with a variety of drinks, such as cold green tea, juice, iced coffee, and iced teacups in front of them. Shiba, may I have a word with you? Some laboratories were off-limits to outsiders, but those were clearly marked with a sign on the door. Higashiyama's seminar room wasn't so strict. And, since the sliding door of the entrance was left open, Masaki walked into the room without a word of caution and addressed Tatsuya. "Yeah, it's fine." Tatsuya promptly stood up. "Is the hallway okay?" He didn't ask Masaki why because he wasn't planning on going far. "Yeah, no problem." Masaki himself had the same intention from the start. "That news is wrong, you see. Lena is still in the country. I can't tell you where, though." Tatsuya flatly lied to Masaki, who had asked him about the possibility of Lena not being able to return to Japan, based on the rumors he had heard about her from his friends from the corridor window. Lena's trip to the USNA wasn't made by legitimate means. She traveled to the USNA without a passport, entering the USNA with a fake ID made by the military there. The same would apply for her return. She wasn't even supposed to be recognized as having been to the USNA. Is that really so? You can even check the departure records. They'll let you have access to them, right? By normal procedure, a third party wasn't allowed to access immigration records, but there were always extra legal loopholes. Being a nationally recognized strategic class magician, Masaki should have the pull for that. "No, I'm not going to go that far, but in that case, why are there rumors of her going to America?" Miyuki explained to her friends that she's out on an errand for her home country. So maybe it's a misunderstanding. "No, a USNA errand. I know I'm not supposed to ask this, but what is she doing for America?" "I can't comment, of course. It's a private matter, even if she isn't a magister." Masaki didn't persist in digging into Lena's background. "And what about Shield-san coming back next week?" Instead, he was concerned about the date when Lena would return to the university. "There are no changes in that schedule. Do you have any business with Lena?" "No, it's not really that, just..." Masaki's speech abruptly became vague when Tatsuya questioned him. "Ichiju, daughter. Don't tell me that you're thinking that when Lena comes back to the university, that I would simply disappear from Miyuki's side." "I'm not." There was a brief but hard-to-ignore pause before Masaki gave his denial. "You know, I'm really not up for any more fistfights," Tatsuya emphasized with an exasperated voice. "Of course." This time, Masaki answered without any pause. Tsuruga Kiri was waiting for Masaki at the entrance of the Department of Fundamental Magic Studies building, where Higashiyama's laboratory was located. "Masaki-san." That was what Kiri called Masaki when there weren't any other female students around. This was what she used to call him in the past. Kiri was from the Tsuruga family, and was a relative on Masaki's mother's side of the family, so it wasn't strange that she called him by his first name instead of his last name. The relationship between Masaki and Kiri was a bit complicated. Masaki's maternal grandfather was the younger brother of the previous head of the Ashiki family, and the younger brother of the previous head's wife was Kiri's paternal grandfather. They were the younger brother and brother-in-law of the previous head of the Ashiki family, which made Masaki's grandfather and Kiri's grandfather brothers-in-law. In other words, Masaki and Kiri were second cousins, but in familial terms, their grandfathers weren't related to each other by blood. However, though they were cousins, Masaki's maternal grandmother was older, and Kiri's paternal grandfather was younger. Masaki's maternal grandmother's maiden name was Tsuruga. In other words, Kiri was descended from the main family on Masaki's mother's side. Yet, Masaki's mother's maiden name was neither Tsuruga nor Ishiki. It was Wakasa. The Wakasa family was a branch family of the Tsuruga family. Given the fact that the grandmother entered the Tsuruga family through marriage, and the fact that the grandfather married into the family, it stood to reason, then, that Kiri was a direct descendant on Masaki's mother's side of the family. Although, in terms of lineage hierarchy in the Japanese magic community, Masaki was a direct descendant of the Ikiju family, and also blood related to the Ashiki family, while Kiri wasn't blood related to the Ashiki family, let alone the Ikiju family. Although it was only a difference of 3 generations, it could be said that Masaki had the superior lineage. "Kiri, do you need something?" Be that as it may, the reason why Masaki was acting somewhat pompous, whereas Kiri had a demure attitude, wasn't because of the difference in their families or lineage, but because of the difference in their ages. Their relationship as a senpai and kohai, and since they've known each other for a long time. "It's not that I have any particular business. I just saw you a while ago. By some chance, were you trying to run after me?" "No, I wasn't trying to do that sort of thing." The tone of Masaki's question wasn't exactly harsh, but Kiri hastened to deny it. "It's just that, somehow, I have a feeling that Masaki-san might be here. Somehow, huh? This was why she shouldn't be underestimated. Masaki muttered deep in his mind. Kiri was from the Tsugura family, making her a descendant of an ancient bloodline dating back to the days of the Yamato imperial court. There was something in their blood that may not be recognizable as magic by today's standards, but it was still some sort of ancient superpower. So, what is it? Well, Kairi looked like she was anxious about her surroundings. Although she answered Masaki's question by saying she had no business, there still seemed to be something she wanted to talk about. They were on the path where students go in and out of the faculty building. This was hardly the place for a private conversation. Let's go somewhere else. After saying that, Masaki took Kairi outside the campus. Masaki took Kiri to a coffee shop, about a 5-minute walk away from the university. It was Fumiya's favorite place to take Tatsuya for a cup of tea. But Masaki knowing about this coffee shop had nothing to do with Fumiya. You can pick whatever you want. This was the first thing that Masaki said to Kiri after they sat down opposite each other. Thank you for always doing this for me. Since Masaki always treated her like such, Kiri didn't hesitate and thanked him for it, then ordered an iced royal milk tea from the tabletop panel. Masaki went for a cappuccino despite it being summer. A few moments later, the choice between table service and self-service was presented. Kiri opted for the self-service and said, "I'll go and get it," while standing up from her chair. Kiri returned with the ordered drinks on a tray. Masaki took the cappuccino from the tray and set it down on the table in front of him. Once she sat back down, Kiri first put a coaster down and then the glass of iced tea on top of it. You have something you want to tell me, don't you? It's not really something like that." She hesitated for a while, but when she was silently pressured by Masaki, she confessed, "I would like to ask you something. You can ask me anything." Masaki stood proudly and regally, much like saying, "I have nothing to feel guilty about." However, at the same time, there was too much of this prideful air. "Masaki-san, you avoided me earlier, didn't you?" "What are you talking about? You saw me and made a U-turn, didn't you?" "That wasn't me avoiding you. I just saw you enjoying yourself with your friends. So I decided to refrain." Kiri stared squarely at Masaki. It wasn't an accusatory look, nor was there a shred of intimidation, but it still made him feel like he was in the wrong. "Is it because you find me unpleasant?" "No, of course not," Masaki exclaimed. Kiri froze still with her eyes widened. She didn't look frightened. Masaki, on the other hand, was even more shocked than Kiri, and it showed. He didn't appear to have consciously raised his voice. His expression reflected his disbelief at his own overreaction. "My bad. I didn't mean to shout or anything." Masaki bowed his head and apologized to Kiri. "No, it's fine. I'm just surprised because it happened so suddenly." It wasn't really that loud. Kiri's words were meant to comfort him, and there wasn't any falsehood in them. Masaki's voice wasn't loud enough to arouse the attention of the other guests. "That's a relief." "Relief?" Now reassured by Kiri's words, Masaki asked back quizzically. "Yes. To know that you didn't think of me as being a nuisance. I'm relieved to know that Masaki-san doesn't dislike me." Masaki broke eye contact with Kairi. This gesture of his gave a slightly different impression than pure embarrassment. There were hints of guilt here and there in his expression. Masaki and Miyuki shared the same first-period lecture on Saturdays. It was a time which he looked forward to. He diligently attended every lecture, unless there was work related to his family. But for times like this, there was a different path that he took to class than usual. He arrived at the classroom much earlier than he did for his other lectures, and then he sat down in a place where he had a clear view of the usual place where Miyuki sat. University classrooms were different from those of the last century, in that each desk and chair was independent of the other. Students took their lessons through a terminal integrated into each desk. However, in the case of the Magic University, there weren't many recorded lectures. There were countless courses where the lessons could be accessed later as archived lectures, but the lectures themselves weren't a processed video itself, but were real-time recordings of the lecturer. Many of the lecturers even stood on the podium. This was due to the policy of not neglecting questions and answering discussion sessions. Even in large lectures, there were no partitions blocking the view between desks. For Masaki, this classroom was the best place to enjoy a complete and unobstructed view of Miyuki, without any interruptions of barriers or neighboring seats. And, since this was a university classroom, there were no fixed seats. So, occasionally, he could do something like this. "Good morning, Shiba-san. Do you mind if I sit here?" "Good morning, Ichiju-san. Yes, feel free," Masaki called out to her as he stood. She looked up at him and nodded with a bright smile. With her permission, rather than taking the seat with the best view of Miyuki, Masaki sat down right beside her. "You're not with Shiba today." The only reason why Masaki was willing to make such a bold step today was because neither Tatsuya nor Lina were next to Miyuki. Lina wouldn't let Masaki near Miyuki, and when Miyuki and Tatsuya were having their time together, Masaki wouldn't even want to go near them. In fact, when he invited her when she was with Tatsuya for lunch the other day, he was expecting her to decline. Tatsuya-sama was called to the laboratory by Higashiyama Sensei. Higashiyama Kazutoki was Tatsuya's and Miyuki's seminar advisor. He had also collaborated with Tatsuya on the event Interference Force, e.g. push and wave theory. As a matter of fact, he collaborated with Tsukuba Yuka on research related to outer systematic type magic. Unfortunately, he won't be attending this lecture. I see. That's a shame. Masaki's tone of voice wasn't wholly absent-minded in his back channel. Yes, indeed it is. Despite how Miyuki surprisingly felt about it inwardly, she didn't let it show on her face. After the first period lecture, Miyuki went to Higashiyama's laboratory to pick up Tatsuya. By the time Miyuki peeked into the laboratory, Tatsuya had already finished packing up his desk. Until later. Having said this to Professor Higashiyama, Tatsuya stood up and walked over to Miyuki. "Miyuki, thank you for coming." He greeted her with gratitude for coming to pick him up. "Shall we go?" He suggested moving to the next classroom. Miyuki answered with a yes, and wrapped her right arm around Tatsuya's left arm. "Tatsuya-sama, it's about Ichiju-san." While walking with their arms entwined, Miyuki looked up and spoke to Tatsuya. She didn't worry at all about anything in front of herself as she walked. She didn't worry about bumping into anything since she entrusted Tatsuya entirely with where they were going, thus allowing Miyuki to focus her attention on the conversation. "What's wrong with Ichiju?" "It's an uncomfortable feeling I've been sensing for some time now, but it has been particularly intense lately." Her tone of voice wasn't difficult to hear. The anxiety on Miyuki's face was palpable, an uncomfortable feeling. "When specifically?" "Yes, like when he asked me a while ago if he could sit next to me." "And?" Tatsuya's face didn't show a hint of irritation, even though he had just heard what could be easily construed as Masaki making a pass on Miyuki while he was absent. "I said yes, of course. After Ichiju-san took a seat next to me, he seemed to have lost interest in me. Couldn't he have just been concentrating on the lecture?" "I think there is that too, but I sometimes felt a gaze directed at me, and that gaze was..." Tatsuya frowned. If he was really directing lustful gazes at Miyuki, that was something he couldn't overlook. "I think it resembled someone you'd see admiring a painting or a sculpture." But Miyuki's line containing her apparent bewilderment was far removed from Tatsuya's own assessment. "You think Ichiju sees you as an object?" "An object? Perhaps in the sense that he doesn't see me as a real living person, but I don't think he sees me as some sort of possession. I feel like it's something akin to him being happy just to look. Satisfaction just by looking at Miyuki. Surely there were plenty of men like that around. However, it wasn't a feeling that a man should have, especially one who had tried to break up an engagement in the past based on infatuation, even as a joke. Or maybe it was because it was in the past. Is it the past in Ichiju's mind? If so, then what's with this behavior of his, trying to woo Miyuki every chance he gets? Behavior. Tatsuya felt a strong pull to the words he asked himself in his mind. "Tatsuya-sama, do you have any idea of what it could be?" Sensitive to the thoughts going through Tatsuya's mind, Miyuki looked up at Tatsuya expectantly. "No, I just thought that Ichiju's actions certainly don't make much sense." But, finding his hypothesis rather far-fetched, Tatsuya said, non-committally, "So, Tatsuya-sama also thinks so. I'm also not sure how to best deal with Ichiju-san." "That's problematic," muttered Miyuki seriously, to which Tatsuya thought, "I can't let this continue any longer." Saturday's lecture at the Magic University ended at noon, after the second period. This was earlier than other public universities, but this didn't mean it was the end of the day for students and teachers alike, of which they usually had seminars and club activities afterwards. A little after noon, Tatsuya and Miyuki were planning to go out for lunch a little further away from the crowded school cafeteria. There wasn't much time before the expected arrival time of the commuter robot taxi. that they had called right after the lecture. They walked at a fast pace towards the north gate. The main gate was on the south side. That was on their way. Unlike the area in front of the main gate, the area around the north gate was laid out as a series of narrow paths intersecting buildings, giving limited visibility. It wasn't until they reached the gate did Tatsuya and Miyuki encounter Masaki and the usual group of female students that accompanied him. "Shiba-san, are you having lunch now?" As was usually the case, Masaki called out to Miyuki. He had never noticed it before, but now that he thought about it, there was no passion in Masaki's eyes. Though he might be enthusiastic, there was no genuine passion in his eyes, so Tatsuya thought. "Yeah, even Ichiju-san and your friends as well." Miyuki was disconcerted on the inside, but she didn't let it show on the surface at all, and answered Masaki with a perfect lady's smile. "In that case, but it seems that you are in a hurry, Shiba-kun." As Masaki was about to deliver his usual invitation to Miyuki, Kichijuji interposed his words to Tatsuya. "Yeah, unfortunately. Sorry." With the question raised at him, Tatsuya responded honestly. The idea of this might be a good opportunity to find out what Ichiju is up to had crossed Tatsuya's mind, but he had already booked a commuter and a restaurant. He considered that it would be impractical to change his plans at this point. "I'm sorry to stall you, Masaki." "Well, Shiba-kun, another time." And Kichijuji, for his part, seemed to have an idea. "Yeah, see you later." Tatsuya didn't know what his intentions were, but he felt that it was best not to interfere. Tatsuya prompted Miyuki and parted ways with Masaki's group. "Masaki, I need to talk to you alone." Soon after Tatsuya and Miyuki had left, Kichijuji said to Masaki with a stern expression, "What's wrong?" "That's out of the blue." Masaki asked back with a puzzled look on his face. "Just the two of us." Kichijuji repeated the same request without a dent in his stern expression. "George?" Masaki called Kichijuji by his nickname in a hushed tone. But Kichijuji stubbornly refused to budge. Masaki let out a sigh and turned away from Kichijuji to Kiri. "Dottie, it seems like George has remembered something important we need to talk about. I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask that you take lunch without us." Then he turned to the other female students with an affable smile. "And everyone else too, I'm sorry, but that's how it is." Kichijuji's seriousness seemed to have even rubbed off on the girls, and none of the hangers-on raised any complaints. The girls left Masaki and Kichijuji, saying, "See you later, and you can make it up later." Kiri and the others scattered away, out of the north gate. Meanwhile, Masaki and Kichijuji made a U-turn and made their way to the school cafeteria. Securing an empty seat he spotted in the crowded cafeteria, Kichijuji took his set meal order from the counter and sat down at the table, deploying his sound insulation field with no questions asked. "George, what got you so upset?" Masaki, who had returned to the table a little later, asked Kichijuji in a quizzical tone. That wasn't feigned ignorance on Masaki's part. He genuinely didn't know what had gotten Kichijuji in such a bad mood. Kichijuji turned his brooding eyes toward Masaki. "Masaki, you have been acting strange lately, you know that." Kichijuji's voice didn't contain an ounce of humor. "Whoa, isn't that an abrupt thing to say all of a sudden?" "Masaki, okay. I'm being serious. What's the problem?" Resigned to not evading the question at hand, Masaki retracted his fake smile and faced Kichijuji. Neither of them bat an eye at the food growing cold. "It's about your behavior around Shiba-san. I think it's about the same as how I always acted around her before." "No, it isn't. At least not until the year before last. It wasn't as flippant as that." Kichijuji's tone was laced with conviction. "That's not..." Masaki tried to argue, but couldn't quite articulate himself properly, meaning that Masaki himself was both aware of this fact and had an idea of what was going on. "You began to act strangely like that, Masaki, when Suruga-san started university." Masaki's face contorted at Kichijuji's point. It was an expression of a nerve having been struck. "This has nothing to do with her." Masaki, however, refused to verbally admit it. "So you're well aware that you've been acting strangely since last spring, aren't you?" "Keeping quiet. Not that I mind. It's not like I'm trying to accuse you of anything, Masaki. I just want to say one thing to you, Masaki. Rather, I can't not say it." Kichijuji's voice and his eyes were both filled with the heartfelt concern of a person who cared about his best friend. Say it. Nevertheless, for all he wished, Masaki couldn't remain silent. "I want you to put a stop to this, before you push yourself any further and end up doing something really shameful." And still, he couldn't help but be lost for words at this line. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Masaki didn't say anything. No. Judging by the quivering of his lips on his tense face, he must have been trying to say something but couldn't quite manage it. You see, I knew long ago that you have been deliberately trying to look like a pickup artist, Masaki. I see. Masaki muttered in a resigned voice. It was a muttered admittance of what Kichijuji pointed out to be true. Really? That isn't you. I couldn't stand watching it. It was painful just to watch. My bad. I won't ask you why, since it looks like you don't want to talk about it. But you should put a stop to it. Nah. It has to stop. Not just for yourself. It's also disrespectful to Shiba-san to test the waters. I'm not testing the waters or anything. Masaki's face changed. I like her. That isn't a lie. This was the only thing that was non-negotiable. Masaki pleaded. But your like isn't in the romantic sense of the word like, is it? However, Kichijuji's counter-argument again left Masaki speechless. It's a kind of like in the worshipping or admiration sense. Isn't that right? It's not like I'm idolizing her, though. I get that it's not a shallow sentiment. Masaki's rebuttal was easily brushed aside by Kichijuji, but it's a similar kind of feeling. It's a one-sided affection that you can't help but to feel. It's the feeling that makes you happy when the person shows you just a bit of kindness. Am I wrong? No, you're not. I know that she doesn't have any feelings for me. So, Masaki, you would be happy to just look at that woman. That's the truth, isn't it? For that reason, Masaki, it was superfluous of you for having made a pass on her, let alone it having been inappropriate. Kichijuji made an arbitrarily conclusive statement to which, as expected, there was no rebuttal from Masaki. This pickup artist Masaki is not only rude to Shiba-san, but also to yourself. To myself. Yes, of course, to your true feelings. You are defiling your own affection for Shiba-san, Masaki. In any case, you should really stop doing this. I'll think about it. Kichijuji let out a sigh when Masaki didn't say he was going to stop right away. I know you won't answer this, and though I said earlier that I wouldn't ask why, I'll still go ahead and ask. Why are you playing such a stupid clown? And as expected, Masaki didn't give a response. The evening of Saturday, July RDRD. At the residence of the Ikiju family in the former Ishikawa prefecture, Kanazawa, Ichiju Akane, the eldest daughter of the Ikiju family and a second-year student at Third High School, cheered with delight at the unexpected email. The volume of her voice was such that her mother came to check what was going on. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Sending her mother away with a deceptive smile, Akane sat down on her bed in a position with her legs in the format of Anna, the usual sitting style for a girl, a folded-legged sitting style, and stared fixedly at the terminal displaying the email she had received with an earnest look on her face. Akane took a deep breath. Okay. With a shout of determination, she called the sender's phone number from the link in the email. The call connected immediately. Hello? It's Akane. Is this Shinkaru-kun? Akane-chan? Yeah. It's me. Sorry for having you call me. Kichijuji was surprised to receive a call from Akane straight away. He had sent Akane an email asking when would be a good time to call. He had underestimated the average high school girl, or rather, Akane's enthusiasm. I just wanted to talk to you right away. So, what's the problem? By just talking on the phone, Kichijuji was almost overwhelmed by her energy. It's not a problem per se, rather. I want to ask you something. What is it? Ask me anything. But staying overwhelmed wouldn't accomplish his goal. Kichijuji chided himself in his mind. Pull yourself together, Shinkaru. Are you familiar with Tsuruga-san? Akane-chan. Sitting with legs folded beneath her, angled outside and hips touching the ground, Kiri-san. Yeah. I know her. Our family's very close to Tsuruga-san's. Wait. Don't tell me that you have an eye on Kiri-san, Shinkaru-kun. There were signs of panic on the other end of the phone. Kichijuji cocked his head to the side, wondering what was going on. Are you cheating? You're trying to cheat. No. No, you absolutely cannot. I think you might have misunderstood something. I just wanted to ask you if there's something going on between Tsuruga Kiri-san and Masaki. With Niwai-san. So that's what it is. Akane breathed out a sigh of relief over the terminal's uniphone. Voice communication unit. Right. The relationship between Niai-san and Kairi-san Let's see, where should I start? There were signs of pondering on the other end of the line. Kichijuji didn't make any attempt to disturb Akane by rushing her. Shinkaru-kun, you know that our grandfather is the younger brother of the previous head of the Ishiki family, don't you? I know, but where does it fit in? Kiri-san is from the Tsuruga family, and though her family is associated with the Ikiju family, we aren't related. Yet there is a connection with the Ishiki family. I didn't know that. Even Kichijuji, who has known Masaki for so long, usually forgets that Masaki was blood related to the Ishiki family. It was completely unexpected to find out that Kairi was connected to the Ishiki family. Ah. But it's not like Kiri-san is from the Ishiki family. They are relatives though. So you mean they are an outsider family? I don't know if I would call them maternal relatives. The wife of the previous head of the Ishiki family was a member of the Tsuruga family. Kiri-san is the grandchild of her younger brother. I'd heard that they were distant relatives, but I didn't know they were related like that. Kichijuji sorted out in his mind the blood relationship that Akane had told him. Masaki and Kiri's grandfathers were both brothers-in-law through the previous head of the Ishiki family. Though they were relatives, they weren't related by blood. On the other hand, Kiri's grandfather became the uncle of the current head of the Ishiki family, but Kiri herself had no genes from the Ishiki family. And now comes the main part of the story. Kichijuji's thoughts had wandered astray, but those words from Akane brought his mind back. You see, it seems like the genes of the Ishiki family and the genes of the Tsuruga family are very compatible when it comes to producing magicians. You mean that by pairing the Ishiki family and Tsuruga family, excellent magicians can be born? Yeah, that's right. Originally, the 10 master clans was established in order to conduct experiments with artificial insemination and artificial wombs to determine the most suitable couplings for producing excellent magicians, which the men and women deemed to be particularly compatible were virtually forced together. It wasn't all that strange to be told that the same thing was still being practiced today. If anything, it would be more natural to think that it was still being practiced. And when he thought about it, he arrived at a sudden realization. Could it be that the Ishiki family is trying to bring Masaki and Tsuruga-san together? From what I can tell, it's not just the Ishiki family, but the whole Tsuruga family also wants Kiri-san and Niai-san to get married. Actually, I think they even wanted for them to get engaged at once. But you know how Niai-san is. It's only been a little more than 3 years since the attempt to push forward with proposing an engagement to that person, who is the next head of the Yotsuba family. And since that hasn't completely been settled yet, neither the Ishiki family nor the Tsuruga family can apply any kind of pressure, and they're getting impatient. No, that matter is pretty much settled already, Kichijuji objected with a fed-up voice. Kichijuji wasn't present at the party held after the March graduation ceremony of the first high school, so he didn't witness that incident between Tatsuya and Masaki. However, he learned by word of mouth what had happened there. It was a little hard for him to believe, but it was said that the two of them exchanged blows over Shiba Miyuki. At the time he heard of this, he frankly thought, when did this happen? However, it should be noted that this fight was settled without the use of magic, the outcome being Masaki's defeat. And it was because he was aware of this that Kichijuji felt that Masaki's attitude at the Magic University was a disgraceful pickup artist act. But we still haven't received an official reply from the Yotsuba family, you see. Well, they probably didn't have any intention of answering to begin with. Kichijuji could understand the Yotsuba family's position. In the first place, it was an absurd thing to propose an engagement to Shiba Miyuki immediately following the announcement of her engagement to Shiba Tatsuya. Knowing the Yotsuba family, it was understandable that they felt mocked at the attempt. Kichijuji thought if not for that, such an unreasonable and imprudent decision could have led to open hostilities. In other words, due to the situation, those formal talks of marriage are still up in the air. But if you remove the fact that the formal proposal from the Ikiju family hadn't been formally answered by the Yotsuba family, then the marriage proposal was still pending. While pretty much everyone in the magical community thought that it was a closed book, it still might be something hard to ignore when trying to make a formal proposal towards Masaki. It must be hard for Kiri-san too, you know, because she probably likes Niai-san. I don't remember her ever showing any sign of it when we were attending Third High, though. Kiri wasn't just a year behind them at the Magic University, she was also his Kauhai at Third High. As a high-achieving underclassman, Kichijuji had known of her since high school. When you were all in high school, I think she thought of Nioi-san as someone unreachable for her. Did she voice her thoughts on the matter when her family, her relatives and the Yoshiki family told her to marry Masaki? I don't think that she has been able to give up because she wants to, rather because she is unable to at all. After all, it's her family, her relatives, and the Yoshiki family who have been pushing her to do it. By some chance, if it ends up happening, it's only natural to hope for the best, isn't it? A lot of things were now coming into view, thought Kichijuji. That's something that Masaki would think. Really? What an idiot. Akan-chan, thank you. I feel like I'm starting to understand a lot of what I've been wondering. Really? I'm happy I could help then, Akane said in a buoyant tone. Shinkaro-kun, I'll leave Nai-san and Kairi-san in your hands. Out of everyone you came to me to ask about their relationship, Shinkaro-kun, so this must mean you're at the end of your rope, right? I'm sure someone who Nai-san trusts the most, like you, Shinkaro-kun, can do something about that, she added in a formal voice. I'll try my best, to which Kichijuji responded, since he wasn't on the spot. Sunday, July 3rd. Kichijuji called Masaki to come to the Magic University. It wasn't all that uncommon for students to come to the Magic University on a Sunday, since many students could be seen coming and going throughout the campus. In particular, students such as Masaki, who often missed lectures and seminars due to work, tended to use Sundays to catch up. At the end of a tree-lined path, in a corner of the campus, away from the other students, under the green canopy of overhanging branches, while trying to avoid the eyes of others, Kichijuji faced Masaki. George? What's going on all of a sudden? It was unusual for Kichijuji to call Masaki like he just did. I heard about Tsuruga-san. Kichijuji cut to the chase without any preamble. Was it a cane? Masaki frowned after having guessed correctly. We already talked about this yesterday. I'm still processing everything. So, give me a break, and don't push it, was what Masaki meant. Kichijuji, however, ignored his appeal. Masaki, you were acting like that because you don't want to marry Tsuruga-san. Masaki unconsciously glanced left and right. This wasn't the middle of nowhere. Deep in the mountains. They might have chosen a place with relatively few students, but that didn't mean no one would pass by. Don't worry, I'm using sound insulation magic. He didn't notice. Having this pointed out to him, Masaki realized that he had been so agitated that he hadn't noticed the magic that was active in his immediate surroundings. Did you think that by playing the role of a pickup artist she would come to dislike you? George, cut it out. Nonsense. There's no need for you to act like a jerk. Stop it already. If you disliked Tsuruga-san so much, just come clean and say so. It'd be better for Tsuruga-san too. Don't say another word. And yet you always keep her by your side and keep insinuating things. That's cruel, Masaki. I told you to stop. Masaki raised his voice. Kichijuji, however, stood unfazed. Although he did as he was told and momentarily shut his mouth, he maintained an accusing stare at Masaki. It's not like I dislike Kiri or anything. So you're just keeping her at arm's length. That's even crueler. It's not like that. Then, what are you doing? They both stared at each other. It's none of your business, George. I'm your best friend. Masaki gasped. My best friend is losing his mind. It's only natural that I would worry. Masaki was at a loss for words after Kichijuji fired back. Even Akane-chan is worried about you. I won't back down until I at least hear what your honest feelings are. Kichijuji was ragged and out of breath. Masaki loudly exhaled the breath he had been holding in. This has got to stop now. There was a profound sense of melancholy in the muttering that Masaki had released. Kichijuji held his breath at what could have easily been a soliloquy. What do you mean? For a moment, Masaki gave a now I've done it look. Probably because he didn't intend to let Kichijuji hear his mutterings. Letting out another sigh, Masaki met Kichijuji's gaze. Until this point, he had always faced Kichijuji, exchanging glares. But this was probably the first time since the start of this discussion they properly met eye to eye in order to achieve a meaningful dialogue. Did you hear from Akane about the relationship between the Yoshiki and Tsuruga? Kichijuji nodded in response to Masaki's question with, I've heard it. What did you think? What I think is... Kichijuji didn't answer right away this time after Masaki asked him this brief question. Having your marriage partner chosen for you based on your genetic compatibility wasn't something that one would emotionally like to accept. However, Considering the origins of modern magicians and circumstances surrounding magicians, he felt that it might be a necessary evil. There were even rumors in some areas that there were still human experiments being carried out in order to develop magicians. Kichijuji thought that, compared to compulsory fertilizations and cloning, the marriage route might be considered most humane. I'm a man, so I don't know how women really feel. But if I were being forced against my will to be with a man for the sole purpose of giving birth to a superior magician, it's a terrible thing in my opinion. How do you see the role of men in this, Masaki? In the most extreme case, a man is no longer useful once his partner is pregnant, but a woman has to raise a whole new life inside her own body, a life that comes from a man she doesn't even like. I can't really imagine what that must feel like. There are artificial wombs nowadays. Why is the use of artificial wombs remain so low? I hear that nowadays there are almost no cases of women suffering physical injuries as a result of egg retrieval. Also, pregnancy is a very heavy burden for the woman. It must be physically easier to rely on an artificial womb than to grow a baby in one's own womb. And yet, even today, there are still an overwhelming number of women who prefer to carry their children in their own wombs. Why is that? Ain't there a reason for that we men don't understand? I'm a man too, so I don't know either. Kichijuji looked down and shook his head several times as if to say, I've given up. Then Masaki, you... As he said this, Kichijuji raised his head and made eye contact with Masaki. Are you trying to make Tsuruga-san dislike you because you feel sorry for her? Everything would end up better if she were to dislike me, and if I were to dislike her, I think. Masaki averted his eyes and stared off into the distance. What do you mean? But when Kichijoji asked what he meant, he promptly returned his gaze. Regardless of what Kairi thinks of me, neither the Tsuruga family nor the Ishiki family are going to give up. Kichijuji admitted deep in his mind that he was being shallow in his thinking. Since the beginning, this was a case where the interests of the magician community were prioritized over the feelings of the individual. Certainly, I don't want it wasn't enough to stop it. In terms of the potential to produce superior magicians, a combination of the Ikiju family and the Yotsuba family is much more promising than a combination of the Ishiki family and the Tsuruga family. A combination of the Ishiki family and the Tsuruga family has a proven track record, but the Ikiju family and the Yotsuba family are from the 10 master clans. More so if the other person is Shiba-san. The chances of having a child born with superlative talent is high. There is also the possibility that the blood is too strong for the child to make it. Even with taking that risk into account, it's clear which combination has a higher expected value. Kichijuji couldn't help but concede the validity of Masaki's argument. The blood is too strong argument itself is an unfounded and a contrived one. So long as I'm approaching Shiba-san and making a show of it, I can't force Kiri to be with me because of the interests of the magical community. Maybe I can at least buy some time until Shiba-san and Shiba are officially married. And after that, what do you plan to do? Magicians typically marry early. As long as I keep grumbling about, I can't forget about Shiba-san, Kiri might be allowed to marry whoever she wants. So, you are going to keep playing the clown, Masaki, for the sake of Tsuruga-san. Unclear about what was so amusing to him, Masaki let out a strained chuckle. I can't make anyone laugh at me, so I guess I can't really be called a clown. Perhaps a hateful character who plays with the heroine's feelings. Kichijuji thought. In this particular context, the heroine wasn't Shiba Miyuki, but rather Tsuruga Kirii. Kichijuji found it surprising to see Masaki unconsciously putting Kiri in the heroine's role instead of Miyuki. At the same time, he felt that perhaps there might be a thread of hope. Masaki, you just said a while ago that you are a man she doesn't even like. And what about that? You know, Akane-chan said that Tsuruga-san likes you, Masaki. Akane did. No. There is no way. Why not? Why not? There is no reason for her to like me. Think objectively. I've been acting like a harem king to her, being a pretty disgusting person for as much as I can. So you are aware that you have been a jerk. Kichijuji muttered musingly. Although he had said it himself, Masaki was a little hurt by his reaction. But if he were to pay attention to this now, the conversation would go off on a tangent. He decided to let it slide and proceed with the conversation at hand. Kiri has a tendency to pay too much attention to other people. It's part of her virtue that she is so attentive, but I have seen many times before when she is unable to assert herself properly because of this. I think Akane must have misunderstood when she saw Kiri being told by her family and relatives to fall in love with me. and end up being put in a position where she couldn't say no. Masaki assured him of this with great confidence. He seriously believed in the words he said. However, it wasn't a misunderstanding. All of a sudden a shout came from behind Masaki. Akane-chan didn't misunderstand anything. Kiri. Why did you come here? Turning around, Masaki caught the sight of Kiri staring at him with teary eyes. Masaki exclaimed, "Wait," and then turned to face Kichijuji. "George, that's right, I called her." Kichijuji calmly admitted it was his doing. There wasn't a hint of remorse on his face. "Why'd you do that?" "Because she is involved in this." "Then why did you have to bring me to hide behind the trees? If she had been in plain sight, you wouldn't have told me how you really feel, Masaki, would you?" Kichijuji's claim was 100% true. The proof was in the fact that Masaki didn't have anything to say back. And Masaki didn't even have the time to say anything back. "Masaki-san." What? Kiri was far more angry than Masaki. "Please, stop doing this to me. Stop trying to decide how I feel. I'm sorry. When did I ever say I disliked you, Masaki-san?" No, I thought you disliked me too." "You didn't say that, did you?" "Yes." Overwhelmed by Kiri's intensity, Masaki's tone was subdued. "Masaki-san." Kiri closed the distance and peered up into Masaki's face, looking straight into his eyes. "I like you, Masaki-san. I've always liked you." As if suddenly becoming a totally foolish man, Masaki had nothing to say back. "And this isn't because my family or my relatives told me to. This is how I really feel." Then, Kiri's expression suddenly became timid. "It's my fault too, because I couldn't confess it for a long time. I didn't have the confidence to confess to you, Masaki-san, thinking that I wasn't good enough for you." "No, I'm not any sort of great guy," Masaki muttered, as if to give consolation or perhaps as an excuse. But, unfortunately for him, Kiri didn't pay it any heed. "It's true that I was being pushed by my family. If my father hadn't ordered me to not leave your side, Masaki-san, and if my mother hadn't encouraged me by saying that you were kind enough to not reject me, I would still be just staring at Masaki-san from afar." That would be pretty much a stalker. The source of the muttering was Kichijuji. Of course, both Masaki and Kiri ignored the mumbling. "Masaki-san, I want you to believe in this one thing." Masaki didn't hide from Kiri's gaze. He certainly wasn't a weak man that would run away from this. "I like you. I'm in love with you. These are my true feelings." This, unmistakably, was a confession. Masaki thought, "I have to say something," but he couldn't find the right words to say. He couldn't get the words together in his head. He had always thought that Kiri stayed by his side because her family had forced her to, and though it wasn't a complete misunderstanding, it wasn't something she had no choice but to do, as Masaki had previously assumed. The fact that she herself had romantic feelings for him was completely unexpected by Masaki. "Masaki," this was where Kichijuji gave him a lifeboat. "I'm sure you are also confused by all this suddenness. If he was going to ditch Masaki, Kichijuji wouldn't have called him here today. I think you two should have a word alone with each other." Kichijuji turned his back to the two of them and left. "It's getting heated." There, standing in front of Kiri, Masaki thought to himself. It was only natural. Today was July 10th. The rainy season hadn't ended yet, but it had been clear and sunny since morning. Even there, at the path beneath the trees, where neither of them were exposed to direct sunlight, there was quite a heat. No, if anything, it was pretty hot. Whether it was purely a matter of the temperature and humidity in the air, or a reflection of his state of mind, he didn't know, but Masaki thought, with a touch of escapism, that he should escape to somewhere indoors with air conditioning. "Kiri, isn't it kind of hot? Are you thirsty, Masaki-san? Do you want me to get you something?" At times like this, Kiri would always take the initiative. She wasn't trying to score points with him. It was just her nature. Masaki felt like he wanted to drop dead, remembering all the times he'd taken advantage of this virtuous volition of hers to get her to do things for him. "No, rather, let's go into a cooler place and talk there." "Oh, right. We can do that. What about that coffee shop we went to last time?" Masaki felt the need to get off campus for some reason, so he mentioned the first place that came to mind. "Yes, that's fine with me." Kiri, as per usual, simply accepted Masaki's words with a nod. Masaki started to walk towards the main gate, and as he walked, all he could think about was what he should say to Kairi. And Kiri, being Kairi, couldn't help but wonder about Masaki's answer. Both distracted, restless, and minds wandering wildly, They were in a situation that could even lead to the not-so-amusing event of a traffic accident. Because they were in such a state, they were oblivious to the 3 pairs of eyes watching them from the shadows. The coffee shop was about a 5-minute walk from the university. Today they both ordered a cold drink, sitting face to face. By the time they ordered their drinks, Masaki felt a pang of regret. Oh, I'll get it. Today? Kiri also opted for self-service and rose to her feet, heading for the counter. When she was far enough away, Masaki let out a sigh. Why did I have to choose a spot with so many people? The conversation he was about to have with Kiri wasn't one he'd like her to hear, even if it was related to the 10 master clans. But even if it was on the campus of the Magic University, you couldn't just casually use magic in the city like this. Today was Sunday. The shop was usually only frequented by Magic University students, but there were a lot of ordinary people here, and among them there might be plainclothes police officers or detectives who were either on patrol or investigating something. Whether plainclothes officers went on patrol or not, Masaki didn't know. Sound barrier. It's better if I don't use it. Damn. I should have chosen the university cafe. He went off campus in order to avoid being seen by acquaintances if he chose a cafeteria or a cafe there, but overlooked the fact that he ended up in a situation where he couldn't use his sound-blocking magic. Sorry to keep you waiting. As soon as Kiri returned, Masaki rushed to fix his expression. There shouldn't be many people so shameless to the point of eavesdropping. In the end, thinking that way, Masaki forced himself to accept the situation. He brought the straw of the glass Kiri had brought him to his mouth and quenched his thirst for the time being. Masaki then once again turned to face her. Sensitive to the change in Masaki's mood, Kiri stiffened, stricken with nervous tension. But, unfortunately for her, Masaki didn't offer any words to help her relax. Kiri, Dottie. Yes. About the conversation earlier. Kiri wasn't the only one who was nervous. Masaki skipped the straw and drank his pure black iced coffee, directly from the glass, in one gulp. Cough. Blech. As a consequence of his haste in drinking it, the coffee must have gotten into his windpipe. Are you all right? Kiri half stood, raising her back in a fluster as Masaki choked, signaling her not to come over with one hand. Masaki gave an embarrassed chuckle. Man, I'm a really sloppy guy. Sound insulation field, I think it's better to have at least a little bit of a chink in your armor. It makes you more approachable, in my opinion. Because it's hard to get close to someone who's perfect in every way. Yeah, I guess it is. Yes, I like that kind of person more. I see. The atmosphere had changed. The tension drained from both of their faces. The stiffness lifted from their bodies. Kiri. Kyrie, I don't dislike you. If I'm to put it in the way without any pretensions, I find you likable. Kiri stared at Masaki with a calm expression, awaiting his next words. But I've never looked at you, Kiri, in a romantic way. Kiri didn't appear to be shocked. Rather, she looked as if to say, I knew it. Can I ask you something that may sound rude? Masaki eyed her quizzically. Feel free. But he didn't say no. I'm not the only one who you don't see in a romantic way, right? Well, yes, that's true. And that's because you have Shiba-san. That's right. While his words became clogged up for a moment, Masaki nodded crisply. Is that really so? However, Kiri gave Masaki a doubtful look. What are you trying to say? I happen to have heard your conversation with Kichijuji-san earlier, and I dare to assume you aren't at all in love with Shiba-san, am I right, Masaki-san? Then, you also heard what I said about that, didn't you? In that case, you should not have any reason to be in love with that person. Kiri fixed her gaze on Masaki. Masaki squirmed uncomfortably under that gaze. You haven't even experienced your first love yet, have you? Kiri asked with a very serious expression. I had a first love. At least, as one would expect. Masaki looked peeved. If that's the case, then I think you don't know how it feels to be in love anymore. Masaki-san. What? I said that you don't know love. No. It's not that I didn't catch what you said, Masaki asked back, because he didn't understand what she meant by it. It also looked like Kiri didn't expect him to understand without further explanation. Shiba-san is a wonderful person, isn't she? Her looks, her talent, she shines so brightly that it's hard to believe she is a person just like me. And what does that have to do with? He asked back, his words quizzical, but Masaki's head was moving vertically in broad strokes. I'm sure that Masaki-san is so overwhelmed by that person's radiance that your heart is in a stupor. Are you trying to say that I'm blinded? No, it's not that. Kiri shook her head in haste. I think it's because she is so fascinating that you can't find attractiveness in other women. Well, I guess I could just say that she is too beautiful. Kiri took an audible deep breath. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. I think that you, Masaki-san, have become numb to your desire for women as a man. After she finished her line, she added in a whisper, I can't say about the body, though. It was this additional part that made her blush. That's why you don't feel attracted to just me or to any other women. Although selfish of me, that's how I feel about it. Masaki dropped his gaze to his hands and contemplated. I think you might be right. After a not-so-brief silence, Masaki muttered to himself, perhaps in some way I'm a sort of Icarus who forgot where he stands and got too close to the sun. But it's not my wings that have melted away. It's my heart. That's not true. With a self-deprecating smile, Masaki looked up in surprise at the unexpectedly firm tone. The heart's not just some phony waxwork thing. I'm sure Masaki-san's heart hasn't melted in any way. You think so? Yes. Kiri smiled with great confidence. Masaki-san, why don't you give it a try? It felt like her smile wasn't all that pure, that there was some sort of devious, calculative lure to it. That wasn't quite like the usual impression she gave, but strangely enough, it didn't rub Masaki the wrong way. Try. What? Try what? Why don't we try trial dating? I'll do everything in my power to become a woman that you can love. And if you really don't feel that way about me, Masaki-san, we can simply break up at any time. But that's too dishonest. It's okay if it's dishonest. It's what I want, after all. Wait, that's... Perhaps Kiri was trying to entangle Masaki with a preconceived notion. Masaki vaguely felt that it might be that too. It was then that he decided on, if you are okay with it. I know. Qing Shou Deng. However, just at the moment when he was about to give the okay, a single girl interrupted the conversation from behind Masaki with a not very loud but strong tone of voice. Masaki turned around, startled by being caught off guard. Kiri's eyes went wide and froze. Please wait. The girl, who stated it in Japanese, wore a red uniform, characteristic of the National Magic University-affiliated third high school. Layla Sand. Layla Sand. The former voice was from Kiri, the latter from Masaki. As both of them said, she was the former nationally recognized strategic class magician, Liu Lilei of the Great Asian Union, a girl who had been adopted into a branch family of the Ikiju family and was now a naturalized citizen by the name of Ichu Layla. Akane, and even George. Masaki was stunned at the sight of the figures following Liu. Akane. Why are you here? Shinkaru-kun told me about it and I got curious. George. Sorry. Kichijuji refused to make eye contact with Masaki as he apologized. And you, Akane, you have school tomorrow. These days, the Kanazawa-Tokyo trip is just a day long anyway. Masaki pressed a question against his sister in an exasperated voice, but Akane brought a completely devil-may-care attitude. Anyway, Ni-san. It seems like Li-chan has something to say to you. Li-chan was a nickname for Lu Li-ye, or Ichiju Layla, which was used almost exclusively by Akane. At his younger sister's urging, Masaki remained seated in his chair and turned his whole body around to face Layla, whom henceforth would be referred to by her current name. Layla looked quite displeased. Masaki-san, I think that, even if the person herself consented, it's not right to be dishonest. Yeah, I suppose so. Then you'll have to go out with me. Masaki was taken aback by Layla's line, which was completely inconsistent from beginning to end. If that's the reason you're willing to date someone, then even I can be your girlfriend. No. Wait. Masaki held his right hand out in front of Layla and held his head with his left. Layla-san? You're angry because you think trial dating is dishonest, aren't you? Masaki asked, dropping his hands. That's right. Layla's expression was one of unconcern for what she had said and done. But if you are asking me to be my girlfriend, isn't that a contradiction? And why is that? Layla earnestly tilted her head in puzzlement. Masaki wanted to hold his head in his hands once again, because I'm serious about this. However, The next line from Layla forced him to stay in place. I'm not asking for trial dating. My love is real. Mine is too. Kiri, who had been left aside by the turn of events, stood up, driven by a sense of urgency. Tsuruga-san, calm down. Kichijuji, who had been silent and looking away uneasily, tried to calm Kiri down. Because you're attracting attention. This seemed much like a lover's quarrel between a couple of university students and a high school girl. No doubt some of it would catch the eyes of the other patrons. How about we call it quits for now? We can talk about this some other time. Yes, right, let's do that. Kichijuji's proposal for an ending was greeted with an enthusiastic agreement from Masaki. And then, instead of using the machine at the table, he took the ticket number, got up, and seemed to run in the direction of the cashier. This wasn't just some fit of emotions. It was a strategic retreat. The morning of July 12th, there were countless students going back and forth on the Magic University campus. This morning, rather than Tatsuya, Lina's figure could be seen next to Miyuki. On the other side of Miyuki and Lina walked a group of male students, surrounded by female students. Lina noticed Masaki at the heart of it, and quickly prepared herself to shoo him away. Good morning, Shiba-san. Masaki greeted Miyuki with a smile. He behaved as usual, acting as if he hadn't noticed Lina at all. However, unlike the usual, he didn't follow up with a flippant remark. Instead, after Miyuki returned his greeting, he passed by and walked away, just like that. What's wrong with him? Lina asked Miyuki in puzzlement. Who knows? But I wonder if he's made any progress. Miyuki looked back at him and gave a slight tilt of her head. At the other end of Miyuki's gaze was Masaki and the underclassman who was always by his side. Looking at the two of them, Miyuki could see that the distance between them seemed to have grown shorter since last week. Case. Mitsui Honoka lost love. 3 years ago, Shippo Takuma, who was now a Magic University second-year student, made a deal in February with the popular actress, Sawamura Maki. In the aftermath of the terrorist bombing of the Master Clan's conference, which killed countless civilians, and the growing anti-magic movement, Takuma borrowed the help of the media to counter it, as Sawamura Maki's father was the president of an emergent media group, and in return, promised to abide by any wishes Maki might have in the near future. Mahuka Kuku, no Ratusai of all. 1 year ago, Takuma was asked by Maki to honor his promise. Takuma tried to resist the far more unexpected request, but in the end he was unable to refuse and signed the contract Maki presented to him. And then, at the end of last month, that is, on Tuesday, June 3rd, Takuma had finally fulfilled Maki's request, and today, on July 2nd, he attended the Magic University with his shoulders unburdened for the first time in a long time. I feel like it's been quite a while. Standing before the main gate of the Magic University, Takuma found himself feeling a surprisingly deep sense of emotion. Though he had been attending the university while he was working on Sawamura Maki's request, the work there had been hardly progressing as scheduled, and he had been unable to attend more than the first through third periods, taking courses on an irregular basis. As a result, his grades have been poor all year. Takuma was very excited to finally be able to concentrate on his studies and was looking forward to a fresh start. Ippo.wa. Stopping in his steps, Takuma looked quizzically at the midst of the crowd of students passing by. A man had called out to him from behind. Good morning, Senkoa. The person who called out to him was a fellow second-year student and alumnus of First High, like Takuma. He and Takuma were teammates in the monolithic code at the 9 schools competition, in particular during their first and third years of high school, and he was also Takuma's closest friend at the Magic University. Hey, good morning. That's unusual. Takuma didn't ask. What is back? As for Takuma, he was unwilling to do so. But in the past year, it had certainly been unusual for him to make it to the first period with time to spare. It'll be not so rare from today on. So, have you finished filming? Was it a declaration of his unwillingness to give up, or was it his determination? Takuma's response, which could be interpreted as either, was the best he could do. Senkawa seemed to have pinned that down with his reply. As his closest friend at the university, he was one of the few people who knew that Takuma had been taking part in the filming of a movie. That's how it was. As mentioned, The request of the actress Sawamura Maki was an offer to appear in a movie. Not only that, he had to play the part of Maki's young lover. In other words, to play the leading male character. Suddenly playing a leading role in his debut work as a newcomer with no track record, in a movie no less, was far from common practice. It was even more so unusual in the entertainment industry. The hesitation on Takuma's part was understandable, or, rather, natural. The director and the rest of the movie staff were against Takuma's casting, but Maki was adamant. Of course, there was a reason for this. This new production was based on a story written by a female novelist close to Maki who had the intention of having Takuma play the counterpart role to her character from its inception, and Takuma was to play the leading role of a young magic user who was persecuted in a dystopia much like the modern world. With the fact that this movie was to use real magic during its filming, this was one of the selling points of the movie. In addition, there were a number of magicians who weren't able to get jobs where they could use their low-grade magic skills that were cast in supporting roles and as extras. The main reason why Takuma was pushed by Maki was to fulfill his side of the deal he made 3 years ago. But there was also a part of him that wanted to help disadvantaged magicians. And, well, Maki skillfully exploited that. In the end, the fact that Maki's father's company was the biggest sponsor was a decisive factor in the final decisions. And production followed, catering to her every whim. After 2 months of an intensive crash course to hammer down some acting skills in Takuma, and 10 months of filming, the shooting ended as soon as the day before yesterday. When will it be out? December, I heard. Even though the shooting was over, there was still the post-production work to be done. It would take about half a year before the film would actually be shown in theaters. The end of the year, huh? There's quite a lot of competition with big productions in this period. I'm not going to make a living as an actor, so I don't care either way. Oh well. I'm definitely going to see it. Takuma really didn't want someone he knew to see his bad acting, but he couldn't say, don't see it even jokingly. Many of the magicians he performed with planned to continue their careers in film and drama. For their sake, it would be a shame if the film wasn't a hit. I hope you enjoy it. Takuma suppressed his emotions and responded with encouragement, using the sincere facade he had acquired during the course of the shooting of the film. Takuma and Senkawa didn't stop to talk. By the time they had settled on the topic of the movie, they had arrived at the lecture hall for the first period. The first lecture of the day was on magic criminal law, a lecture on the special legal clauses of the penal code regarding the exercise of magic. The Shippu family's official occupation was that of an investment advisory business that specializes in weather derivatives. The necessary magical skills to predict the weather had been taught directly to him by his father. Takuma had decided to study the legal knowledge necessary in post-shooting editing, running a company, and in the exercise of magic at the university. That was a secret ambition of his, to open a law firm dedicated to magicians alongside his investment advisory business. And, despite his ambitions, this year he had ended up neglecting his studies, which has been a disappointment for him. Senkawa, have you heard anything unusual lately? There was still some time before the start of the lecture. Takuma asked Senkawa, sitting beside him. As a matter of fact, this man, Senkawa, was a detective in his own right. He usually knew every rumor going around on campus. He even knew whatever rumors were whispered only among the girls. For someone who hadn't been able to attend regularly for almost a year, he was a valuable source of information for Takuma. Let me see. There is one that was about Shield Senpai, who was absent all week long, and that the president was coming to the university. Shiba Senpai did. President was a popular way to refer to Tatsuya that has become widespread in the university over the past 2 months. Before that, to distinguish him from Miyuki, students who weren't close enough to them to call them by their first names referred to him as the guy Shiba Senpai, and as the Shiba Senpai, who isn't the princess, though it wasn't something that was said in front of him. Similarly, in order to distinguish Miyuki from Tatsuya, students who weren't close enough to her to call her by her first name also called her princess, Haim-sama, or Snow Princess. Again, the number of students who used these names when referring to the person in question wasn't negligible. Yeah, they are still as lovey-dovey as ever. I envy him, darn it. Senkawa Mitsuru was nearly years old, currently looking for a girlfriend. Anything else? Takuma, who also didn't have a girlfriend, felt somewhat uncomfortable and asked for a new topic. Oh, right, there is. Senkawa had no taste for self-deprecation either, so he seriously searched his memory for another topic. I think it started the week before last. There's a guy who has been following Mitsui Senpai around. What? What? Well, it didn't seem like she was against it, though. Senkawa laughed like a third-rate villain. This was the topic he brought up after all his thinking. This guy seemed to have quite a bad personality. Who is that poor man? Well, I really wonder who he is. I only saw him from a bit of a distance myself. I guess I could have sworn I knew his face. Oh, yeah. I think his name was Tori Matomo from the 9 schools competition team that we played against in Monolithic Code when we were third years. That guy, huh? Takuma remembered that name. It was at the Monolithic Code of the 9 schools competition. The first high team that Takuma led lost to the 4th high team that Fumiya led. But they managed to win all the other 7 matches, finishing second in the event standings and first place overall in the summer of their 3rd year. In that Monolithic Code League match, the second hardest game after the one against 4th High that ended in defeat was the game against the 9th high school team. The final match against the 9th high school was a match that Takuma took part in, where he defended 1st High's monolith, and where the opposing team's offensive came down to a one-on-one battle, which ended with a hard-fought victory for Takuma. Tori Matomo was the opponent from 9th High from that time. That guy is aiming for Mitsui-senpai. Even though he won that time, Takuma had a history with Tori Matomo. When he heard that the man was hitting on Hanuka, Takuma felt his heart skip a beat. What is this? Is perhaps Shippu aiming for Mitsui-senpai? Perceptively reading Shippu's expression, Senkawa asked while proceeding to throw a smirk at him. It was more of a teasing question than anything else. It's not like that, Shippu replied, playing it cool with a poker face. At least that was the plan, but its execution wasn't so successful. The fact that there was no follow-up from Senkawa at this point wasn't an act of warrior's compassion. Hey Shippu, speak of the devil. In fact, Onoka and Shizuku were also in the same lecture. Takuma didn't know if they noticed him there or not, so he didn't know if their choice of a seat separated from his was intentional. But he was definitely taking notice of Hanuka. A tall male student walked up to Hanuka's seat. He was tall, but not particularly tall for this time and age, standing around cm or Shem. His slender features with a small face made him look taller than he actually was. Still, in these modern times, men with broad shoulders tend to be preferred by the opposite sex. So, slender features with a small face wasn't necessarily an advantage. He acts awfully much like a playboy. Is he that sort of guy? Takuma frowned at Metamo fawning over Hanuka with an overly familiar attitude. So, you'll see. Senkawa calmed the half-risen Takuma down. Looking closely, Onoka could be seen smiling politely, but seemingly annoyed. And Shizuku, sitting beside her for her part, didn't even pay a glance at Matamo. Before long, Onoka shook her head with a polite smile. Tori Matomo didn't even drop his shoulders, but simply withdrew and took a seat. 2 seats next to him, but one directly behind the 2 of them, to the side. Even so, he was seated closer to Hanuka than Takuma. Senkawa's question, "Are you aiming for Mitsui-senpai?" from earlier to Takuma wasn't far off the mark. Takuma first became aware of Hanuka immediately after entering 1st high school. This was when he took a fist beating from Tamatsuka Hagane, a senpai from the Extracurricular Activities Association, also known as Club Management Group. As for the topic of the beating he took, he now accepts that he was at fault. Still, to say now would be misleading. After that, Takuma had his pride broken. He was made to realize that his behavior had been wildly arrogant and presumptuous. At that point, he admitted his fault. However, in the immediate aftermath of his beating, Takuma didn't understand why he was being subjected to this. The only person who offered a helping hand when he was being subjectively beaten down was Hanuka. That was all it took. But it still left a strong impression on Takuma. But there was a reason why he hadn't taken action until now. 3 years ago, Takuma had made a blunder with Hanuka. To be more precise, it was in early January. Takuma tried to take advantage of Hanuka's fragile heart after the shock from the announcement of Tatsuya and Miyuki's engagement. Takuma himself had no intention in doing such a cowardly thing. He simply couldn't stand to see Hanuka in grief like that. But Shizuku had made it clear to him that, from a third party's perspective, especially from a friend of Hanuka's, that it didn't look like anything else than an attempt to take advantage of her recent vulnerable emotional state. Shizuku told him such. After being chastised, Takuma agreed with her that it did look that way. Since he felt guilty for that time, Takuma hesitated to take the first step towards Hanuka. The fact that Anuka hasn't given up on Tatsuya gave him some relief. After all, there was no way Tatsuya would fall for Anuka. As long as Anuka was chasing after Tatsuya, she wouldn't fall in love with another man. Takuma comforted himself with such spineless deliberations. He wouldn't be able to say that so easily if a rival appears, however. But Takuma still didn't know for sure how he felt about Hanuka. He didn't know if he was simply drawing out the memory of a moment they bonded, or if he was truly in love with her. First, I guess I have to face my feelings head on. It will be of no use if all I do is brood about it alone. Takuma decided to take action. With the end of the morning lecture, Hanuka stood up after hurriedly packing up her things. Shizuku, I'll be going on ahead, okay? I don't think so. Responding in a low voice, Hanuka didn't hear Shizuku's reply. She already had her back turned by the time Shizuku voiced, "Don't." Shizuku watched Hanuka's back as she left and disappeared into the corridor, giving a slight shake of her head as she slowly stood up. She didn't need to check on what Hanuka was in such a hurry for. Hanuka was Kitayama-senpai. She was suddenly called from behind and turned around. Shippo. The person who called out to her was an underclassman from First High. It was somewhat unexpected, but Shizuku wasn't surprised. She knew that Takuma had chosen magic law for his major. Not that Shizuku had any particular interest to look into that. It was something that she learned naturally from the First High Alumni Information Network. So it was no surprise that he was in this particular lecture room. Even if he wasn't aiming for Hanuka, this lecture was one that students majoring in magic law should take in their second or third year. He probably just called out because he wants something to do with Hanuka. I'm sure he wanted to talk with her, but he couldn't get to her in time. Shizuku decided that was the case. If it's about Hanuka, she's probably at the school cafeteria. I'm not here for Mitsui-senpai. Shizuku tilted her head. She never imagined that Takuma would call out to her for something other than Hanuka. No. I wanted to ask something about Mitsui-senpai. You want to ask me about Hanuka? Okay. Sure. Shizuku lifted an eyebrow doubtfully, but nodded without a long consideration. Hold on. Shizuku pulled out her mobile terminal and ran a stylus, electronic pen, across the screen, probably sending a text message. Come with me. Returning the stylus to the slot in the terminal holder, Shizuku tucked it into her bag while turning her back on Takuma and walking away. Shizuku took Takuma to the station underneath the campus. Get in. Shizuku boarded a chauffeur-driven, not an automatic, large self-driving car and beckoned Takuma from inside. Go around the block for about 10 minutes, please. After confirming that Takuma had gotten in and the doors had closed automatically, Shizuku instructed the chauffeur. The chauffeur replied, "Yes, ma'am," and at the same time the car started to quietly drive away. So, what? Akuma being confused by the unexpected turn of events, Shizuku sighed, as if to say, you still don't get it. If you want to have a conversation that you don't want others to hear, the best place to do it is in a car. Shizuku's action was seen as over the top by Takuma, yet there was a rationale to it that left Takuma unconsciously scratching his head, thinking, how did I not see that? Now, hurry up and speak. Unconcerned about Takuma's feelings about that, Shizuku urged him on, or, by some chance, she chose to act like this to prevent him from being trapped in an awkward situation. Kitayama-senpai, I don't know if you remember, but you called me a jerk once. Shizuku gave a light tilt of the head. She must be searching her memory, because she let out a After thinking about it for 10 seconds, Shizuku muttered, "Oh, that, I remember." Then she replied to Takuma with an affirmative. I think that, sure. I deserved to be called jerk at that time. And do you think I'm fine now? I haven't really been able to come to the university lately, so I don't know how things are with Mitsui-senpai now. I thought that I should, in essence, wait to see how things go for a while, but I don't want to be too late because of that. So you want to make a move on Hanuka? Yes. By the time I understand my own heart, it may be too late to worry. By too late you are talking about Tori-kun. I'm ashamed to admit that I only found out today that Tori is hovering around Mitsui-senpai. I see. At first glance, Shizuku's expression remained unchanged, but a subtle upturn in the corners of Shizuku's mouth could be noticed whenever Hanuka was mentioned. You can do whatever you think is best. I may be Hanuka's friend, but I still don't think it's my place to interfere. It was a dismissive remark, but the tone of her voice wasn't harsh. Is that so? Still, as Shizuku said, It was indeed unreasonable to expect her to assist him, so Takuma didn't insist. Ippu. Yes. What is it? Do you like Hanukkah? There is something I have to clarify first. Yes. At Takuma's answer, Shizuku gave a smile that made things a little easier to understand. After parting ways with Takuma at the underground station, Shizuku met up with Hanukkah at the entrance of the cafeteria. Shizuku, where have you been? Did you meet up with Tetsuya-san and the others? Hanukkah inquired, but Shizuku replied with a question instead of an answer. No, I couldn't find them. And you look surprisingly fine with it, don't you? As Shizuku noted, Hanukkah didn't sound too disappointed. No, not at all. Though, I was hoping we could have dinner together today. And sure enough, Hanukkah didn't look so disheartened as she said that. Why don't we invite Tatsuya-san and have a dinner party? Impassioned by the uncomfortable feeling welling up in her chest, Shizuku blurted out a plan that had been on her mind for some reason. And when she said, dinner party, she wasn't exaggerating. Her father had given her a great deal of discretion to act in the name of the major sponsor of the Stellar Generator Incorporated company. No, it's fine. I'll do my best. As fine wasn't an agreement. She meant it was unnecessary. Besides, I'm sure I'll get a bit tense if it's a dinner party and all. As I thought, Honoka's attachment to Tatsuya-san is weakening. Shizuku thought so. But she didn't know the reason for it. She couldn't decide whether it was a good change or a bad change for Hanukkah. Anyway, Shizuku, you still didn't answer my question. What were you doing? I was giving relationship advice. Shizuku replied with a succinct answer that wasn't a lie as she walked towards the serving counter. Hey, Tot. Shizuku, did someone confess to you? It was a consultation, so it wasn't with me, Shizuku implicitly denied. Oh, okay then. So, who was it? Can't tell. Don't say that. Come on. Tell me. No can do. It's sensitive information. Can you tell me what you mean by sensitive information? Anyway, no. As she heard Hanukkah say stingy, Shizuku hoped and prayed that the change would be good for her. Hanukkah was an outstandingly beautiful woman, with a figure that was prominent where it should be, and subdued where it should be. When she became a university student, she changed the school uniform for her casual clothes, which further accentuated her beauty. So much so, in fact, that there was no shortage of male students making passes at Hanukkah. But the reason why Tori Matomo was approaching Hanukkah wasn't because she was beautiful with a nice body. Then, what was it? The motive was the emotional imprinting. There was a group of modern magicians in Japan called the Elements. Their origins went back to the early days of the Magician Development Project, before even the Magician Development Institutes, which gave birth to the 10 Master Clans, were even operational. It was a time when the world had not yet established the classification of the 4 systems and 8 types that made up the framework of modern magic. Since time immemorial, the traditional classification of attributes was in accordance with the general knowledge from that time, when earth, fire, wind, water, light, and thunder were still considered to be effective. It was in accordance with this concept that the elements' bloodline was developed. The elements were magicians who had enhanced their interference force for specific events. In other words, they were magicians with bodies that could easily contain a soul that outputs a specific type of event interference force, or push-in wave. In addition to the symmetrical physiology that magicians generally had, each element had its own unique physical characteristics. For example, the fire element had well-developed inner muscles and impoverished outer muscles. The water had a low body fat percentage regardless of gender. The earth had a high bone density and therefore didn't have thicker bones, since they had no need to. And the light had higher levels of sex hormones. In men, they'd have thicker beards and body hair, and more muscle mass. In women, breasts and hips were more prominent, and there was no unwanted hair. Matomo didn't participate in the 9 schools competition in his first year of high school. He didn't even show up to cheer, so he didn't know Hanukkah when he was in high school. And due to the curriculum, he didn't actually meet Hanukkah during his first year at the university. It was only in his second year that he saw Hanukkah up close. He knew immediately that she was an element of light. Although the prominent feminine features didn't necessarily mean that she was an element, Matomo could tell intuitively. After all, he too was an element. Tori Matomo's attribute, or symbolic element, was wind. The external characteristics of the wind element were quite recognizable, having long necks and long ears, and that's exactly what Matomo looked like. He appears to have a small face because of his long neck, which gave a strong impression that he was taller than he really was. Paired with his large, that was to say, long, ears, he gave off the impression as being from an elven tribe from some fantasy movie. At first, as a fellow element, Matomo approached Hanuka, curious to see if she would be able to identify his wind too, but he soon fell captive to Hanuka's charm. When he became seriously charmed by her, he soon found out that he already had a love rival named Tatsuya. Magic University students, as people who in some way or another were involved in magic, knew the name Shiba Tatsuya. His track record set him apart from the rest. He was barely as popular as Ikiju Masaki, the new nationally recognized strategic class magician. But when it came to instilling fear, in enemies and friends alike, Tatsuya was a cut above the rest. When most students found out that Shiba Tatsuya was their rival, they gave up, but Matomo didn't back down. Instead, he was hell-bent on rescuing the girl he had fallen in love with from her unrequited love. No matter how curt Hanuka was with him, Tori Matomo wouldn't be discouraged. Although the wind was associated with fickleness, his surname Tori meant the west heading on the compass, that being the west. He was born with the west wind, the prevailing westerlies, which always blows from a specific direction. Undaunted by the name of Shiba Tatsuya, Tori Matomo proved to be a formidable rival for Shippu Takuma. Lunchtime on Friday, Takuma was ready to take action. Westerlies, Wikipedia Shiba Senpai, Mitsui Senpai, do you mind if I join you? Takuma asked, as Tatsuya, Miyuki, and Hanaka sat around a table. Judging by how much still lay on their plates, they seemed to have just started eating. The only reason why he was able to approach them in this situation was because they all knew each other, because of their senpai-kohai relationship, that was to say. Shippu, it's been a while, hasn't it? Firstly, Tatsuya responded to Takuma. Yes, it has. It's been a while. Are you done with that job of yours? Tatsuya knew that Takuma was involved in the filming of a movie, because he was a part of Sawamura Maki's plan to create jobs for Magians in the entertainment industry. Yes, as of the end of last month. Aware of this, Takuma nodded in response to Tatsuya's question without becoming flustered. Shippu-kun, I know it's been so long, but there is. Next, it was Anaka who spoke up to Takuma, looking apologetic. Oh, you mean that you're waiting for Kitayama-senpai. This table had seating for 4. There was only one empty seat left. Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. I understand. Well, maybe next time. Takuma backed down without a fight. To tell the truth, he knew what he was doing when he approached and asked them to share a table with a stranger. As a testament to this, he kept the tray with his food in his hands, never placing it on the table. I'm really sorry. By refusing the feelings of guilt, he made Anaka conscious of a debt to him. That's what this trick was all about. No, I don't mind at all. Takuma brought the crisp smile that he acquired through the shooting of the movie and headed off to another table. Takuma repeatedly approached Hanaka throughout the day, not only during lunchtime but also in between and after the end of the afternoon lectures. On Saturday, July RD, at the Magic University, just after the morning lecture, the campus was bustling with students on their way to have lunch. It wasn't so densely packed that it could be called crowded, but since the flow of people didn't follow any single direction, it gave a very chaotic feeling. Takuma's second period was a practical lab. Takuma's major fell under the liberal arts category of liberal arts and sciences, in which magical labs were required by both. It was from there that he went to the cafeteria, which was almost in the middle of campus from the laboratory building near the north gate. And then, near the entrance to the cafeteria, was where he spotted Hanaka looking around restlessly. There was no sign of Shizuku next to her. She must have left her in the classroom again. Etsui-san. Just before Takuma was about to call out to Hanaka, a male student approached her from the other direction and called out to her. It was Tori Matomo. You're having lunch now, right? Right. How about we have lunch together? But... Takuma understood why Hanaka was hesitant. Mitsui-senpai. Right. If you are looking for Shiba-senpai, he went out the north gate. Takuma didn't hesitate to intervene in Hanaka and Matomo's exchange. Shippo-kun. Hanaka turned around. Across from him, Matomo was scowling, but Takuma paid him no mind. If anything, that was what he wanted. Are you not eating with Kitayama-senpai? With Shizuku? She should be here soon. Then let's go ahead and find seats first. Takuma said this to Honoka, and then turned to Matomo. Do you want to sit with us, Tori-kun? Matomo couldn't hide his surprise when Takuma suddenly addressed him. You're Shippo-kun from First High, right? Matomo, for his part, also remembered Takuma, with whom he had fought a fierce battle 2 years ago, and with a glance, he understood. If it's okay with Mitsui-san, I'll be happy to join. That Takuma was his rival. Hey, guys? Honoka was at a loss as the two suddenly started to exchange sparks. What are you doing? The seats are getting taken, Shizuku, who had just arrived, said in an exasperated voice. Looking particularly embarrassed, Takuma and Matomo set about searching for empty seats. You are in pretty high demand, huh, Honoka? Please, stop teasing me, Shizuku. They were currently in Shizuku's room at the Kitayama's mansion. As Honoka was her live-in bodyguard, she was currently living at the Kitayama's mansion. With a table in between them, they were working on their seminar report together at the moment. Or, to be more precise, they were having a tea break in between writing the report. Sorry, but I don't think those two are trying to make fun of you, Honoka, you know. I know that. Honoka was cut off as she started speaking. And you don't seem all that unhappy about it either, do you, Honoka? Shizuku didn't hold back on the stammering Honoka. It's not that I don't like people fawning over me, okay? It makes me feel more confident as a woman. Honoka replied without shame in her tone and added, and you think so too, don't you, Shizuku? We're not talking about me right now, and it's not even about that. Shizuku, what are you trying to say? Honoka frowned, finding Shizuku's attitude a bit too insistent. Are you afraid that Tatsuya-san will misunderstand something? Tatsuya-san isn't a person who misunderstands things like that. The weak tone of her voice was proof that Honoka herself didn't believe in what she was saying. If you think about it, Honoka, you've been acting strange since the beginning of the year. Shizuku wasn't concerned about those fine details. Her suspicions and feeling that something was out of place didn't just happen overnight. It was based on something she had been feeling for a long time. You are taking a forced approach, bringing a frivolous appeal, acting like the stereotypical, annoying woman that boys are attracted to and girls hate. You know, it's almost as if you wanted to be rejected by Tatsuya-san, Honoka. That's awful. Why didn't you just tell me then? After Shizuku's observations, even this protest sounded hollow. I said it countless times. This is not like you. I wonder if that's true. It wasn't just once or twice when we were alone. I would warn you that that doesn't suit you. You should stop it. Finally, Honoka couldn't even feign ignorance anymore. Listen, Honoka, I can't bear to watch this continue anymore. A sigh resembling a groan escaped from Honoka as she clenched her back teeth tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry. The flustered Shizuku's attempt at an apology was overlapped by Honoka's apology. I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm sore. Honoka covered her face with her hands and broke down into tears. Shizuku stood up, walked around the table and cradled Honoka's head in her chest. It's just like you said, Shizuku. Having stopped crying, Honoka confessed to Shizuku, who was sitting across from her again, muttering a few words. I wanted Tatsuya-san to reject me. Why? There was no condemnation in Shizuku's tone. It was merely a question. At the end of the year it just occurred to me. In a voice that was more faint than calm, Honoka began to speak about her hidden feelings. I was wondering how long I was going to keep doing this. Was it becoming too much for you? Shizuku's voice as she asked sounded like she was the one in pain. No. Honoka shook her head. How do I put it? I felt like it was different from what I thought it was going to be. Different. I thought my love would be much more painful. I thought my love would be more painful than it was, because no matter how far I went, Miyuki was always the number one for Tatsuya-san, and he never saw me as a woman. He doesn't even lust after me. But then I realized that it wasn't that painful at all. Is that so? Yes, it is. I love Tatsuya-san, but I realized that maybe my love for him is a different kind of love than romantic love. But still, that's frustrating, don't you think? Honoka had now abruptly taken on a more relaxed tone as she said that line, leaving Shizuku with a big question mark at the top of her head. Even though I was definitely in love at one point, somewhere, I wasn't in love anymore. Even though I should have been in love, I think it might have been a misunderstanding all along. It wasn't a misunderstanding, Honoka. You were in love with Tatsuya-san. Thank you, Shizuku. But you know what? I'm not so sure anymore. Once you reach a stage where you lose confidence in your love, you've lost the game as a woman in love. That's not true. No, it is. Anoka gave a broad shake of her head. To lose without even being rejected, isn't that losing by forfeit? Or is it a forfeited game? I didn't think that was acceptable. Anoka's hands were clenched into fists. An unconscious gesture, perhaps. She had a weird, belligerent air about her. If this is going to be a lost love, then I want to be properly rejected. That's what I thought, Hanoka said resolutely, and I wanted to make it clear to Tatsuya-san too. Not only to me. And bring it to a conclusion. She immediately continued. It was a self-indulgent grievance. It must have been annoying for Tatsuya-san. At least that's the impression Shizuku got. I wondered if it was okay to be that selfish. Shizuku was somewhat relieved to know that Anoka herself felt the same about the selfish part. Anoka, are you going to continue doing it? Shizuku asked Anoka, breaking the silence that created an air of, this is it. I don't know what I should do. To be honest, I get the feeling that I've had enough of this. The tone was light, but there was genuine uncertainty in Hanoka's eyes. It'd be better if you stopped this already. There was no uncertainty in Shizuku's answer. It's just ridiculous to play the boring girl just to get a rejection. But if I stop here, it's like it's all for nothing. It was all for nothing anyway. I'm sure it's impossible even for Miyuki to get Tatsuya-san to be the way she wants. Hanoka let out a big sigh at Shizuku's assertion. Even so, Hanoka was unable to bring herself to stop, so it seemed to Shizuku. Hanoka, I have a proposal. What is it? Tell me. Hanoka gave a look full of expectations to Shizuku. Why don't you just ask Tatsuya-san? Go up to him and ask him straight. Please reject me. Although it seemed like an outlandish suggestion at first glance, Hanoka didn't reject it out of hand. Rather, the look on her face showed that it was something she hadn't thought of. Don't people say that honesty is the best policy? Well, you can't really play games with Tatsuya-san anyway, so it's best to just be honest with him. You're saying that I should ask him to reject me because I want to put an end to this love. Shizuku nodded. But wouldn't I look stupid if I did that? Acting like a no-good woman to get him to reject you looks far more stupid, believe me. That's cruel of you. But yeah, maybe you're right. Hanoka didn't spend much time pondering. Okay, got it. I'll ask Tatsuya-san on Monday. I'm sure he'll be stunned. There is no doubt about that. He would get stunned at that, right? Shizuku. But I'm sure things will turn out well, both with your relationship with Tatsuya-san and your relationship with Miyuki. Yeah, I suppose so. In a complete, Hanoka laughed as if her doubts were blown away. Monday, July. The figure beside Miyuki as she arrived at the Magic University was that of Lina. After exchanging greetings with Miyuki and Lina, Hanoka and Shizuku, who had been waiting for Tatsuya in front of the main gate, made up some fitting business to attend to and walked onto the campus, parting ways with them. Tatsuya-san is... I guess it was a day off. Hanoka and Shizuku looked at each other and let out a sigh at the same time. Nitsui-senpai ... There, from beyond the main gate, she was called in a brisk, raised voice. It was Shippo Takuma. Nitsui-san ... They heard a voice from the pavement behind them, as if trying to compete with Takuma's. It was Tori Matamo. We'll have to wait until Tatsuya-san comes to the university to settle this. Until then, why don't you enjoy being the bad girl and playing with your juniors? Shizuku suggested to Hanoka with a very serious face. That didn't make it sound like she was just joking play. No, I don't want to. Being a bad girl is too troublesome, Hanoka replied, looking to be genuinely against the idea. But seeing how Takuma and Matamo energetically approached her, as if competing in a walking race, Hanoka brought forth a nice charming smile and said, "Good morning, Shippu-kun, and good morning, Tori-kun," giving each their own morning greetings. At that moment, there was no sign of disappointment for not being able to meet Tatsuya. Seeing Hanoka skillfully handling her juniors, Shizuku exhaled a soft sigh. Hanoka has enough of the makings of a bad girl, Shizuku muttered in her mind. But, being who she is, Hanoka certainly won't be able to find a new love unless she puts her feelings for Tatsuya-san to rest. However, she soon changed her mind. I guess I don't have a choice. Bad timing, both of you. She felt sorry for Takuma and Matomo, but they'll have to be Anaka's distractions for a while. With that under consideration, it was Shizuku who might be the one with the makings of a bad girl. Main story. Epilogue. Returnees, Monday, July 8th. Having returned from the USNA the day before yesterday, Mayumi and Ryosuke were back to work at the Specialized Academy of Industrial Magic Technology. Industrial Magic Academy for short, after taking the previous day to rest. Furthermore, Mayumi returned to her company housing in Aizu from her parents' house yesterday. Both of them had only one job lined up for today. Once they had reported to Tatsuya on the results of their trip to the USNA, they were free to leave for the day, and they hardly had to wait. Good morning, everyone. Tatsuya appeared at the Industrial Magic Academy at 9 o'clock in the morning. Good morning, Managing Director. As Tatsuya walked into the office, Mayumi stood up and greeted him. The others in the office followed suit. Of course, Ryosuke also stood up, a beat behind Mayumi, and gave Tatsuya his morning greeting. Segusa-san, Tukami-san. Please come to the director's office when you have finished your preparations. Tatsuya requested the report without delay. Very well, sir. Nodding to a bowing Mayumi, Tatsuya exited the office. About 10 minutes after Tatsuya had settled down at his desk, there was a knock on the door of his office. The director's office. It's Tukami, sir. I'm here with Segusa-san to deliver our report on the business trip. Please come in. While Tatsuya said this, he remotely unlocked the door. He then stood up and greeted Ryosuke and Mayumi as they walked in while saying, "Excuse me, please have a seat over there." Tatsuya offered them the sofa from the reception set. Sitting down first on the opposite side, Mayumi exchanged looks with Ryosuke, where he told her with his eyes that she could go first. Ryosuke sat down right after her. Tatsuya looked at both of them. Mayumi spoke up in response to his gaze. "Allow me to give the report, sir. I'm pleased to inform you that Miss Lena Fair, the representative of Fair, is interested in a partnership with Magian Society on the condition that she may hold a discussion with the managing director. With me. Not with the representative doctor, under a secor dot. I asked Miss Fair the same question, but she asked for a meeting with the managing director." I see. Tatsuya contemplated for a moment. "Did you secure a means of contact with the other party?" Then asked Mayumi. "Yes. This way, sir." Mayumi took out a mobile terminal and showed a phone number and an email address. The phone number was that of a satellite phone. Tatsuya stared at the screen for a good 3 seconds before giving a light nod of his head and saying, "Understood." It was enough time to memorize it all and not forget. "Is there anything else of note you would like to mention?" "There is." Mayumi's answer came as a bit of a surprise. Not so much because she said that there is, but because she didn't even pretend to think about it. "Oh, and what would it be?" Tatsuya asked, his interest unconcealed. "I've met with an old acquaintance, Ono Haruka-sensei, who used to be a counselor at First High." "Ono-sensei." "I heard that she left First High, but to tell the truth, Tatsuya knew a little more detailed information surrounding that. Ono Haruka was an undercover investigator for the Ministry of Police Public Security Agency, a spy for public security. The person in question claimed that she was a counselor by profession, and that she was made to work as a spy against her will, but on the level of immersion in the darkness of intelligence secrets, such nonsense simply didn't hold water. That's why 2 years ago, Haruka was unavoidably caught up in a serious power struggle that broke out among spies from the Public Security Agency. In order to escape from there as this turmoil escalated into a domestic assassination conflict, a year and a half ago she sought the help of Yakumo, who she previously had as a teacher, and went into hiding. Tatsuya didn't know where exactly she had gone after escaping Tokyo, but it seems that she had somehow crossed the Pacific Ocean. What is she up to now? She told me that she was working for a detective agency in Seattle. It seems that she had just been in the middle of a case she was working on for Fair. Is that so? What exactly was the request that Haruka was taking on? It wasn't just a matter of personal interest or curiosity, it was something that Tatsuya felt he needed to know. He thought he should gather information about the situation, including the circumstances before and after. So, Tatsuya concluded. Lena had just returned yesterday, a day later than Mayumi and Ryosuke, but she still attended the Magic University, despite the jet lag. She hadn't been to campus since last Saturday. She'd been absent for only a week, but there had been quite a few big and small news developments that she didn't know about. Masaki's change in particular. What on earth happened for him to change his heart? Lena, who was taking a break in the seminar room after leaving the crowded cafeteria, asked Miyuki, who had also taken refuge in the same room. "I don't know the details either. It just happened this morning." maybe something happened over the weekend. Well, Lena, that aside, did anything happen during your time away? Having only just returned to Japan yesterday, neither Tatsuya nor Miyuki had much of an opportunity to hear from Lena. Of course, this wasn't a conversation to be had in a place where others could hear, but Miyuki thought on checking at least if there were any major problems. Well, you know, some stuff here and there. I'll tell you when we get home. And then apparently, there seemed to have been some problems over on that side that they needed to hear about. It's going to be a long night, Miyuki thought. After giving the report to Tatsuya, Mayumi left early as planned, whereas Ryosuke remained at the Industrial Magic Academy. Ryosuke had been working on a systematic operation under the guidance of the appointed head of the academy, Yatsushiro Takara. But around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he asked Tatsuya for a private meeting with him. Ryosuke went to the director's office once again. Without taking the seat on the sofa recommended to him, he stood in front of Tatsuya's desk. "Is there something you don't want Segusa-san to hear?" Tatsuya fished Ryosuke for information. "There's that too. But it was the middle of the night over there." "I understand. So you waited until it was morning." Ryosuke's line lacked the specific name of the place, but Tatsuya correctly recognized over there as Vancouver. "So I should just make a phone call?" "No. If you wait a moment." Ryosuke shook his head at Tatsuya's query. Then he stopped talking. Ryosuke, in spite of the fact that he was the one who asked for the meeting, didn't say what he wanted to discuss. But Tatsuya didn't have to dwell on it for long. He knew right away why Ryosuke had asked for a meeting alone with him. A vaguely human-shaped haze emerged beside Ryosuke. The haze swiftly took on the contours and colors of a person. Tatsuya understood at a glance that it was a virtual image created by the outer systematic type, magic. Astral projection. Clear, bright, chestnut-colored hair and amber-colored eyes. A young girl appearing to be a middle or high school student, about 5 years younger than Tatsuya. The name of the person matching this physical description immediately came to Tatsuya's mind. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Shiba. Please forgive my indiscretion in intruding suddenly without permission." A telepathic message from the astral body reached Tatsuya's outer consciousness. "I am Lena Fair. I serve as the representative of Fair." The astral body of the young girl gave the very same name Tatsuya had thought of. "Mr. Shiba, I would greatly appreciate it if you would listen to the difficulties we are facing at the moment, and if you are willing, I would like to ask for your assistance in this matter." The voice of the thought didn't give the impression of being so pressed to be pleading for help, but he could tell from the tone of her voice that she didn't have much time to spare. "That's perfect for me. I was hoping to find out more about the situation there." At Tatsuya's response, Lena's astral body expressed relief. "Let me hear what you have to say first, please. I'll ask a question if there is anything I don't understand." "I understand. I accept." The situation started when Fair, which Mr. Also is familiar with, sent a survey team to Mount Shasta. Lena then began to explain to Tatsuya what had been happening in the USNA, and what was due to happen in the future, with some speculation on her part.